Resident Evil.
All right, welcome to Mediocre Rumble Brothers. I'm Jordan, your host, and the team Corey, Edwin, and Udon. Also, we have a special guest today, Tim, who will be helping us on the Resident Evil breakdown. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks
Since
for
this
having
is it's been good. I'm happy to see you. Well, since this is a special, I'll be basically going over the polls really quick. So the polls that we had was, who is your favorite character in Resident Evil? It was either A, Chris, or B, Jill. Winner was Jill. And now I'll be handing over the show to Udon. Udon, take it away.
All right, so Resident Evil. Prior to playing this for the month, that's about my knowledge of the game. That was the extent of it. I knew it had a fucking funny intro when you press the start button. So like all of our monthly games, we tried to play all the same version, but unlike every other monthly game, this one had like so many different versions that were kind of all over the place. Not only that, the original Resident Evil, Chris or Jill, as the poll implied, you get to choose your character at the beginning of the game, which does substantially actually kind of change how the game plays. If I had to put like a definition on it, I do think playing as Jill is slightly easier, but we'll get into that later. My point being, the majority of us played this on the remake. I played it on the remake. Jordan, I believe, played it, most of his on the remake. Edwin played it on the remake. Corey played it on the OG Resident Evil, and I mean OG, not the director's cut. And then our guest Tim played it on the director's cut. And I played as Jill. Jordan played as Jill. Edwin played as Chris. Corey played as Jill, and then Tim played as Chris. So we have a broad spectrum of experience with this game. So, first off, I want to just go into just some little background trivia and go into more about when it originally came out and stuff like that. So, the original Resident Evil was created by Shinji Mikami and Tokuro Fujiwara. I'm sorry to the Japanese people if I'm shitty at pronouncing names. Out of those two, Shinji was the one who was basically the head man in charge. Tokuro was basically the one who came to him and his team and said, make me a game using elements of his past works on the Famicom, which I could have put the titles in, but I didn't even know the definitions of them. Some really obscure titles, I'm assuming, had something to do with like inventory management and stuff like that. But regardless, they both work for Capcom. Capcom still owns the IP to Resident Evil. The original Resident Evil came out in 1996, and it was originally called Biohazard in Japan, but when they tried to bring it to the States, some other game had the name Biohazard, so Capcom had an in-house, like, contest to rename it to just not have to deal with copyright issues, and that's how they came upon Resident Evil, and it was changed to that ever since. In 2002, this game had a remake on the Nintendo Gamecube. The game was still directed by Shinji Mikami, although I think this was more his thing because, as far as I could tell, Tokuro was not involved at this point. He was just the first one to get the wheels rolling on the franchise. So it was just Shinji at this point. Let's see. He wanted to make the remake because he believed that the OG did not age well, and that the Nintendo GameCube's hardware would help him get much closer to his like original vision of what he had for the series. And like I said, this specific version is the one that most of us played, even though on even more modern hardware. And the thing is, the remake and the OG have like substantial differences between both of them. A lot of puzzle differences, item differences, like items are in different locations. And there's even whole like sections of the map that didn't exist in the OG and vice versa. Let's see. Yeah, we played most of that. Unfortunately, at the time when it came out for the GameCube, it didn't seem to sell well. And people think that this is the reason why Capcom started to take the series in a more like action-oriented direction rather than like the original's like puzzle-based, like really slow-moving. It's not really about combat sort of thing. It's about, resource management. And then in 2015, a high-definition remaster was released of this remake, which, of course, is just a remaster, so it's just this remake, but in high definition. All the graphics look a lot better. Technically speaking, this is the version we play. This is like the newest version of it. It just makes it look better than it did on the GameCube. And then technically even got re-released again in 2019 on the Switch. Not that it matters, but I played it on the Xbox. Tim played it on the Xbox. I'm pretty sure Corey was playing on original hardware. Or no, you didn't play it on the Xbox. You played it on
a little PS1 emulator.
Yeah, it's an official emulator too. It's like this little fist-sized PS1 you can have that you can put digital copies of games on. Edwin, what did you play it on?
I played it on Xbox.
Okay, you played it on Xbox too. And then Jordan played his totally legit copy on his totally legit console.
Show enough.
So yes, once again, Resident Evil, survival horror, the OG, the what most people point to for like, you know, not glorifying is the wrong word. Putting survival horror on the map, I suppose, kind of like defining the genre. At least the OG did.
Yeah.
Quick pause. I take a drink. I'll be talking a lot. Let's see. So, Resident Evil, the setup to the story, and when you press start, you're greeted with the Resident Evil, and then so before I jump into this, I want to make this very clear. This is probably going to be a little confusing because normally I take notes as I'm playing, but since me and Tim played through this together in the same room, since I had no idea what I was doing, Tim's an expert. I was at the wheel the whole time. And Tim was helping direct me, not telling me what to do, but just kind of cutting down on the backtracking I needed to do. That being said, I usually take notes as I'm playing, but to make it go a bit faster, I didn't. So while I still remember my specific experiences when I had to go down and write like how the game is laid out, since I don't have a guidebook like I did last month, the events as I narrate them are basically going to be essentially the most, how do I explain this? The most efficient way to play the game. Like, the sequence of events I'm going to lay out. Because the way the game is, there are certain things you need to do to progress the game forward, getting certain items to solve certain puzzles, but everyone's experience is going to be so vastly different going from point A to point B, and how you went around doing it. It's not like Pokemon or Zelda or Halo like we've done. It is like way more all over the place. So how I'm narrating how Jill, since I'm going to keep referring to her as Jill rather than the player or me, is going through the game, because I basically rewatched someone's playthrough on YouTube and just to remind myself like the sequence of events and the puzzles that needed to be solved. And I wrote down their experience, which they chose different things than I did, and I'm sure everyone did, so everything's going to be a bit different, but like I said, I'm just going to keep going through this piece by piece, and probably, unlike blocking it off in certain directions, we'll just probably get to a puzzle, I'll talk a little bit, I'll pause, and we'll go around and see how everyone's doing with the game, if you got to this part, yada, yada, yada. Stuff like that. It's going to be all over the place. It's really hard to rein this in because, ironically, out of all the games we've done so far, this is probably the most open-ended, especially how you go about doing things. So, as the story is set up, it's a straightforward story setup. You're a STARS team member sent in to find your previous team, which these STARS, like, when you learn later in the game, you're basically like a specialized police force, right? Is that what it is? All right. Your other team went down in a place near Raccoon City, a place plagued by mysterious attacks on people, and people are being eaten. You land near their crashed helicopter, realize their helicopter's totaled. A team member is separated from the main team and is attacked by a group of crazy mutated dogs. That team member gets cut down, and the rest of the team is chased by the dogs, while your own helicopter takes off and flees the area. As your team flees from the dogs, you discovered a derelict mansion in the middle of the woods, because that's always a good sign, and decide to take cover in there. And as you enter the mansion, you get the iconic "Enter the Survival Horror." So, and before you start the game, you're given the choice between Chris and Jill. And like I said previously, Chris and Jill do change your gameplay a bit. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but when you play as Jill, you have less health, more inventory, and technically start with a gun, even though that last bit's the most redundant part of it. Is there anything else playing as Jill, at least as far as like the character itself is concerned?
No, that's
I
pretty
think
it.
she has lockpicks.
Yeah, okay, she has lockpicks.
Yeah, she
But-
gets the lockpicks.
Mhm.
And I think she walks slower and shoots slower than Chris. That's what I read.
I attest. That's
I feel like
probably why
Chris-
I fucking died so much.
I think it's slower, but
And
Chris,
Chris,
like he's a bigger model.
Chris has giant muscles. He can't move that fast. And then you have on the other side, you have Chris, who has less inventory. Does not start with a gun, even though from what I've seen, that is very quickly remedied in like 5 minutes from starting the game.
Yeah.
You have more health and more melee damage. And again, you don't get the lockpick, but what
He
is
gets the lighter in the remake.
Oh, he gets the lighter in the remake, okay. But just as a not inventory item?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Alright, so you choose which one of those. Now, for me, myself, and for the playthrough I walked through, which, by the way, the playthrough that I walked through and that helped me make this whole script was Survival Horror Network on YouTube. If the off chance you ever see this, thank you. You beat the game in 4 hours and made me look like a fool. Let's see. You choose whoever you get to the mansion, you get inside, and whoever the character is that you didn't pick got separated from the team some fucking how, because you don't see how it happens in the cutscene, especially in the remake. And that's the other thing. When I'm talking, I'm mainly talking from the remake perspective, and I'm only going to stop when I know for a fact something is like different. So for Corey and Tim, if I'm going over something that you know is either different in the remake or between the remake and the original, like hop in and say something unless I stop and do it myself.
Okay.
So enter the survival horror. You're separated from one of the team members. You enter this derelict mansion. Even though it's derelict, there are lights on fucking everywhere. You are with, and so I'm going to talk from the perspective of Jill this whole time. So we're going to follow Jill's storyline. So Jill, when you're Jill, you enter the mansion. You are with Wesker and Barry, two of your other team members. Let's see. As you enter the mansion, you lock the door to bar the zombie dogs on the other side. As they're getting their bearings, you hear a gunshot in the adjacent room. Thinking it might be Chris, Wesker sends Jill and Barry to investigate the noise. In that room, you can totally ignore it. You're not meant to, but there is a shiny on the table nearby, and if the player loots it, will find that they're ink ribbons, which is your limited save system through the game, something that they brought back. They didn't really need to, but they brought it back from the original as a mechanic. So you have limited saves in this game. Your saves are limited by the amount of ink ribbons you can get, and you have to use them on the typewriter items in order to save it. Now, one thing I want to say, just real quick, from what I've seen of the opening, with the remake, it's very serious, done well. It gets you into it. And then I saw the original, and how fucking cheesy ass 90s that shit is with its live action cutscenes. It is the utmost cheese I've ever seen in something. It just reeks of like B movie horror, like that just makes me want to laugh. But anyways, you go in the adjacent room. Let's see. Barry finds a puddle of blood in the back of the dining room and instructs Jill to look around while he examines it. I don't know why he says this. I don't know how long it takes to look at a pile of blood other than looking at it and saying, "Yep, that's blood," but he's just going to sit there and chill. Let's see. And you're given free reign. You're not specifically sent to do anything, but I mean, your options are so incredibly limited. You're just going to go in the adjacent door, coming across the hallway and wandering down it until you get to the iconic cutscene where, you find a zombie eating one of your comrades, and he slowly looks up and, leans over his shoulder and looks at you. Everyone knows that cutscene, and quite frankly, and watching the original cutscene, I still think it looks good, even on the original PlayStation. It's the old graphics kind of make it look even better in a weird way. Anyways, so now as a player, even as Jill or Chris, you're completely at will to kill this thing the first time you see it, but you don't have to. You can just straight up run away. In fact, it's like better to run away because as Jill sees it, she'll run back into the previous room where she'll come in saying, "Barry, there's a monster," and the zombie will come out. Barry has no idea what's going on and shoots like 6 rounds point blank into its chest with the revolver until it finally falls down. In this case, that's saving you bullets technically, especially if you're playing as Jill and you start with the gun. They're confused at the zombie, and they decide to report back to Wesker and go back to the entryway. But before they open the doors, they hear a moan. The camera pans back over where the zombie fell, indicating the creature's not really dead. Kind of giving the player a hint that if a zombie goes down, that's not, the end of it. Re-entering the main hall, you find Wesker to be missing, and the player is supposed to take a moment to look around for clues where he went. You just kind of look around the main foyer for a bit, but after not finding a whole lot, Barry and Jill decide to split up. The Scooby-Doo tactic of splitting up that will always work well. I never understood why that was even a thing to consider here, but they basically agree that Barry is going to go back in the dining room to keep exploring, while Jill says she's going to explore the room on the opposite side of the entryway. So and before he leaves, Barry gives Jill her lockpick item, which is like this strange key item that doesn't actually take up an inventory slot. Now, this is what confuses me. Is there a point for Jill to have the lockpick? Like, she gets to can Chris just straight up not get into the doors that she can or something?
He has to collect the small key items instead.
So
it's limited to those.
Oh, so it's Zelda mechanics. We have small keys when you play as Chris?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that makes something. I guess that's the trade-off for Jill technically being squishier, I suppose. All right, that makes more sense to me because I was confused as to what how much content was locked out to Chris if he couldn't open up those doors that she could. This is still technically the tutorial, so you're supposed to go into the adjacent room where Jill indicates that she's supposed to go into across the entryway from the door that led to the dining room. You go into the room. Jill will investigate the door on the far side of the room, and you'll find the door marked locked with a sword symbol, which is going to tell you you're going to need fucking a lot of keys in this game. And in the room, you'll see there's one statue in the middle with some kind of sparkly doodad at the top of it. And then there's this weirdly out of place wardrobe kind of sitting in the middle of the room. So the player's probably going to try and interact it where you'll learn that you can move objects. Now the really easy solution to this puzzle is that you just have to push that wardrobe up against the statue and just grab the thing on top, which turns out to be a map of the mansion. Which, again, introduces the player to the fact that there's going to be maps and how important the fucking map is to the entire game, because you're going to be consulting that thing a lot. Something that I wish they made a dedicated button for in the remake instead of having to open your menu every fucking time and then going over to the map section. But also moving the wardrobe opens up a small little hallway in the back of the room, which you go down. Now, in the remake, you go down the hallway, and when you reach the end of it, you find a dagger item. And from what I learned, this was a remake exclusive thing. These things called defensive items, and there's 2 of them. They have this dagger thing, and we'll find battery packs later. And basically, they're a get-out-of-jail-free card if a zombie grapples you, so you don't take damage, and you'll automatically use it. And you can switch it to where you can use it manually, but to where the zombie will get off of you, and it'll do a bit of damage to them. Now, that's right, that's a remake exclusive thing.
Yes.
Now, in the original, what's in this hallway? Do you remember?
I think it was actually ink ribbons, if I remember correctly.
Just ink ribbons? Okay.
Yeah.
So then Jill will turn around after getting the dagger, and the game throws a zombie her way, immediately. I think the purpose of this, especially because you're in such close quarters, is to kind of show the player how that defensive items work, like they're expecting you to get grappled. But You don't have to. If you play your cards right, you can use your gun or your knife, whatever you have on you, to kill the zombie and keep moving forward. Let's see. Blocking your escape. All right, so now, as an aside, I'm gonna try and like put a synopsis on Resident Evil, and everyone can decide whether or not what I'm about to say is correct on this, based on just like the few things that I've seen from the game so far. Like, Resident Evil is a game, at least in the original, is about a game about resource management and puzzle solving. Like, when you think Resident Evil, is the first thing in your mind ever going to be the actual combat, or is it going to be doing the puzzles and making sure you have enough ammo to get rid of stuff that's in front of you, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that typically pops into my mind is tank controls, but that's just because they're so memorable based on like the frustration it is to navigate stuff. But yeah, and then I always think of inventory space.
I think of the cinematic view, like they constantly, they have those crazy weird ass angles, but it's like kind of like trying to put you in like a movie scenario where you're seeing all these weird angles where you can't tell what's on the other side of that corner, but you can hear voices of a zombie. So it kind of adds a little bit terror to your gameplay, I guess.
Very dramatic.
Very pain in the ass.
Yeah, we'll touch on more of the superficial aspects a bit more later, but yeah, so like survival horror really is about the resource management. Like, people want to replay these things to see how much they can get away with, how little they can use at the end of the day. Let's see. After you go through this room, because at this point there's nowhere left to go. That room ended in a dead end. The only other door has some kind of key you don't have, so obviously Jill's going to go back out into the entryway. Let's see. So typically, this is really where it opens up. There is, like I said, there's a set line of things that one would probably most likely do, but I'll stop there for now and just go around and everyone can give their thoughts on basically just this quick opening segment between like the opening cutscene, what you feel about it. Like, if you even got lost in this small little opening section, just doing seeing the zombie for the first time, going in the little statue room and coming out of it, like what you feel about the game at this point. So, Jordan, did you play Resident Evil prior to this, the first one?
Yes, I did. That was, to me, kind of like how I was able to get started so quickly on the game. Just because, again, I did play it a long time ago on the original PlayStation. And so I was already awaiting for that cutscene to already happen. So I kind of already had a good idea how I was supposed to start. But then pretty much after that point, it was pretty much all new to me. Because, again, I was a little Wii gamer back then. And so that game scared the shit out of me. So I didn't really proceed too much further into that point. And that was basically the end of that. But seeing through, it was that funny intro, because that's what I remember was the hilarious bad voice acting that they had back in the day. So seeing the GameCube version was definitely a lot better on the ears, and I could take the game a little bit more serious. And so yeah, that was pretty much my experience, was that it felt a lot better, and I was already kind of getting myself an idea of how to proceed forward. Not really too difficult at first, because again, it was just go down this hallway. You see the iconic zombie looking at you. I killed it because I didn't know that that was something you could do, could avoid it. I thought that was something I had to do. So I ended up doing it that way rather than just leaving and then having it get murdered anyways.
All right, so yeah, so it was easy for you because you've played it before, but pretty much like that, you feel like your previous experience, like stopped helping you pretty fast after this point.
Right.
Okay. So Corey, like, what's your history on Resident Evil, and how did you feel about the opening? And for just a reminder, Corey's the one who played the OG, which has quality of life changes missing from the director's cut original. So Corey's probably the one who suffered the most out of everybody here.
Yeah, no, I first played Resident Evil Remake on the GameCube, and I really like the visuals for that remake. I mean, they're still really good. So getting to go back, like, because when I think back to the game, that's the one I played. So I have like really, when you think about like nostalgia classics, where you're like, oh, the games look so good, you turn on, it looks like crap. So when I turn on the original Resident Evil, I'm like, this doesn't look anything like what I remembered. But the layout is fairly similar, even though there are map changes, puzzle changes. As we go through this, we'll probably run into those. But I mean, just the tutorial area does a really good job of like letting you navigate through. Like you should have a handle on the controls by now. You should have a handle of the controls
Minus the
by
tank
now.
controls.
But I it's a really good start. It's like it introduces a little of everything. The puzzles aren't really complicated in this section, like the pushing the object thing. There's a glint on the item, so you know there's something up there. I think the annoying part of being on the original is like I hit a loading screen even when I use the stairs. So it's a lot of just like, wait. And I don't have the insta-kill zombies tool, so if they grab me, you will take damage. You can't push them away. Or you push them down, but like you're instructed to just run around them and everything else. But it's a good start. And because I'm, pretty familiar with the Resident Evil franchise in general, I know what I'm doing for the most part. Or I know what the game's going to throw at me, so I don't usually get stuck. It's more or less my issues were enemy placement as we go through this.
And were you trying to say something, Tim?
Oh no, I was just picking up because I kind of went through the same thing that Corey went through as well, but I didn't have the loading screen on the little step stool to get up to that, so I didn't know that.
Did they took out the stair loading screen on the director's cut?
You're talking about when you got the map, right, Corey?
Well, I'm saying like the staircases in the game.
Oh, okay.
Like the main entryway when you're going up that one, that's like a loading screen.
Yeah, it hits you with a slow walk up the stairs like you're opening a door. It does that on every staircase in the game pretty much. And ladders.
And that transition when you're going through every like staircase and doorway, basically everything between set pieces. Now I don't have confirmation, but I'm pretty sure that was born out of hardware limitations. In the original, when that happening, they're loading the next screen, right? Yeah. So they brought that back in the remake, at least for the doorways, because like the main entryway, you can go up and down those stairs without having to load. There's a couple like ladder sections that still have that, but they brought it back for like nostalgia's sake, I want to say. Learning now that it was on the GameCube, I'm kind of questioning it, but I still don't think it was necessary. So it's nostalgic watching that door opening, but it's kind of the same thing as like taking fucking Link's iron boots on and off in the water temple. It's just something that takes an extra amount of time, something I kind of wish going through the game I had a stopwatch on me at all time to see how much time was wasted watching that fucking animation. And again, when you're looking around trying to figure out where you're going and every 2 seconds you're running into a door loading screen, it's going to start grating on you.
I like to think that the doors not only are like, load gates for areas, but all of the doors I believe are unique. So it's just a visual representation of where you are. So you kind of go like, oh, this is the right way.
Are they unique?
They are extremely unique in the OG and the director's cut.
Really?
Not so much in the remake.
Okay, I say in the remake they seem more homogenized, but
yeah, they instead of buying all the random doors they had at Home Depot, they just
we need 37 doors. It's like we have one of 37 different kinds of doors.
That'll do it.
Yeah, it's like fuck it, it'll work. I don't want to come back here. All right, so Edwin, how did you feel about that? Like, what's your history with Resident Evil, and how did you feel about this, like, just this opening section of the game?
I immediately opened the front door.
Just kill me. So that's fun to talk about really quick. So in the remake, I don't think you can kill yourself doing that, can you? So you can open the door and you'll get a small cutscene of the dogs trying to get in, but in the remake, you can't kill yourself. In the OG, you can kill yourself, right?
In the director's cut, they took it out. But I'm pretty sure if Corey wanted to, he could have killed himself.
Yeah, you could have just walked out the front door, Corey, and ended the game and say you got the bad ending.
I think you get a single, like, screenshot of, like, a creepy dog face that's, like, on the screen. It's like, you died, or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess according to because Tim, we tried to do that, didn't we? You tried to just show me it, because in the director's cut, you actually can't do that. You'll still get a cutscene of the dog trying to get in, but it won't let you open the door a second time. So that's a small change they made between the original and the director's cut of the original. But anyways, Edwin first tried to kill himself because he wanted out of this as soon as possible. So, but what else did you have to say?
So it's like my experience with Resident Evil is from Resident Evil 4 2005. That was like the first time I played Resident Evil, and I played every single Resident Evil except for the original Resident 1, 2, and 3 of Resident Evil. So I've never actually played this first Resident Evil, remake or not. And I knew what I was getting into, which is why I was dreading it the entire time, and I immediately went for a guide. But so in the very beginning took me a while, specifically because I was trying to understand how this game like actually works. So I ended up restarting the game like 3 times.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah. So I was like, another thing that I forgot to say, the difference between Chris and Jill is Chris does not get a grenade launcher.
Yeah.
He's locked out of the grenade launcher.
Yeah, he doesn't get it at all.
Okay, that sucks.
I mean, but it's like that wasn't my actual issue. But it's like I went immediately to where the zombie was. I was alone for whatever reason, even though later on there was like Rebecca and you see Rebecca, Wesker, and Jill. There was no one around, so I had no guide to help me. So I was like, I immediately went to the dining room, and then I found the zombie with nothing but a knife. And then I immediately tried to kill a zombie, and I died. So that was my first death. I didn't even bother saving, so I had to restart the entire game all over again.
Yeah, but you got an achievement, didn't you?
Yeah, I got an achievement. I was like, get used to it or something like that. And then I immediately started the game again, and then I didn't bother trying to kill a zombie with the knife. I just walked away, and then I immediately found a gun back in the main hallway, even though I was here alone, so I don't even know where the hell that came from. And then I immediately started picking everything up and then realizing, I haven't found an item box. So I looked online to see if, like, when you find the first item box, and it's like, it's not for a while. If you and they recommended if you completely filled your inventory without getting to the first item box, you might as well start over because you won't be able to pick up any like gun ammo or anything. So I'm just like, fuck. So I restarted the whole thing all over again. And then this time I didn't pick anything up. I followed the guide I was using to the letter. So like everything I was picking up, I just left it. So I left the zombie. I went to go get a gun. I came back to kill the zombie because I knew it'd be an issue later. I got the videotape. I left it. I didn't pick up any of the items that I could have. I immediately went to go get try and get the map. I went through that little hallway in the map room where the statue is, and then I found a dagger. I immediately got grappled by the zombie and just wasted the dagger. So
like I said, I think that's more or less intentional. I think. I have no concrete evidence, but throwing you in a small hallway with a zombie 2 feet from you, I think their developers were just trying to have you use the item, so...
Well, I was like, I figured, but I was like, it's a dagger. I was like, I want to save it, and then it's like that. It was like that immediately did not happen. But I had a few extras, because like it recommended that I went to like the second floor of the dining room and then knocked over the statue and then not pick it up in forever. So I found another dagger going through that way, and then that's pretty much it.
Okay. So, Tim, you're the resident expert, and you no pun intended. And you've played the original director's cut before, but it's not the one that you've played the most. So you know this game pretty well, but it's not like 4 for you, right? 4 is like your favorite.
So for me, I honestly, if you ask me now, I think it is. I go back to either this remake or the OG 4 as probably my favorite RE games. But I've come to really like RE Remake 2. That one's really good too. I have too many favorites at this point. But yeah, so I'm kind of like Corey. Or I guess the reverse of Edwin, or not Edwin, but Jordan, where I've played up to the cutscene as like a 6-year-old and had nightmares. come back as an adult and be in love with the game. But I've played through the remake of the first RE game the most compared to the two. Me playing it the other day is actually the most I've ever actually put time into, like the director's cut.
Oh, okay.
So, kind of like Corey, I'm familiar with the game, and the layouts are extremely similar.
Mm-hmm.
And so just seeing the differences between both of them and just some of the layouts of the mansion, which I really think is cool, how they basically took all the puzzles from the OG and put it in the remake.
Yeah.
Just, of course, spice it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also, just to add a few little tick marks here, there's so many different cutscenes you can get in the remake that I didn't hear anyone actually talk about. I don't know if anyone got anything different. So, like, for example, the thing with Barry obviously saving you from the zombie, you can also immediately walk out the door and get a cutscene where Wesker's like, "What's the matter, Jill? You got cold feet?"
Yeah, there's a lot of optional cutscenes that you can just straight up miss in the game, which is kind of interesting. On top of obviously Jill, I almost said Jill and Rebecca for some reason. Jill and Chris having like a lot of different kinds of ways to solve puzzles, as we'll see later. But depending, like, there's a lot of like player choice that actually does affect your gameplay, at least how the story, at the very least, of how the story develops, and a lot of them. There's a lot of like you can get vastly different endings, different stuff happens. But that's funny. I didn't know there was a cutscene where you just walk back out and Wesker just goes, "What the fuck?" He's like, "I'm trying to do evil stuff. Go away." All right. Well, my own history with Resident Evil is basically fuck all. The most I've had interacting with Resident Evil is when, what was it? What was the first one you're playing? Is that fuckhead Ethan, one of the newer ones?
Oh, Seven.
Village?
No, not Village.
Biohazard.
So, okay, well, I might be actually talking about Village accidentally. Because Tim, and, me and Tim, one of my best friends, we play games together all the time, and I know he was super into Resident Evil, and I saw Lady Dimitrescu, or whatever how you pronounce the fucking name. Dimitrescu. In Village. And I looked at Tim, and I was like, "Listen, I'll buy you Resident Evil Village. Let me watch you play through the section with Lady Dimitrescu."
Hear me out.
So when it came out, Tim came over and I bought him the game, and he brought his Xbox over. I saw him and I watched him play through that whole section. And when it was over, I told him to get out of my house. So
friendship,
and that was I bought him a fucking game. Okay, he got his money's worth.
And he showed you giant vampire titties.
Exactly. I got what I wanted, and I didn't have to play the game.
Just a cute second, just like, "I'm done. You can leave now."
Yeah. All right, I finished. So that was probably the most like interaction I've had with Resident Evil. I've always been aware of the series and like my peripheral for a long time. I'm aware of the characters' names. I know who Leon is. I know who Jill is. I know who Chris is. I know who Ada is. I know who Ashley is. I know who Wesker is for sure. I know about some of the tropes of the franchise. I knew had like a general idea of how the gameplay kind of worked, but I've never actually sat down myself and played a game until this point. And it being the original, granted the remake, but the original nonetheless. I was having a really fun time with it. I just don't play games like this very often, typically because I don't think I'm going to have a good time. And granted, I'm trying to separate my experience. Obviously, playing a game with a friend in the room, everything's going to be better that way, but I'm still trying to isolate what I think about the game in and of itself, separating those two things. But I really like the opening. It was very simple. Again, we'll get into more superficial elements later, but I think the game is gorgeous. I loved At first, I thought I hate the fixed camera angles, but I came around to liking them. Voice acting's all right. It's all right. Granted, I agree with Jordan. It doesn't make my fucking ears bleed listening to it, but also doesn't make me laugh like the original one does. Couple quotes from the original are going to live rent free in my head forever now. But I thought the opening was fairly decent. The game doesn't shove anything in your face. It has that very organic, for lack of a better term, organic tutorial where it just kind of lets you fuck with shit to learn how things work. Because when you pick something up, you might get like a small little pop up that will tell you kind of like, I believe you get one when you pick up an ink ribbon, and you get one when you pick up the dagger. You'll get just a small little pop up giving you a general overview of how this thing works. But it's not just like, here, go over here, pick up this thing, press A to do this. You're just let go, and you're just let to figure out things for yourself. And I always really like that. Even though, like Edwin said, leaving to figure shit out by yourself can lead into you not necessarily soft locking yourself, but dicking yourself over in stupid ways that you might as well restart the game.
Yeah.
All right, so like I said, as I'm talking, this is someone else's playthrough. My own experiences for how these things are different, but this is, like I said, this sequence of events is probably the most efficient way to get through the game. And I'll just talk until I reach the stopping point, and everyone can like kind of get to up where I was talking about, or just get around to where I was talking about. Like I said, this is going to be a little messy because of how everyone's experience can be so vastly different in this game. But like I said, at the end of the day, you still need a certain key to get to a lot of places, so you need to do certain puzzles first before you get certain places. So anyways, so with the statue room now being a dead end for exploration, Jill returns to the area she first encountered a zombie. And at this point, there's no zombie there. You don't know where they are. I believe when you go in the dining room, there might be one in there still, or there might be one when you go back again. Either way, you can loot the corpse of your dead buddy, Kenneth. It gives you this small videotape that doesn't become relevant till near the end of the game, and even then, it's only really set dressing anyways. And she keeps moving forward past the grizzly scene into the mansion ahead. Moving forward, you'll find a small room with stairs leading upwards. Jill can loot some bullets for her handgun, and this room also has some green herbs, which is your main source of healing throughout the game. Jill can also interact with a corpse in the room because there's a dead guy slumped on the floor. I'd imagine a player would go up and try to interact with it. But it just has a description, mainly just set dressing. It's for flavor, and there's a lot of things in the game you can interact with. Press X and you'll get like a brief description of what you're looking at, but it's all set dressing, or you might get Jill's thoughts on whatever it is. And in the remake, they do much better with the descriptions, because in the original, when you look at things, Chris will walk up and be like, various things. I'm like, thank you. Those are various things. It's the most vague description of
items.
Shit. Yeah, I know. Common items. It's like, I don't think any of this is common, Chris.
What you would expect from a musclehead.
Yeah, he's just like, these are things. Unga bunga.
Yep, those are things.
Yeah, various things. just stupid as shit. So with no other way forward, Jill heads upstairs that leads to another hallway. After entering, Jill takes a right past a mirror and then a left, following the hallway, where it leads to two zombies. After dispatching them, Jill loots an arrowhead sticking from a statue. I think, and I don't know if it's particularly with this item, or like whenever you first pick up an item that you have to examine, but going into your inventory and looking at, especially at key items, using the examine feature is a very big part of the game and literally cannot be beaten without it, and is used a lot. It's a very old gamey kind of feel, because I feel like other games did something similar, whereas like nowadays in modern games you can do that to items, but it's just to look at the thing, kind of like, Edwin and Skyrim, you can examine items, but I think that's literally useful for like one quest. Otherwise you're just staring at an item for no reason. You're just like, yes, that's a thing.
It's literally just for like the dragon claws.
Mm-hmm. But that kind of stuff was born here, so she loots this arrowhead, and she'll examine it later, but when you pick it up, the game does give you a brief pop-up saying, hey, you should go to your inventory and examine this. And when you examine it and you can press A, you can take the arrowhead off of the arrow and it becomes its own item. So you'll need it later. There's some bullets on the floor, and then travels the hallway to its end, where it leads back to the dining room, but on the second floor of the dining room. Taking a right, Jill loots another dagger, then circles the top floor where the camera angles, and I think I like this. I'll expound more on it later, but I really do like how the fixed camera angles are really made with a specific purpose most of the time, because it's either for a really tasty cinematic shot, or like how it was in the first room with the statue with the map, because the camera's looking right at it. You can see then, as Corey said, like interactable, like lootable items like shine and sparkle, so it's very clear what you can pick up. So the camera always had that statue in the upper floor of the dining hall. That blue gem is like sitting there sparkling and, has the sheen on it. So it's like, oh, that's a thing. I have to get it somehow, sort of thing. Let's see. So the camera angles reveal a blue gem a statue is holding, along with a zombie prowling the upper floor. Killing or avoiding the zombie, Jill must push the statue to an opening in the railing before pushing it to the floor below, smashing and allow the blue gem to be looted later. Let's see. Exiting the second floor dining room on the far side, Jill is in the second floor of the entryway. Going down the main stairway, she finds that a part of the wall in the middle of the stairs, I don't know what that part of the stairs is called when you have like a plateau and then you have another set of stairs. That's a landing? That's what they call that? Okay. I'm not an architect, all right? I don't know what shit's called. I call it middle stairs. Now, this middle stairs is actually a doorway. It's like a hidden door. It's actually a doorway leading outside to a graveyard. Now, if I remember correctly, this door does not exist in the director's cut or the remake. This door, for whatever reason, was included only in the remake.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know what that purpose of that is. I'm guessing because the only other way to get through it was more roundabout, and they wanted to have you like a shortcut to the graveyard, probably. I don't know.
No, the graveyard. That area is completely new to the remake.
The whole graveyard is new to the remake?
Yeah.
The only other one is later in the game.
So how do you... Oh, I guess we'll get there when we get there, but okay, so the whole graveyard is new. All right, that's news to me. Good to know. So that's a whole section of the game that's different from the remake. Either way. In the graveyard, there's 2 zombies. I called it a new variant, but I don't even know if it's like a variant or just something that a zombie can do, that where they puke on you instead of grabbing you or slashing you or whatever the fuck. And I don't know if we ever found that out. Can the puke poison you or not? No.
It's just acid damage.
It's just damage? Okay. And I remember Corey playing it. I think they puked on him more than they actually slashed at him.
Yeah. Especially on stairs.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. After dealing with the zombies, I did write in quotations because at this point in the early game where your resources are limited, at a certain point, especially if you're a newer player, you've probably tried using your knife to kill a zombie at a certain point and realize it sucks balls, especially with Jill. And even as I watched Tim play it with Chris and Corey play it with Chris, even though he can kill zombies with a knife, it still sucks balls. It's you do not want to be using the knife. If you're using the knife, you're doing something wrong, essentially. Let's see. As she explores the graveyard, Jill finds a tomb in the back, which has a slot for the arrowhead she found. So wait, so the arrowhead in the original, or the arrowhead's a remake item?
All remake.
Oh, okay. All right, more remake stuff. So the arrowhead does not exist in the OG. All right.
Just added more puzzles in the remake.
Yeah, they added more puzzles. There's like an entire section of mask puzzles that is not in the original.
And this is why I said this is going to be confusing. That's why I said what I'm saying is specifically remake. So when I say shit like that, correct me when it doesn't exist. I thought only the doorway was new, but this whole area is new, including that arrowhead. Okay. And slots it into the tomb. This causes the tomb to slide back and reveal a secret entrance below ground. Below is a noisy area with gears grinding and fires burning. Jill finds the Book of Curses key item, which she needs to examine to find it contains the mansion key, and it's just the mansion key until you examine it again and it becomes a certain kind of key. Now, granted, you don't have to examine the mansion key for it to work, but when you examine it, I believe this is the shield or the armor key. Do you remember which one it is?
It's the sword key.
It's a sword key. Oh, yeah, it's a sword key. And the book itself is a note. You'll have lots of notes in this game, which is how you'll know, like, their whole purpose is to either just give you story or give you hints on how to solve puzzles. This one's a hint to how to solve puzzles. Solving a puzzle of the 4 masks she will need to do in order to complete what I like to call Act 1. I guess I failed to mention that. While this game isn't separated into acts, like in and of itself, I felt like I could separate it into, so I've sectioned this out into a 3-act structure, essentially. Act 1 is the mansion where we're at now, and probably the longest one. So this basically sets you up for what, like, the gatekeeping of the first act is to solve this puzzle of the 4 masks. So I guess I'll stop there. Like, I'll stop there and ask. Since now I know this whole area is different. Is that even a puzzle in the original? Is the 4 masks or not?
Nope.
That's still new.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll stop there. What the fuck is like the penultimate like challenge for like getting out of the mansion then?
So I think for the original ones, we have to find these medallions to put into a door that leads outside to the storehouse or whatever where the workers live.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know
You
if
get
it
4
was
medallions.
yeah.
instead of 4 masks.
If I was watching Tim or Corey do it, but yeah, that because that same section, there's only one slot for one thing, whereas you had to get like 4 medallions.
Yeah, it's 4 medallions, 4 masks, 4 medallions, or whatever. So it's very similar because that underground section, like I think there's another underground section too that's not even in the original. They added it with a whole boss and stuff too.
Okay, all right. Well, that's interesting. That's a really big difference between the two. I mean, granted, it's still 4 key items you need, but how you obtain them and the whole area it's at is completely new. All right, that's interesting. All right. Oh, there you go. Big change. Let's see. So Jill backtracks to the entryway and finishes descending the staircase. Jill re-examines the key she had found to confirm it possesses a symbol of a sword, which will change it from mansion key to sword key. And the one needed to open the previously locked door in the room she obtained with the map. She retraces her steps to the room and now can open the previously impassable door. The door leads to a hallway with windows opening to the forest outside the mansion. Jill loots another dagger and some more handgun rounds while thunder rumbles and windows crack. Just nice ambient noise that might make the player jump. The end of the hallway leads to another area where Jill opens the first door on the right with her lockpick, which leads outside to a fenced-in furnace area. I call it the furnace area. It seems like they burn trash out here. I don't know what this area is supposed to be called, but the mutant dogs can be seen and heard just outside of the fence, itching to pounce on her. Going to the end of the fence, Jill finds a handful of more herbs, a new one being red, and as you'll learn later, red basically just enhances the properties of green and blue, which we haven't seen yet. And the key item called chemical, like a bag of chemicals to be used on plants. That is the shittiest name for a key item I've ever heard in my life.
I think in the remake it's just called chemical.
No, in the remake it says chemicals to be used on plants. Like the whole thing is in green. It's just like, what does that mean? Is that good? Is it bad? Is it weed killer, or is it like, pesticide? I don't understand what you're telling me.
I think in the original it's just called chemicals, and it's a bag that's in a safe room next to an item box.
Oh, so the location of that's different.
In the director's cut, it's actually in the same spot.
Oh, okay. So it was in a different spot in the original, Corey? You don't remember going outside to get this bag?
No, yeah, it was just in a safe room or a save room.
Wait, no, actually he's right. It's in the favorite save room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the one on the stairs that
On the same side of the house,
Yeah, okay. All right, there we go. Another new. So this section is another remake exclusive, like small section. Then
you can still go to
that particular safe room is like that camera in the remake. That's such a cool location because the set dressing is just so impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the safe room you're talking about ended up being like my favorite safe room to go back to every time. So I just called it the favorite safe room. So I think Tim, you said this area is in the OG, just not as important, or
it's got herbs.
It's got weed.
Yeah, it's just healing items, and then the dogs jump into the fucking pen.
Okay.
Which the dogs
it's like 3 dogs.
Yeah.
The OG.
Let's see. Jill goes back inside the mansion before the dogs can find a way inside. The player would normally end up coming back here, whether for a key item, if they didn't loot the chemicals, or the herbs they could not carry. I don't think it happens the first time you're outside, but the next time you go out there, the dogs find a way in. Because I think in the remake, like the first time you go out there, it's a freebie.
The moment you touch the key item, I think it triggers the dogs.
Oh, okay.
So if you don't touch the key items, they don't jump over.
Well, then I guess the person I was watching was really fucking fast because he just grabbed the bag and ran, and I didn't even see them go inside the fence. So
I would also run my ass off.
True. Fair response to mutant dogs trying to eat you.
Once I grabbed the chemical in that area, I never found that area again. I could not find it because it was the only fuel canteen out there that I could not ever find again, and I knew it existed.
All right, so yeah, the purpose of this is to give you some more healing items, but the main purpose is that this bag of chemicals to be used on plants is a key item for somewhere else in the mansion.
Looks at camera.
Yeah. And kind of the first place you'd probably fight dogs, honestly, in a realistic sense. You fight them in other areas. This is probably for your average person the first time you'll probably fight them. How big of a pain in the ass they are.
As long as you're playing the original.
Yeah. And also that'll be your first introduction to a new enemy that's not a regular zombie, which means it's also probably not the last new enemy you're going to see for the rest of the game. So that being said, I covered a lot of ground from her going back to the corpse, learning what herbs are, getting ammo, getting the arrowhead, going to the new remake graveyard area, and then going outside to get the chemicals to be used on plants item. So granted, I know either a very small percentage of us or almost none of us will have done things exactly in that order, but try your best to like remember what you did after the first beginning, and I guess try and remember either how you got the bag of chemicals if that's what you did next, since that was fairly close, or how you got the arrowhead, or just try and pace yourself and give me your next couple hour and a half of gameplay of like what you did next. Essentially, like I said, this will be all over the place because we're not going to follow Mr. Survival Horror Network's like speed run essentially of 4 hours of this game doing everything optimally as possible. But so Jordan, after you went into the mansion proper, did your tutorial area and realized that all your previous knowledge is about to fail you, what did you do next?
Man, I fucking was just trying to figure out where to start because you eventually got yourself a big open area now, and it's like, okay, I can start doing things. So I literally was like walking through just the different separate rooms that they had there. Then that's when I came across the courtyard open area that was there. And it was hard for me to kind of get an idea of what I was doing specifically, since that outside area, it was hard for me to determine where I was supposed to be able to go to because it all like looked flat, kind of. So when I was going by the graveyard stuff, I was trying to figure out if I could pick things up. So I just kept pushing buttons. I eventually picked up shotgun shells, and I was actually getting a lot of ammunition. I was actually kind of happy about it. But then that's when they kind of flipped the script on you, and then they would just throw zombies everywhere. I was never good at getting around the zombies, so I was usually using a lot of ammunition because I was just sick and tired of having to run into them. And then that's when we'd find out later you run into them again anyways. It's just, I don't know, it was constantly frustrating me and trying to. I only found out about the arrowhead deal because I looked at a tutorial because it's again they like to play games with you, and I just did not know I was able to use that as a key. And then the face mask deal, those ones are scattered all over the place, trying to figure that out. The only thing I was really getting frustrated was just trying to figure out where the fucking keys worked for which area, because you had the armor key, you had the helmet key, you had the sword key, and all this shit, all these different keys. So I'm trying to literally just mask around, walking around through the areas and trying to figure out what I could. I would say like the first hour to 2 hours was almost just wasted of me just walking around and either getting killed by zombies because I would either not be able to react fast enough and I don't have any herbs to use, or just replaying it and then just like, okay, I died over here. I'm gonna try this area next. So I was basically just trying to get my feet wet while I was walking around the whole corridor area, and then going out to the graveyard is when I kind of felt like I was moving forward. But it was the pain set thing for me was just trying to figure out where all the fucking right key doors were, because on the map it doesn't tell you this is where all the keys are for this specific area. So I'm just running through the maps trying to fucking test the door every single one, and I end up walking into a room that ends up getting me murdered. That's pretty much all I got, was just getting fucking frustrated.
Yeah, the game doesn't do a great job because it lets you loose, and what I kind of like that sort of thing, having direction a little bit would be good because you're going around and you're picking up these items. Because out of context, you pick up that arrowhead and you're like, "What the fuck am I supposed to do with this?" You know, it's like this is used for something because I could loot it, but you don't know what it is, and now it's taking up an inventory slot, which could be used for a healing item or some ammunition or something. But until you find your first safe room, you're just as Edwin discovered, you're just kind of boned with your inventory space until you find your first safe room and you can actually start storing stuff. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. The game doesn't do a great job in like telling you where to go, but its philosophy is more like instead of telling you where to go, you're basically fenced in a certain way in a certain area. You can only go so many places, and the solution to move forward is within this fenced in area, and they're just letting you wander around in it trying to figure out what that solution is essentially.
And that could have been my downfall, because again, I've been used to all these games nowadays where they give you the map, they tell you where to go, they tell you this is what you're supposed to do. This one does none of that. It's just you have to literally, I guess, be quick on the gun of exactly how you're supposed to go through, and exactly like look at an item and think there might be another use for this thing. And that's kind of where I'm lacking at. So I'm spending a lot of time just testing a door, testing a door, testing a door. There's a door, murdered. That's basically it.
Yeah, I feel like this game did a good job of like it. I mean, I kind of praised for that, keeping like the original experience. Outside of a few things, I still wish they cut down on the whole fucking door opening animation thing, but keeping the original challenge of just kind of like not telling you where to go is neat. But yeah, it could frustrate people to the point they wouldn't want to deal with that. I can definitely see your point of view coming from that area. And that's with the remake, which I still think from looking at it is with like a little bit easier on you in a lot of ways. So Corey, the one who decided to take the remake, what did you do? Like, how did you? Since now we know probably a good half of what I just said didn't even exist in your game.
Yeah.
What did you do for the next like hour and a half to like 2 hours? Like, what was the first couple things you did?
So, I went and I found a bazooka that's outside on a porch. That has
fucking
a
bazooka.
Yeah, well, it's a grenade launcher or whatever. But there's a guy. He's dead on the balcony, and he has a grenade launcher. And there's a bunch of crows out there. And I kind of was just wandering around looking for items. I knew that the shotgun puzzle, if you take it off the wall and you go back in the room and you can't leave, so you got to put the thing back on. So I was looking for that. But basically, I was hitting every locked door I could until I finally found where the snake is, because the snake is the first, boss that you end up encountering. I hadn't hit any really big problems as of yet, but the weird part is this is the only time in the entire game when you come around the corner and you find the guy who's poisoned. The guy's like, go get me the antidote, and it shows you on the map where it is. And it's the only time that ever happens. And it's like, I really wish you guys did that kind of shit more often, because that'd be really nice if I knew exactly where I was going. But, I mean, the layout of the mansion isn't necessarily overly complicated once you've, ran up and down the damn hallway multiple times. So, especially in the OG, because the set dressing is, it is pre-rendered background still, but the limitation is, still dramatically a lot lower quality than the remakes version of it. So the rooms are very empty and there's less shit to bump into.
Also very bright. I noticed like the original, like the lighting is really bright.
Yeah, the atmosphere in the remake is so good. And they might have even kept the lanes the exact same so that the objects that are added don't actually interfere with the play, like the gameplay feel as much. But it seems like it might be more cluttered, but I have more open space to run around from stuff. And there's definitely a lot of zombies, but I had plenty of bullets at this point in the game, and plenty of saves at this point in the game, that I was just killing every zombie I came across, and eventually I ended up with the shotgun. I had the grenade launcher, and then I was ready to take on the snake boss, which you can just not fight him and run out of the room, or you can like fight him there. I just killed him in that room. You walk out, you get, or she's poisoned anyways, and then you pass out and wake up somewhere else. It's kind of like that huge block. I mean, there's a bunch of little notes and stuff that I'm finding, of course, like the 4 itchy tasty and all that jazz. But I've navigated a pretty good chunk of the mansion at this point, and I mean, it does make for a good dungeon. Like, I like the layout. It's the camera angle parts that's just a mechanic complaint, of course. Like, I like the fixed camera. I understand that they're directing you at like the focal point is usually the center of the screen of where you're supposed to be going based in this camera view. But if you're ever encountering an enemy in a camera, like in the camera swap, and you pull your gun out, your character kind of steps back a little bit, and you can step into the trigger and it changes the camera, so now you can't see what the hell you're aiming at. And there's a lot of 90-degree turns in this game, so there's a lot of chances where like the camera will just move some other. It's like, oh, it thinks you're going this way now, and then you end up getting mauled by a zombie. But I hadn't gotten killed that many times at this point. It's only when we get back to the mansion.
Yeah, so, and reminder, Corey's playing on the original Resident Evil. And the original Resident Evil, I know there's multiple small differences between that and the director's cut, but the biggest one that I read was the fact Corey does not have auto-aim. And what it means by auto-aim is that in the remake and in the director's cut, if there's a zombie within relative distance of you, if when you press the aim button, Jill or Chris will automatically target the zombie and point their gun at him. Corey does not have that. He has to manually aim in the fixed camera angle in order to hit shit.
Yep.
Yes.
Which will obviously lead to a lot of wasted ammunition if you can't hit what you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, you still get the critical hit with the shotgun, but you got to wait till the zombie's like right up on you, and then you like got to tap up to blow his head off. But we also don't have crimsons and any of that other stuff where the zombies like evolve if you leave them alone.
And we'll get to that later. Let's see. So, all right, Edwin, after restarting the game 3 times and finally getting your footing, what did you do?
So I did read up on like what Chris's like certain abilities are, and one of them is he has a higher critical shot on the zombies. So when I was trying to get the golden arrowhead, I did get one of those, and then in like the hallway where the green arrow is, there's at least 2 zombies, and I got a shot on one of them to instantly kill him. And then when I left the room, this is all like I already knew like what I was the special thing about the zombies is that if you kill them, not with the critical hit or burning them, that they come back as crimson heads. But initially, I did not know about the critical headshot. So when I left the room, the body just disappeared entirely, and I didn't even have to burn it or anything. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I better hope for critical shots then. But I got one of them, and then the other one I killed, but and the body was still there. So I was like, well, I'm gonna come back to a crimson head. But I got the golden arrowhead, and I immediately went to the graveyard. Weirdly enough, apparently the zombie placement and the amount is like dependent on the difficulty that you're playing on. Though I never really got the difference between the easy and normal mode, because the guide I was following said specific things only happen between the 3, but a lot of stuff was happening regardless of the fact that I wasn't on easy mode. So I guess the only real one was hard or not. But there weren't any zombies in the graveyard at all. I did find the shotgun ammo behind the grave, though I did not pick it up because I didn't want to softlock myself again. So I immediately went down into the little dungeon, and then I remember this one specifically because when I first tried to play this game, like, that area kind of creeped me out a bit because it was like really dark and like statues everywhere. I was like, I don't know what's gonna happen. There's some dude in a hovering metal coffin just screaming at me. I was like, I gotta get the hell out of here.
And the first thing you think is, I got to get that down. I got to open that.
I was like, I didn't know if it was like significant, but it was like I didn't like the first time I played this in my entire life. It was like that's the part where I gave up because I got completely lost. But I left, and then I already like dropped the statue off the second balcony floor of the dining room, so the gem was just gonna sit there for several hours. After that, I went to get the sword key. It was already on the back of the book. I didn't know that the examine feature was actually this old of a concept because it wasn't even in Resident Evil 4. So it was actually like surprising to me that it actually was able to have that mechanic in this game. After that, I went through. Oh, I had to go to the bathroom first to get an old key because that's what Chris has to do. And then after you drain the tub, you have to. I think I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. So after going past Kenneth's corpse, there was the zombie that you mentioned in that one hallway that's just automatically dead. For some reason, I was like, I didn't interact with it at all. But when I came back, it just disappeared. But there was no enemy or anything. So I don't know where it went.
That's strange.
Like, yeah. I went up the stairs. I had to go to the bathroom to get an old key, but I had to drain the tub, and then there was a zombie in there that almost killed me because there was probably the most close quarters fight that I've had so far. But I continued down the hallway. I went outside to the room that I'll never find again, and got the chemical for specific plants. And then,
chemicals to be used on plants, the item.
I think after I grabbed that, I grabbed only the red herbs because I figured that those were rarer than the green ones. And then I just grabbed them all and went to the item box. And I never went back to that room, and I didn't stay there long enough to know if like the dogs would actually attack me. I did just stand there at the doorway waiting for them to actually come through the gate, but nothing happened. So I was a little worried there. And then I went around that one circular hallway, and then I think that's where like the second save point was. And I think that was it so far.
Okay. All right. Well, Tim, how was your experience for the first couple hours with the director's cut? Aside from the few times you died and had to restart for like 30 or 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think I had. I think I had the exact same number of restarts actually as Edwin. Also playing as Chris. Once I kind of got like acquainted with playing the director's cut, you watched most of it. I kind of scrolled around because I was like, oh, this is this thing and this is that thing because I just got done looking at all this.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like starting a bunch of puzzles and not finishing any of them.
Yeah.
But then when I ended up going around the upstairs because in the director's cut and the OG, where you guys have the cutscene, you guys have the stairway that goes up, but we don't have that in the original one.
Oh, okay.
So after we go in there, I went around to the first save room to go and trigger the whole cutscene with Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Grab stuff out of the chest, because at this point I think I used a few shots of ammo on the guy in the hallway, because I didn't want to have to deal with him. From there, I was like, okay, I'm going to start grabbing all these key items and throwing them in the chest. So I started running around grabbing all that stuff. And then at this point, I kind of struggled because I know the layout of the mansion, but I was kind of like, well, what room do I need to go to trigger this? Because obviously we don't have the graveyard.
Yeah.
So I started going, opening doors, trying to find the sword key. And unlike where you guys get the dogs in the one hallway, I'm kind of surprised Corey didn't mention it, so he must have had an easy time. I had one of my other deaths in the hallway with the dogs.
Yeah.
Where they jumped through the window?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran off.
I should have run off.
Brave Sir Corey ran away.
I was like, I want this ammo. And so I was like, I'm going to fight the dogs. Yeah, it was not a good idea. So once I kind of got past that, and I realized that we're getting medallions now instead of getting the masks, it's like, okay.
Yeah, because you had to reset your brain for a lot of this, because you immediately started playing it as soon as we were done playing the remake together, so you had to like reset what the order of operations was to get through the mansion.
So yeah, I basically was like revisiting the spots that I had already kind of walked you through. And I think my biggest issue that I ran into was just like obviously feeling like I needed to save a lot more, which will play into what screwed me over eventually. So anytime I felt like I made any serious progress in completing puzzles, I was saving. So I basically got to where I was up on the stairs. I've already opened up all the sword or most of the sword key doors. Worked through the getting Rebecca because I had to deal with Rebecca because I can't play the piano.
Yeah, because Chris. I mean, I'll give Chris this. It's a pretty realistic stopping point. If you get to the piano, you're like, shit, I can't read sheet music. What am I supposed to do now? But yeah, well, here's the thing. Chris doesn't interact with Barry at all, does he? He's with Rebecca the entire game.
In fact, it's Jill and Chris that walk in with Wesker, and the line is, "Where's Barry?"
Oh yeah, Barry. Yeah, Barry. Where's Barry? Fucking voice acting kills me. That original is just so bad.
Yeah, out in a hallway.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's a big change. When I guess it's worth mentioning is that Chris, again, we've joked about it earlier, but Chris is a fucking meathead and he has to use Rebecca to solve the smart people puzzles throughout the game. Essentially, he gets all the items, but he's like, "Here, woman, take this. Play on the piano because my big manly fingers can't press it." Yeah, fucking nerd. I'm just gonna kill zombies. You sit here and learn how to play the piano.
It's me, Chris.
Yeah,
Rebecca.
That's my favorite fucking scene. Is after you get Rebecca and get in the fucking piano room. We're not gonna get there with Jill for a while, but fucking, you're in a piano room, and after you get Rebecca, Chris is dicking around with the piano, and Rebecca comes in the room. He's like, "Chris, it's me, Rebecca." And Chris looks up, and she's like 10 feet away, and he's like, "Is that you, Rebecca?" I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
They probably played those audio files in the opposite order.
That's what I said.
Yeah, it's like, it sounds like it should have been played in the opposite order. It's just fucking... Even if they did that, I still think it would have been stupid.
No, it still sounds dumb because of the delivery.
Well, it's not even just the delivery. Just, I mean, think about it. Even if we said it in the reverse order, Chris looks up and says, "Is that you, Rebecca?" And then Rebecca responds 10 feet away saying, "Chris, it's me, Rebecca." It's still going to sound fucking
I'm confirming
stupid.
your statement.
Yeah.
This is English.
Yeah, we are speaking English to each other right now.
Well, I had that same type of thing when Barry was giving me the lockpick to because I was Jill, and he's like, "And for you, Jill," like he was handing out like the Wizard of Oz prizes. Like, you get the lockpick because you're the master of lockpicking. It's like,
because I know you're a dirty thief and stole my sandwich from the break room that one time.
It's like, okay, thanks.
So I have to ask Corey, did you get the line?
Huh?
Wait, no, you said you got the broken shotgun, right?
Yeah, you were almost a Jill sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't, because I was like, I knew that scene was going to be there, and I'm like, I'm not going to touch this thing yet until I find the broken shotgun first.
You actually just need it, because he saves you, and that's how you get that cutscene.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, I'm going to get the broken shotgun and then figure this out that way.
But yeah, no.
What's silly is that you can still loot it, and then you're just like, well, I have a broken shotgun now that I can't use.
Yep. Because at that point, the room's completely sealed off. You can't go back in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I went through the mansion with just the shotgun and the pistol, and then I eventually just put the knife away.
I think most everyone did. Once you had a comfortable amount of handgun ammunition or something otherwise, it's just like, this is just taking up an inventory slot.
I immediately put that shit away. I got the gun.
Yeah. But for my experience, is actually kind of along the lines of what I remember of this, more or less on this, because I did the same thing. I was like, well, I don't know where to go, so I guess I'll go back to the room where I first saw the zombie and just like continue from there. So I did go in that same room, found the herbs, went upstairs, was exploring around, found the arrowhead. And again, what I meant by like Tim helping me, it was like it's like when I got to the airhead, Tim's like, all right, grab that because we're going to use it later. He's like, he doesn't tell me what it's for or how to use it. Just like, hey, so we don't have to come looking for it later. Grab it right now. So it'll save me some backtracking. And again, I think from what I remember from early, I have more distinct memories the further we get in, but the early game was just like a lot of wandering around, going into different rooms, getting a bunch of different key items and stuff. And I did end up going out to that courtyard area, but I had to go back there to get the chemicals to be used on plants because all I saw was the herbs. Because I actually didn't even register that item was even there. I got out there and I was just like, ooh, drugs. And I fucking took all the herbs. And then later I'm like, and you get to the point where you have to use those chemicals, and I was very confused. And then Tim's like, you've already seen it. And I had to circle back and backtrack to go get the fucking chemicals to be used on plants in that area. Most of it was just going around looting items. Yeah, I was pretty much doing the same thing. And it took me a while to get out to the graveyard because, again, Tim had to point out, because I never would have realized that there was a door in the middle of the fucking stairway that led out to the graveyard. He was like, there's a door there. And I just clicked. To me, what I thought I did was just click the wall and it suddenly spawned a door there. But I was just like, oh, okay. I never would have figured that out. I never would even know. I mean, there's other ways to get to the graveyard. That's just like an early, easy way to get there. But mostly, I don't have a lot of distinct. I mean, obviously, once I got to the tombstone and I saw the arrowhead, it was pretty obvious what I was supposed to do: put it in, slot it in, go down there, find the book. And at that point, I was learning. I was like, oh, examine the book, open up book, and you find the sword key. I'm like, all right, use the sword key, and yada yada. So I opened up those doors and was going around looting stuff. And I think I went to the piano room, found the sheet music item, but just stored that away because that wasn't useful at that point. But this mansion area is just like the biggest just fuck around area, essentially. The more stuff we have, like, that's why I said it's also the largest act in the game because it takes the longest to get through, because the game does get a bit more streamlined the further we get into it, but the real initial exploring the mansion definitely takes the longest. So pushing forward, and I'm going to go a little bit further this time because, again, we're all over the place, so I'll go a bit further with this mysterious Jill that we're following. Returning inside, Jill pushes farther down the hall and enters the next door on the right that leads to a bathroom. Upon entering, she finds a tub filled with some kind of vile liquid and pulls the plug to allow it to drain. It's like, when I saw this, I was like, why would you do that? What compels someone to do that? You just see a tub full of nasty, vile, brown, what you're assuming is water, and it's like, I'm gonna pull the plug. I'm like, you realize you have to fucking put your hand in that, right? Like, I would never fucking do that, but whatever. And what baffles me is that this isn't the first or this isn't the last time you're doing this. They reuse this concept, and I'll never understand why. Also, why the fucking shit you find in the bathtub didn't just fall down the drain. So she drains the water. Unfortunately, a zombie was taking a bath at the time and lunges for Jill. Luckily, it's clumsy and falls from the tub where cutscene Jill smashes its head. Again, I find it weird because she does this, and only now smashing that one zombie's head in makes her sick, and she rushes for the nearby toilet to vomit after all the other shit she's seen already. That's the part that broke her, I guess. I don't understand why that particularly was gross. Returning to the tub, she finds another dagger item. Jill leaves and continues down the hall until she reaches a door on her left and enters it. This small tea room contains a shotgun hung on the wall. Jill takes it and thinks nothing of the mechanism that is activated as the weight of the shotgun is taken from the wall mount. Stepping back into the connecting room, she sees the ceiling is starting to flatten to the ground, but both doors are locked and Jill is seemingly trapped. Calling for help, Barry is fortunately on the other side of the door, is able to open it and rescue Jill. Some awkward dialogue is exchanged, and unfortunately, I think Jill's sandwich is only in the original, because he does say, I think in the remake, he just says something along the lines of like, you were almost be able to put into being a sandwich or some bullshit like that. It wasn't as funny.
It's like you would have fit nicely into
Yeah, you would have fit nicely in a sandwich. I'm like, thanks, asshole. I almost died.
It's a creepy line on it, honestly.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm glad you had fun. Let's see. Some awkward dialogue is exchanged, and where the player is getting the first real hint something is strange is happening because Jill questions him, like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad you're here, but like, why? And she does questions like, I thought you were investigating the dining room, and in my mind, I'm like, bitch, how long do you think it takes to investigate a dining room? Like, the guy was taking like 20 minutes to look at a puddle of blood. Let's see. Barry leaves and lets Jill resume exploring the mansion. So Jill basically gets a freebie. Doesn't have you can solve the puzzle as Jill, get the broken shotgun and not get you, and you just don't get that cutscene, which I believe is what I did because I found the broken shotgun and I was like, oh, I know how this puzzle works. So I never actually got that cutscene, which it doesn't matter. You just get it for free. But either way, reaching the end of the hall, Jill enters into the next room where she goes into the first door on her right. Another small room with some stairs and 2 zombies are here. Jill dispatches the zombies in the door where she leads to one of the few safe rooms in the game. Areas where you are not attacked by any enemies and are given a few items, a typewriter to save, and a chest to store any unused items and can be accessed from any other chest in the game. Because there's some kind of eldritch being. There's some D&D bag of holding shit going on there. And probably at the end of the game, this is probably like one of my favorite music tracks is just the save room track. It's just so it's chill but ominous. It's this nice blending of, I'm not a music guy, I just know what I like listening to, but it's just this nice blend of like, well, yeah, it's like you know you get a breather, but you also feel like you're not completely safe either, you know? It still keeps you on edge with it. It still keeps you immersed, but you're also like, okay, I can take a breather right quick.
Just a safe place in hell.
Yeah, safe place in hell. Let's see. This save room in particular also contains a note on how to dispose of the zombies and the canteen key item. An item unique to the remake, I think anyways, the canteen. Okay.
Yep. And
whose gameplay purpose outside of a few puzzles, actually, I regret this. I think what I meant to say is that applies to the lighter, not the canteen itself, is to burn the bodies of zombies so as to permanently destroy them with the limited kerosene given to the player throughout the game. And, why destroy the bodies? The reason is one of, if not what I think is the biggest gameplay difference between the remake and the original, is the Crimson Head zombies. In the original Resident Evil, once a zombie is down and a pool of blood forms around the body, it's out of the game, like gone for good. But in the remake, when you kill a zombie and they get a puddle of blood, the zombies will not disappear and their bodies will remain where they're at. And if a player re-enters a room too many times, the body will eventually get back up in form of a Crimson Head zombie, and they're much faster, aggressive, and deal more damage than a normal zombie. You can kill a Crimson Head like you did a normal zombie. You're going to be wasting more resources, but once the Crimson Head is dead, then it's dead for good. But in order to avoid that altogether, the player can use this canteen along with the lighter item, which you'll get shortly, in order to burn the bodies and avoid that altogether. But the kerosene is limited, and you keep have to refill it. You get like 3 charges of the canteen per refill, I think. 3 or 4. And let's see, and the only other thing to avoid this is to get the lucky critical hit headshots, which I don't know if aiming has any kind of influence on, or if it is truly random.
In the remake, it's entirely RNG, but apparently, from what I was reading, in the original, especially with the shotgun, it really primarily with the shotgun, you could get guaranteed crits with it if you let them get really close and aim up, like Corey was saying.
Okay. Because if you get a critical hit and their head fucking explodes, then you don't have to burn the bodies. That zombie's just out of the game. Let's see. So I don't have numbers on this, but when I was watching Corey and Tim play it, it seems to me that in exchange for us having Crimson Heads and you guys not having to deal with that, it really seems like there's a lot more zombies in the original Resident Evil than there are in the remake. like I said, I don't have like number sheets or anything on that. I have no confirmation of it. It just seemed that way to me. Like that was the trade-off, is that, well, we had less zombies, but we had to deal with burning the bodies or risk having a crimson head. You guys had like a lot more zombies to deal with. Like, would you agree with that? Or
In certain rooms, yes. In other ones, I felt like they were kind of the same as the remake.
like, did you feel that way, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't, because it's hard to tell. Like, I was watching Jordan play his stream and stuff too, but it generally was pretty close. However, the revisiting of the mansion with hunter placement, I think there's only 3 in the mansion in the remake, but there's 8 in the original.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's a bit. Okay, so that's a noticeable difference. All right, but we'll get to those guys later.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the biggest. Aside from like the defensive items, that's the next biggest like combat mechanic that was changed, is dealing with the Crimson Heads. It's not the hugest thing in the world, but it does. It makes you think, especially on a second playthrough, when you're like, oh, I know I'm going to come through this hallway a lot, so I should burn these bodies. Or if you can go down a hallway and be like, if I do this right, I can go down this hallway once and never come down here again, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But anyways, so after storing a few items and exiting the safe room, Jill heads upstairs to deal with another zombie. Taking it right at the top of the stairs, Jill goes all the way to the end of the hallway, past the door on her right, and enter the door at the end of the hall. Immediately, a zombie is to her right and only a few feet away. Jill dodges around and passes to the right and enter a next door close by on the right. This office room contains the dog whistle key item and a note containing a hint on how to use it. More handgun ammo and another note detailing how to use the herb mixing mechanic in the game, which, long story short, you can use raw herbs. Raw green herbs heal you. Blue herbs will cure you of poison, and red herbs are useless unless they're mixed with other herbs. And you can like combine 2 green herbs together to get a better healing, or 3 green herbs to get a full heal, or 2 green herbs and a red herb to get a full heal, or a blue and a green herb to get poison and healing, and healing, or blue, green, and red herbs if you're just feeling fancy and just want a super drugs. I think that is mainly to deal with like inventory management, because it's just like you'd rather just mix these 2 things and have 1 item rather than 2 in your like 6 item slots you have. But anyways, which allows for stronger medicine along with inventory management. You find the lighter in this room, which is what I meant to say earlier. The lighter, along with lighting the bodies, is used for like I think 2 puzzles in the game or something like that. Jill exits through a door on the other side of the office, which leads her back to the 2nd floor hallway above the safe room she was just at. She burns the bodies of the zombies in this area, typically a good idea to clear them out near safe rooms, as the player will return to them frequently. She returns to the safe room and refills her canteen. Kerosene is a limited resource, and the player can only burn so many bodies between refills, so they must make a wise decisions on which to burn. Jill exits the safe room and backtracks to the hallway. She was nearly ambushed by a zombie a moment earlier. Instead of dodging around, she sprints ahead in the other direction and around another zombie at the far end of the hall and runs for the door at the end of the hallway. Jill runs into Barry again, and after more awkward dialogue, they split up again. Barry giving Jill a parting gift of acid shells, which, when he hands it to you the first time, the fucking dialogue is like, hey, I found a can of fizz. It's like, it should make quick work of whatever the fuck he said. I'm like, are you handing me a Sprite? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, yeah, he just calls it a can of fizz, and he gives you, like, grenade launcher rounds. And I was like, oh, I get a grenade launcher? Because I feel like, I think the door with the grenade launcher isn't accessible till you come back from the residence, right? At least in the remake.
You've like he was saying earlier in the OG, you get a little bit earlier.
Yeah, because I didn't mention it earlier, but when you said you got the grenade launcher, I was like, I'm pretty sure that door is locked in the remake until I come back from the residence. No, maybe not actually. Now I think about it, maybe it's right before I leave, because I remember having grenade launcher when I was dealing with the hunters. Yeah. Either way, it wasn't that early. I had to get some kind of key to open that door, is what I was thinking of. Yeah, it's just a weird way, because it's a can of fizz. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, can of fizz? I'm like, I'm running around here getting attacked by zombies, and you found a Mountain Dew. Good for you. Like,
there's a vending machine on the 1st floor.
Yeah, it still works. It's crazy.
Nothing's expired. It was
nothing's
expired.
Yeah.
So, that dog whistle item is also only in the remake, and apparently you're supposed to use it to summon a dog in like a certain area of the mansion, and it's around its collar has a replica of the armor key, so you get the armor key that way too.
Yeah, so yeah, I was getting to that. So okay, yeah, so that is a remake exclusive
Yeah.
thing, is the dog whistle. Okay.
I think
Yeah.
in that room, and Corey can correct me because he's probably able to remember as well. I think we get some ammo, and I think there was one of the small keys, if I'm not mistaken, or at least it was for Chris.
I would imagine some important item would probably be in there. Because otherwise
Yeah,
it would just be a door with like resources.
there
So
was a
I
bunch of stuff in there.
okay. All right, so that's another difference is the dog whistle. So how do you get the fake key, or is that even how you solve the
You don't have
puzzle?
to get the fake key.
You don't have to get the fake key. So how do you solve the puzzle? Is it the same puzzle in the original then? Oh, okay.
That whole hallway is remake only.
There's a lot more shit that's changed in the remake.
Man.
Okay. We'll still get to that soon enough. Let's see. When the cutscene ends, Jill is back on the second floor entryway and makes her way across to the second floor dining room area again. Back here, Jill goes all the way to the last door on the right and opens it with the sword key. She enters the hallway. She enters another hallway. I'm going to say hallway a lot because the game is like 70% hallways. And enters the first door in front of her, which leads to an outdoor balcony area. And so this outdoor balcony area with the big stained glass window where you use the dog whistle, is that in the OG or
Nope?
So that whole balcony is just
Yeah.
in the remake. Okay. So you go with this big balcony with a stained glass window, the same one as pictured with the note that came with the dog whistle. Blowing the dog whistle, she is ambushed by two of them and takes them out, looting the collar on one of them. You have to examine the collar, in which it holds a coin, and when you examine the coin, it folds out into a key-shaped item. Afterwards, when you leave, you discard the dog whistle, which the game prompts you to throw away key items once they've served their purpose to better allow inventory management, which is nice. Jill goes back the way she came and backtracks down the hallway. She had initially found the arrow in, dodging zombies to the end of the hall in the opposite direction. In the room at the end of the hall, she finds a narrow hallway decorated with statues of knights. At the end of the hallway, she finds a key and a stone, which she can loot. However, this causes her to be trapped in with the knight statues, with one of the knight statues having a bunch of vicious spikes on the front and starts going down the hallway on a track with just spinning, whirring blades of death. And the player needs to replace the key they took from the dump with the dummy one they found on the dog collar to prevent Jill from dying, or else they can put the original key back to just stop the mechanism. This is the armor key? Question mark.
Yes.
Okay. And opens doors just like the sword key has done. So now your world is opened up a bit more. So you have another key. Jill backtracks back to the hallway that led to the second floor dining room, fights the 3 to 4 zombies there are to clear the hallway. She burns the bodies afterwards and heads downstairs to another safe room. So I guess we'll stop there, especially now considering that, again, another like quarter to half of that apparently doesn't even exist in the original game. And we'll get to that when we get to Corey and Tim. But Jordan, so you were wandering around within the confines, like just trying to figure out where the fuck you're supposed to go. What was like when did you feel like you were starting to get some traction? Like, what was the first kind of like puzzles and stuff you started to solve? Like, what happened for you next?
Well, again, me walking around aimlessly, just looking for a fucking way into a room that was not locked was just painful as it was enough. I would simply be basically chiming in with Corey on the Discord and be like, okay, where do I go next? Because I did come across the room with the shotgun, and that's when I was just like, okay, I took it off, and I was like, okay, I got it. And then Corey's like, you leave that room, you're gonna die. You better have that fucking fake shotgun to put in its place. So I was like, okay, put the shotgun back. And then I went to go look for it, and that's when I found the replica, and then I was able to get that. And that was the funny part. What you were talking about is that those stupid Crimson Head bullshit thing game where I literally just became more burnt out than terrified at the point where it's just like, oh my god, what would you see in this corner? I'm constantly just sighing every time that I had now found out that there was an additional type of zombie I was going to encounter with the limited amount of ammunition that I had. And then I finally got the shotgun, so I felt like I was going to be good. But then, then we found out that the carotene, the lighter and the fuel for it was to burn bodies, and that's when I was kind of like, what the fuck is the point of this? I don't give a shit. I'm good. I've shot every zombie in this fucking mansion. I'm pretty sure I'm good. And then that's when one got up and then fucking was like just hauling ass at me, and I'm like, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. And then it just killed me. So now I know that there is now an additional type of zombie, not just one, but every other zombie I've murdered is all came back from the dead to kill my ass once again. And now I'm basically playing track and field where I'm just doing fucking quick, 500-meter dash, trying to run as fast as I fucking can before I get my ass killed. And so now I have that on my fucking back every time I'm going through a room. I'm like, great, every fucking zombie. Now I'm trying to remember where they are. So I die, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 times trying to get myself around because now every time I'm looking at, I have to retrace my steps. And if I see a zombie on the floor, I have to be sure I have the shotgun because the pistol is basically useless at this point. I can't fucking put enough clips into that thing to drop it. It just runs right through it and kills me. So now I'm just a shotgun guy. So there's no point in the knife, of course, and there's definitely no point in the pistol. So I'm just burnt out at this point, and then I go through the other additional steps to get the that whistle from the dog, and I wasn't really thinking about it, and I was like, okay, cool, I finally got this whistle. What the fuck do I do with it? And so I'm literally going into every room because I was rushing things. I wasn't reading. I should be reading, but I was just so flustered. I was trying to get through everything that I eventually got out to the outside area and I played the whistle, and I was like, oh, it worked. And then fucking dog came out and ate my ass alive, and then I had to redo it because, of course, the limited amount of saves from the stupid ass ink ribbons. I eventually ended up having to redo the whole fucking thing to finally got that squared away with to get the stupid key. And it was basically me just chiming in on Discord asking, what do I do with this piece of shit key? Or what do I do with this fucking item that I have in my hands? Is there use for it? Because I have no fucking clue. It was that the entire time. This is the point where I started to slowly drift away from wanting to complete, either I was going to complete the game or not, because again, it was just items that you would have to figure out if that was an item that you would use as a key, or would I mistakenly put it in the wrong fucking spot because the thing will take it, and then I just assume that's the item, and then I have to come back later to find out it's not the item. It just fucking pissed me off.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's
You know what?
exactly why I went with a guide first.
Well, yeah, well, that was the thing. I was trying to make a whole way of it to where I was like, I tried as much as I possibly could to stay away from any strategy guides, any walkthroughs. But I would just start coming down to where I just ask frequently, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm fucking sick of this. This is where the Crimson came alive so fast because I've walked through those rooms 1,000 fucking times, and that's when they'd just be like, hey, I've seen you before. Beat your ass now. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I don't need this right now. So every bit of ammunition just dwindled to zero. Eventually was hoping to God I could find another box of shells somewhere so I could fucking take care of this bullshit.
Yeah.
Sounds like a joyous time.
Yeah, it sounds like the next monthly game we'll let you pick it.
Happy Fun Times 3.
Yeah, it'd be fun time. We'll play Turtles in Time. How about that? Anyways, well, that is unfortunate that I was driving you mad. If it makes you feel any better, I feel the same way playing Shadow of the Fuck Tree right now. Elden Ring. Anyways, so Corey, in the OG, how were you progressing? So I guess you can go into detail now that we know that both the dog whistle don't exist, and that whole segment getting the armor key with the statue hallway does not exist. What's the process of getting the? I think I said the armor key. So what's the process for getting the armor key in the original?
I'm not. See the water pump. Okay, so that's room 19. I'm looking at a map right now because I'm trying to remember exactly where these things were, because this is before the snake still. For because I was just grabbing everything I could find. I don't even remember like if there was a specific thing I had to do to get the armor key. I just know that because I didn't even look at the keys, so like they were all just mansion key. I know that the doors would say, this requires a special key, and then it took me like, I don't know, maybe 2-3 hours before I was like, oh, I can look at these.
And look with your
like,
special eyes, Chris.
Yeah, because it would just say like you found like a mansion key, and it's like, all right, cool. And then like if it said it opened a door, because it doesn't say like you used the armor key. If you didn't look at it, the game will still just say you used the mansion key. So it's like, oh, okay. Well, I'm making progress, I suppose. So like a lot of those items, because that area doesn't exist. There's a door in the first place where where you encounter the first zombie. That's not in the original as well. So I've kind of already covered like most of the mansion that I can before I come back with another key to open some doors. But there was a puzzle that I didn't mention, which is this puzzle where you click on paintings and there's just a bunch of birds in there.
Yeah, so that room is present within the remake, but like the solution to the puzzle is different. Like,
Yeah,
the puzzle itself still involves pictures, but it's different, like how you go about solving it.
Yeah, because you have to go through and select like the youngest to oldest picture, because it's like the journey through like a man's life or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you solve the puzzle, for some reason, the fine art critics that are the crows in the rafters get really pissed at you, and then they start attacking. And I died a couple times in that damn room because they're the only things I think the knife is a viable option for, because you just sit there and swing and they'll eventually just fly into it. But again, I don't have
your knife around.
Yeah, I just keep swinging it until the birds are gone.
It's like, our birds must stand here, swing my knife like this. If you get hit, it's your fault.
The birds are a weird enemy choice because they're only in like in the original, at least I think they're only in like 2 rooms.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, well, now that that's over, and I've basically found everything because I'm not looking for mask pieces. I'm looking for the pieces to go out to that gate. So I've been out there and I put a thing out there, run back into the mansion looking for the next piece. This is kind of, well, I haven't hit the wall yet. It's only after I leave the mansion the first time is when the game really starts giving me a hard time. But the puzzles themselves, because the game gives you optional ways to solve things, the chemical mixing puzzle, I didn't even do it. So there was that.
We'll get to that.
But,
that's like quote unquote 2 in the Residence later.
Yeah,
as an aside, I just Googled it real quick. Your guys' how to get the armor key is the little greenhouse area where you have to use chemicals to be used on plants item to kill the fucking plant. That's where your armor key is, because in the remake, that's where you get it. One of the death masks is getting past the puzzle.
Okay.
But that's where your armor key is in that room.
I thought there was a medallion in there.
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, so I guess I've been outside already then at this point. Because if I had to go outside and or to the greenhouse, the plant would have been, oh yeah, because you pour the chemicals in, he dies, you walk around and grab the thing. And you don't have to really fight it.
We're not fighting it there. It's like foreshadowing, because now it's like, oh great, there's mutant sentient plants in this mansion too. Wonderful.
I don't think you ever have to go back in that room either.
No, the only because in the remake, and I know in the remake, aside from the death mask, it just has a bunch of herbs. That's the only other thing in the room.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like making noise, flailing in the background, where you're just like, hold on, I'm trying to kill you.
Yeah. I find it funny, again, it's probably the same in the original, but in the remake, when you use the chemicals to be used on plants item, you just throw the whole unopened bag in the machine and turn it on. I'm just like, why didn't you just open it and pour it in? You just threw the whole bag in there. I almost imagine that wouldn't do anything. Yeah.
Seems more funnier with Chris, because of course he doesn't use his brains. He's like,
Bag.
Yeah,
He
like,
just beats the plant with the bag.
Yeah, he just beats the plant with the bag of chemicals.
It said to use on plants.
Yeah, it
Use on
says use on plants. I am using on plants. Apply with force.
Oh, you're
Does it
supposed
work? Do
to
it again.
open the bag.
Yeah. This is funny because even Jill does it. She's just like, "How does this work?" Just throws it in. It's like, "Yeah, that works."
Not a wood chipper.
It's fine. It's like I do have a grenade launcher with fire rounds, but this should work too. Anyways, all right. So that's how you find your armor key, aside going from killing a dog and going through that hallway, which will open up the game a bit more. But aside from, and you just went through about what you were doing, anyways. Getting to that point. So again, the game right now, so far, the gameplay loop is just like find key, open more doors to find more things, to find another key, to open more doors, to find things, to find a key, to find more doors. Even though the ultimate objective for the remake is to find masks, your objective is to find the medallion things to solve your puzzle to get into the next area.
And my primary thing that I was doing at this point is just looking for as much ammo as I can and throwing it in my item box.
Yeah. I will say that with Tim's help, by the end of the game, I was kind of overflowing with healing items specifically, because I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I never died once because I'm a fucking pro gamer. I ended up plenty of ammo too, but I think I used way more ammo, especially near the end of the game, trying to get rid of the fucking bug zombies, but we'll get there. Anyways, so Edwin, since you had to deal with the dogs and the dog whistle and the armor key, I mean, are you there yet, or what was your order of operations from where you left off last time?
So, considering what Jordan said, I think throughout the entire game, I've only fought like maybe 2 or 3 Crimson Heads, because immediately after what I said last, I went to the second safe room. I went to get the fuel canteen, and then outside that room there were two zombies that I already killed, so I immediately burned them. I'm not wasting any time. And then I went to that room that you guys talked about, where it's like the dogs will like break through the window, and apparently if you keep going in the same direction, like from point A to point B to like the shotgun room, I believe, if you only go from that door to that other end, then the dogs won't show up. But if you go backwards, then they will show up. And I completely forgot about that. So like when I went through that hallway maybe twice, then I immediately forgot and made the dogs show up. I never fought them because apparently they were pretty easy to dodge, because they have a really long charge up to do a single attack. So it's just like, I'm just gonna walk by you and then you'll immediately miss me.
Mm-hmm. I think their more annoying fact is that they're just really fast.
Yeah,
I mean, they move fast.
Well, the ones that I have to fight, they were stronger. But like after getting the canteen, I got the broken shotgun that I accidentally missed because it was in the corner where the camera angle does not help you with. So I didn't know it was even in that room. But then I had to go all the way back. That's why I had to go through the hallway twice, because I forgot about the broken shotgun I missed. So I had to go back to that hallway. The dog still didn't show up. I got the shotgun. I went up to the east wing, and I got the dog whistle. Then I lost a little bit of my way, and then that's where I accidentally activated the dogs because I wanted to take the shortcut. So the dogs showed up, and then I immediately rounded back because like I didn't want to deal with them. So I went all the way around, and I went to the balcony, which I thought was really weird because you're on the second floor balcony, but that's where you have to get the dogs to show up. So they just like jump from the ground all the way to the second floor of the house.
Yeah, who knows where the fuck they came from? It's just like it was the most random thing in the world. It's like use outside by the stained glass window and dogs will spawn. I'm like, that's the most video game shit I've ever heard in my life.
They can fly.
Yeah, it's like they're just really strong. They just jump really high. You know, Dobermans, they can clear 2 stories easily.
Fucking grasshopper legs.
Yeah, I know. It's them zombie legs, bro. They give you mad gains. You just get super jumping power.
But it's like I just like I just like literally just like held up like right next to the herbs that were like, because there's like little pots of herbs that you can't pick up, but they're there for you to use. There's like 3 of them, so you can use like 3 times.
Yeah, they have
So
like a
it's like,
charge.
Yeah, so it's like I'm very glad that the guy told me to get the shotgun, because the shotgun just like immediately just like 1 to 2 shots depending on your aiming the dogs.
Yeah.
So it's like it was a pretty easy fight. I did get hit a little bit, so I just like I'll just take 1 herb at least, and then I just left. And
I think those static herbs that you can't pick up, they seem to be placed in points of the game where the developers know you are either there's a very high likelihood you are going to get like poisoned or hurt. And with the dogs on that balcony, I figured that they knew after play testing, they were like, okay, they're gonna get hurt like every time here. Let's give them like a freebie heal or something like that.
I'm glad for the poison ones, not so much for the green ones. That's like the only time I use the green ones. The thing is like if like I get hurt, because it was like most of the time playing as Chris, half my inventory is like full, and then the other half has to be empty, because that's just the way I'm being guided. So
Yeah.
it's like I'm like 90% of the time not carrying a healing item. So, and if I do find one, I just immediately use it if I have to, and then I just like stockpile the rest in my item box. But after that, I did find where you're supposed to get the item, the armor key first, but it was like I saw like the whole room layout. I'm just like, I'm not picking that up. So I was like, I left, and then I came back all the way after fighting the dogs. Then I came back, and then I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I expected. And then I just got the actual armor key using the fake one. And then I'm not sure if this is specific to Chris's, but after getting the armor key, I went into a specific room where, what's his name? Richard. Where Richard is poisoned, and then Rebecca finally shows up. This is like the first time that I see her. I was like, I didn't even know she was in this game, so I was like surprised. Like, who the hell are you?
But you lady, Chris need help. Lady, help Chris.
I mean, later she's not super helpful. Like after this point, she essentially becomes useless to me. I was like, then she once I find Richard, then she finds me, and then I have to go all the way back to the safe room, like right next to the canteen room where I got it, and then I have to bring back the 1 serum that's there, and I have to go all the way back to the east side of the mansion, and then give her the serum, and then it automatically teleports all 3 of us back into that medicine room, and then that's pretty much where it'll cut off for now.
Okay. All right, Tim. After you started getting your stride into the game, how did I guess we're talking more like everyone's like midway point through the mansion at this point. Again, half of what I just said doesn't even fucking apply to you.
Yeah.
So, how did it go in the director's cut?
So at this point, I did go upstairs. I found Richard. I went in to deal with the snake. Now this is foreshadowing, because I think this is what happened while I was still over here that same day.
Yeah.
And I got through, but I was out of save ink ribbons at this point, so I killed the snake.
Mhm.
At this point, it has you swap to playing as Rebecca, because if you get bit, you get poisoned. So as Rebecca, you run to that same exact safe room to go and grab the poison, and heal yourself.
Yeah.
And then you take back over as Chris from there. And in there we get one of our medallions instead of a mask.
I think it was only 1-for-1 change, because we'll get for that there. But I think in the remake, once you beat Yawn, you find a mask in there, which is the parallel for what you guys have to deal with. So,
but then also, I went into the same puzzle that Corey went through with the pictures. Didn't realize there was a whole extra row.
Yeah, because you and me and Brent were sitting there because we were or no, was it Brent?
D&D, yeah.
Yeah, it was D&D. Yeah, you brought over. Yeah, that's right. Because we were playing it prior to everyone coming over to D&D. So you, me, John, and Brent were sitting there. We were like, that makes sense. Then you started getting mauled by fucking birds, and we're like, what the fuck? And we're like, we turned the corner, like, oh, there's an entire
There's
another
more.
row of pictures.
Yeah, so unlike Corey swinging his knife, I went out of the room because I figured it would reset them, because it does in the remake. So I tried it. It did. I was like, oh, now that I know the rest of the pictures are here.
Yeah, now that I have the rest of the solution, I can figure out the puzzle.
So I did that. I dealt with basically taking the puzzle, because every time I solved one of those, I ran it out and put it in the little puzzle to go outside. And
you took the medallion and just put it where it needed to
Yeah.
go instead of putting it in the storage box.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think a lot of it's pretty much just kind of because of blending, because a lot of it's so similar, and I'm helping you through a lot of it as well.
Mhm.
I'm seeing both layouts, so it's a lot more of grab more items, go into this other part. I know one of the medallions, which I think you get a death mask in here, is the slightly different puzzle, but when you go into the second floor before you go into the room with Jan in the remake, where you have the knights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It's like right
yeah.
across.
It's
Our
like
version-
it's that one that had the silly, like, it's like a button sequence puzzle essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In our version, we have to push two like
Cover the gas chambers.
yes, like statues to cover a gas vent,
Oh,
and then
okay.
you hit a button.
Oh, okay. So that's a difference, yeah. And I think you're right. It's another parallel. If you get a medallion, I think that's where we also get a death mask in.
So a lot of it kind of blends together, but for the most part, at that point, I was like, this is after, of course, I died. Not too much longer after this, I think, before we started D&D. So it was a few days before I come back to it.
Yeah.
But when I came back to it, refought Jan,
Mhm.
still got hit, did a lot better. Fast forward through all this, because I already knew how to do it.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much when I was ready to go outside, so it was just rinse and repeat,
Okay, yeah.
grabbing their key items again.
Yeah, we're almost there to the outside because there's not too much left in the first run through of the mansion. So trying to think. I did think it's kind of unique that in Chris's campaign, you do briefly take control of Rebecca to like do the whole serum run, essentially, because you never do that with Jill for anybody. You're just Jill the entire game.
So I can
Go ahead.
I can extend a little bit further to what I did, because that's exactly what the next part was. So I was like, I have to do the night thing. I had to move the knights over just to hit a bunch of buttons to get the jewelry box with the death mask. But then after you're teleported to the medicine room, you have to go back to where Richard was and then get a musical note from one of the rooms in there. And then you like do all that. You get you do like all that stuff with like the fish hooks and the bee specimen. You get the wind crest.
And that's another
then,
remake room, right?
The puzzles there, it's slightly different in the OG, but there's not I don't think there's a key item there. I think it's just like.
Well, I wouldn't even argue in the remake the wind crest technically isn't even a key item. It's actually optional because you don't have to get the magnum later.
Yeah,
technically speaking.
Yeah, especially for the magnum, which is completely missable.
Yeah,
but after all that, you go into a room like way past after Richard. It was like a room that you can't get to initially. I think you have to bring a knife or something to like cut the webs off. I don't know why there are webs around that door when there's not a spider in sight. It's just a snake on the other side.
The maids weren't doing their job. They let it go for a long time.
But like on the other side of that door is Jan. But I don't know if you like actually fight him. I was just told to like just pass him. I got bit twice, and this is where my second death was from. My second and last death is because if you get bitten, I think it's like instant poison. But you can still survive in that room with Yawn in it. You just have to grab the death mask and then walk out. But then there's a cutscene that plays where Chris can't go on any further, and then Rebecca finds him for some reason. Even though she said she was going to watch over Richard, so she's just left a dying man in the medicine room.
He got bored, dude.
I mean, it's then that's where it switches to Rebecca, and then for some fucking reason, Rebecca doesn't want to take any of the shortcuts that I know of that Chris can take, even though all the fucking doors are unlocked. So me trying to get back to the medicine room in the longer way took much too long to come back to Chris. So I came back to a dead ass Chris on the floor. So
shit, he's dead.
Yeah,
Chris is I couldn't punch the poison.
It's just he actually just punched the poison and himself to death. Not the poison
he tried to beat the poison out of him and killed himself.
So you do that separate backtracking to the medicine room if with Rebecca if you get sick or you get poisoned?
It's only if you get poisoned. But I got poisoned twice, and I was like, oh fuck it. But
so
the second time I was,
There wasn't a guy in that room that was poisoned already?
No, it's supposed to be Richard, but Richard was outside of that room. He wasn't in the room with Yawn, but it was the same snake that poisoned him.
Oh, okay, because I didn't have to go back to that room until I saw him, and then when you get back, I think he's dead already, so you just have the serum.
No. If he dies, that's actually one of those things where there's actually, it's not a visible timer, but there's an in-game timer.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
You can actually save him.
Yeah, so it's this is actually a split because you can take too long to get the serum for both Richard and Chris. I managed to, because I could take the shortcuts to the medicine cabinet as Chris, I managed to save Richard, but I couldn't save Chris because Rebecca didn't want to take the shortcuts. But Richard can die, and apparently it changes 2 sections of the game if he does die. But I was I didn't experience those. I had to read those up. But after
I can actually explain on those when we get to those points.
Yeah.
This is one of them. But.
Yeah, we'll finish this mysterious Jill we're following's quest up until the end of the mansion. Then we can have everyone finish up their Act 1 through the mansion until we get out of here. This is being a bit more coherent than I was expecting, so let's keep it up. So, anyways, with my own experience, if I remember correctly, at this part in the midpoint of the mansion, I was doing pretty well. I think this was probably the worst time I had on ammo, because I distinctly remember when I was trying to get to the portrait room, I ran past 4 zombies and then ran into the room at the end of the hallway, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm never going in that room again, because I didn't shoot a single one of them, but I was just dip-dap diving and dodging around every one of them, because I had ammo, but I'm I didn't want to use it unless I absolutely had to. So the east part of the mansion was just a bunch of me running away from a bunch of shit, but again, thanks to Tim, it was more we'd stop into a puzzle room, he's like, all right, we need a thing in here, solve the puzzle essentially, and with the port, and we're about to get the portrait here in a second. So, but yeah, in the remake, the portrait room looks the same and it has the same thing where if you fail, it'll zap the birds. Because isn't that because you reread the book, they're on electrified railings or something. Yeah,
they're on an electrified line.
Yeah, so it's not just like Corey said, they're just really bad art critics, and they're he doesn't have good taste. Peck his eyes out. In the remake, instead of having put the portraits in order of the sequential life of a person, there's one big mosaic at the end of the hall has a bunch of different colored a tiara, a bracelet, and a necklace, and then 3 other paintings that have one of those 3 things, and you have to change the colors that are the lights are pointing at those mosaics to turn them into the primary color of that thing, and then press the button, and that actually opens a secret door out into the graveyard. I believe I'm remembering this correctly.
Yeah.
Where you find a death mask, and that's another way to get to the graveyard. I believe you get a death mask there anyways.
Yeah, it's like outside, just sitting on the ground.
Yeah, just laying
Yeah.
on the ground.
So yeah, you get a death mask in that room, and I think at that point I wandered around a bit more, getting more ammo and avoiding that one hallway with a ton of zombies I didn't touch. I was doing everything in my power to avoid that hallway. Because I only burned a few zombies. They were mainly if they were just near the safe room, because otherwise I would just take my chances. Because I was pretty good at dodging things. I don't know why. I will say this. I'm glad I didn't have to deal with tank controls in the remake. The remake having like free roam movement with one stick is very nice. Because I don't like tank controls. Yeah, I have more distinct and more memorable memories the more we get closer to the end of the game, but honestly, my experience is kind of similar to the one I'm explaining here, as far as like the puzzles go. Because again, like I said, a lot of it's just like saved backtracking that Tim let me skip. Just grabbing stuff as we go, not telling me where it goes, letting me still figure that out, but just letting me have it so I don't have to backtrack it to get some stupid shit later. But yeah, this was my lowest point in terms of ammunition and healing items, but I managed to recover after this once we started getting out of here. But anyways, so exiting the safe room, Jill continues down the floor's hallway and enters the first door on her right before the end of the hall. A small storage area containing a few items, a broken shotgun, and a battery pack, and the battery pack serves the same purpose as the daggers. I don't know if they really do anything different. I think the battery packs might do like a bit more damage when you use them, but other than that, I don't know if they actually do anything different.
I think the battery packs were like an instant down for the first time on a zombie.
I feel like I zapped some of them and they might have fallen to the ground, but they didn't like die.
Well, that's what I mean, is how they would fall down first.
So
it kills them the first time, or puts them on the ground for them to have to get back up.
And like I said, this is where you get that broken shotgun, which I did the puzzle properly and did put the broken shotgun on the wall, so I never got the Jill sandwich cutscene. Let's see. Taking door at the end of the hallway, Jill finds another hallway. She travels to the end of it and into a door opposite of it, which actually leads back to the first floor dining room, where she loots the blue gem she had freed when she pushed the statue off of the second floor near the beginning of the game. Returning to the previous hallway, she takes another small door to a small room containing a tiger head statue and slots the blue gem in, which moves the statue and rewards her with shotgun shells. Returning to the hallway, she goes until she reaches the end, where she finds a room overgrown with sentient plants, which is always nice to see. Using the chemicals to be used on plants she found previously, she places them into a sprinkler system and kills the plants that block the other half of the room. At the back of the room, past the plants, is a large amount of herbs, but also the first of the 4 death masks needed to clear this act. Returning to the hallway, a few zombies break in from the outside windows. Jill just runs past them and backtracks to the hallway outside of the room where she found her first safe room, and enters to the door the first door to the left past it. In here is the portrait puzzle, as I just explained when I was talking about it. Solution is different between the original and the remake. The original having to match the ages of the subjects in each portrait in sequential order, whereas the remake is a color-coded solution. Solving the puzzle reveals a secret room containing another death mask. Failure to do so will have many crows perching in the room attack you until you exit and re-enter the room to try again. The back of the secret room loops out into the graveyard. Jill stops in the underground area to deposit 2 of the 4 masks needed to break the chains holding a suspended coffin. Again, once you start putting the fucking cult masks on the object and you see chains breaking to let the bleeding coffin fall from the ceiling, I think you need to stop. I don't understand why you want this to happen. Backtracking to the room with the ambushing zombie on the right, Jill moves past him to a door on the opposite side of the hallway that was previously locked. Upon entering, she finds Richard, another STARS member who is seriously wounded. He reveals that he was attacked by a big snake and needs serum, because he's like, serum, I need serum, because they can't say just fucking antidote. Like, I don't understand why the word is serum. It bothers me so much why they keep calling it serum. and Jill leaves to get some. And as Corey said, for whatever reason, this is the only point in the game where as soon as you exit that conversation, the game like forcibly brings up your map to point out the safe room on the other side of the mansion you have to get to. And I can't help but think when Corey was saying that of like, I wonder if they ran this through game testing and they realized no one could figure out where the fuck they were supposed to go. So like, okay, for this one puzzle, we'll show you where you're supposed to go.
It is a very obscure like item because it's not an item. It's a shelf in a pre-rendered background that has
object,
medical equipment on it, and it's like, oh, it looks like a background set piece. And it still is. It's just the only time you can ever interact with it for that item, because I believe there are other items sitting on that shelf, but when they're all off of it, there's nothing else to grab. So it just put an item there, but you would think that you've already gotten everything, and you would also think you can't interact with that.
And
if I remember, it doesn't get the sparkle.
Yeah, there's nothing to indicate you can interact with it because, like what Corey said, it's part of the pre-rendered background, so it just looks like it just looks like the background. You wouldn't expect you can even like interact with it,
Also, I forgot to mention, but Richard's actually dead in Chris's playthrough here, so there's not.
Oh, Richard's just dead.
In the original.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
no fuck.
Yeah, you get to save him in the remake.
Okay.
But in the original, he's just dead.
fuck Richard.
But it's weird that it was like it's been telling Corey where the medical room is, because both times that I had to go there, it didn't tell me anything. It was like, oh, the medical room, and then when Chris gets poisoned and Rebecca is just like when Chris asks like, I need the serum, I've been poisoned. Rebecca's just like, oh, the serum. I think I saw it somewhere. I was like, yeah, it's the same fucking place and the same exact serum that I gave you.
Yes,
you should already have this.
Yeah. I was like,
why did you grab more?
What did you use it on?
Yeah. It's like, I just wanted to get real high.
Yeah.
This is so annoying. I was like, I had to do the same thing twice just because I got poisoned this time.
So he needs serum, and Jill leaves to get some. Your map opens to show you a safe room that contains the serum, and the player's on, like Tim said, a secret timer to get there and back in order to save Richard. Returning in time saves Richard, and Jill obtains his radio, which is basically worthless throughout the entire game because it's broken. Returning to the second floor entryway area, Jill goes through another previously locked door south of the one she came out of. This leads to another outside balcony area where she finds the corpse of another STARS member and also finds the grenade launcher. Moving past, Jill reaches a dead end where the corpse she had just saw returns to life and attempts to attack her. Dealing with the threat, Jill returns to the second floor entryway and returns to where she left Richard, but now going past and into the next door, she's ambushed by a zombie and moves past once she deals with it. To the left, a door leads to a small, dark kitchen-like area that can be lit up with the lighter, helping reveal a secret door behind the cabinet. It hides a zombie, but also the sheet music key item that Jill loots. Returning to the hallway outside where Richard is, she enters a large set of double doors into a room decorated with more knight statues, and this is what Tim was talking about. This is another puzzle room where I guess you guys had to block vents with statues. In the remake, all the statues come out from the wall, and it's one of those like sequential button puzzles where sometimes when you have to push in one of the statues, another statue will either push in or push out, and you have to push them in a certain order for them all to be pushed into the sides of the wall. And once you do that, it rewards her with a box that she needs to examine in order to attain the third death mask. Returning to the first safe room, she found Jill deposits a few items and then heads upstairs and through a few small rooms on the opposite side of the hallway from the stairs until she runs into Barry in a small lab of some kind where she runs. Oh, why the hell did I write that? She runs into Barry where she runs into Barry again. Jesus Christ. So she runs to the Barry in this lab-like room. The dialogue doesn't reveal much before they split up again. If I remember, he hands her like a file that the files, it's like, you should read this, and she reads it, and it like contains nothing for information. It's so worthless. He's like, what do you think it means? Where's this part that's ripped off? He's like, bitch, if I knew, wouldn't I give it to you? So anyways, there's an optional puzzle. I mean, it is in quotation marks optional, but you're probably going to want to do it. And like we've said, this is a remake exclusive puzzle. where you just have to place a bunch of items in the correct position to reveal the wind crest. Jill does this before leaving. Yeah, because I think the wind crest itself is actually like part of your main puzzle things. Isn't the wind crest one of the medals you have to get?
Like
Yeah, so we only
sun, moon, and star or something like
yeah,
that.
so the only crest we have in the remake is this one, and its purpose is to get us the Magnum later. So Jill returns to the first floor dining room and loots the emblem off the wall over the fireplace, going to the hallway, connecting, and the second door on the left, she turns right and will lead into a small bar area with a piano. Jill finds a musical score in this room and combines it with the music obtained earlier to make a cohesive song that she plays on the piano, which reveals a secret room connecting to the bar. This room contains the gold emblem, but one cannot leave with it, as the door will close without a replacement. Which is where the regular emblem comes in. Jill exits with the gold emblem after putting in the regular emblem in its place, and returns to the dining room and slots the gold emblem in where the previous one was, and activates another puzzle with a nearby clock. This puzzle is another remake exclusive, I believe, with the clock puzzle.
Well, the shield is still there. It's just the whole clock puzzle is unique to the remake, whereas it just opens up on the OG and the director's cut.
The clock slides aside.
Oh, well, that's lame.
Because you have to do the like fencing thing, right?
Yeah, it wasn't that difficult. It points you to the painting, if I remember correctly, and
it's
fairly
right next to it, I think.
Yeah, it's right next to it, and I forget what the wording on the hint was, but it was fairly straightforward. I was like, oh, it needs to be like pointing in the same direction or some shit like
a
that.
Computer that has the password sticky noted on the corner of the screen.
Yeah,
it's
like I don't even know why it's here.
How do I get in here?
Yeah, it was like two people fighting. It was like the short dagger was into his head, and then the long dagger was at his stomach or something like that when they were talking on the painting, and that represent the clock, the long arm and the short arm.
Yeah, it was logical. It's just funny that it's like you know what they need? One extra step to get the thing behind the clock.
Which one I
can just have a normal fucking clock.
So I don't know if it was just me, but for some reason that clock puzzle confused me, even though I had their answer right in my face. Because for some reason the hour arm was considered the long arm, and then the minute arm was considered the short one. But it's like I don't know what it was like referring to. Like the short arm was like the minute, and then the hour one was the long one, or was it like actually like physical? Like the long arm is the long arm and the short arm is the short arm. So I got confused, and I accidentally like switched it to like midnight instead of 6 o'clock, which was the actual answer. But it's just like I was really confused. Like, what arm am I moving? Which one are you referring to?
Yeah.
Really
I remember I think I had the same issue. I was like, move this one, and it moves the one I'm not expecting. I was like, oh, fuck. So solving this, the clock gives another key to use in the mansion. This is the shield key? Question mark?
Yes.
Okay. Jill returns to Richard and goes to the adjoining room once more, but to the other side and into the door she did not enter previously. And here is the first boss of the game, Yawn, the gigantic snake Richard had been injured by. I still think it's the dumbest name for a snake I've ever heard in my life. It's so unintimidating. Look at him; he's scary. It's like beware, I am Yawn. It's like, oh, okay, I can't take you seriously now.
Well, when they hiss, it's kind of like a yawn.
I get the joke. I understand what you're saying, but like it would be cute if it was like your tiny little shoelace pet snake or something like that, not this giant monstrosity. If Jill rescued Richard, he will appear with his shotgun and assist Jill in the fight. But now the player must use what they have to deal enough damage to Yawn to defeat him. Although seemingly defeated, Yawn takes a lunge at Jill, at which Richard takes a dive and saves her, but killing him in the end. I am unsure what happens if you don't save Richard. I guess that just doesn't happen or something.
It has nothing to do with that. If you save him, it ties in a different way.
Yeah. Let's see. This essentially starts a phase 2 in quotation marks, where more damage must be dealt to Yawn before he retreats. Once Yawn retreats, Jill is able to loot Richard's assault shotgun and the final death mask. Cool. If attacked by Yawn, Jill will be poisoned, where she needs to return to the safe room she got the serum from to cure herself. Poison will be a status effect the player will need to deal with through the game, but typically from the use of blue herbs. Yeah, so I got bit during the fight, and Jill's just like, I need serum. Stop saying that. Say antidote. Say antidote. Let's see. Jill returns to the other death masks and slot the final ones in, releasing the suspended coffin and its contents, which is a crimson head, which I think you get a note on that like hints that that's what's in here. He's called like the prototype crimson head. That's what the achievement that popped up said. And I think he's slightly tougher than normal ones because he really doesn't take that much punishment. He might take like an extra shotgun burst from a regular crimson head or something like that.
Yeah, he takes a lot more shotgun hits. I think a regular crimson head takes like 2. He took like maybe 5 or 6.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just felt like maybe it's because I used Richard's assault shotgun. Yeah, I used the assault shotgun, so I don't know. I did feel like he was slightly tankier, but like I guess it's technically a boss fight, but after fighting Yawn, it didn't feel like it.
Wait, wait. At that point, you already had the assault shotgun?
Yeah, because if I save Richard and he saves Jill, he drops the assault shotgun and I loot it from him.
God damn, we don't get the assault shotgun for Chris till like close to mid game.
That's why shotguns. Yeah, that's assault shotguns.
We don't even me and Corey over here. We don't get that.
Yeah, we got basic bitch shotguns.
I just get stern talking to.
Yeah. That's why I said I think in quotation marks Jill is the quote unquote easier character to play as, I think. So after dealing with him, returns to the other death mask, blah, blah, yeah, she fights the prototype Crimson Head, and loots the stone and metal object from the coffin. Backtracking through the portrait puzzle room and out to the hallway beyond, Jill finds another outside area is ambushed by dogs. Dealing with them, this outside area ends with a door that contains a slot fit for the stone and metal object. Slotting it in, Jill is allowed to continue on into Act 2. Again, I'm separating them into acts, but this is like the end of the first part of being in the mansion. And we only had the one object that we had to do this whole hullabaloo to fight the prototype Crimson Head, whereas you guys had to find all the medals and slot them in a specific order in the same area in order to unlock this same door in the original.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So yeah, I guess, and that's the quote unquote, a quotation marks end of Act 1, basically. I guess we'll do our round robin again. Jordan, did you survive up to this point, or did you throw in the towel?
No, I continued. I was.
Don't sound too happy.
No, this shit was painful as ever. I feel like I'm doing a disservice for Tim here today, but I could not handle the game. I was just usually ripping my hair out, just getting flustered with the amount of constant back and forth. And this is how the serum, I couldn't use it because I was too busy dealing with fucking Crimson Heads, and I would have to find ways to avoid getting around them without being murdered. So by the time I would get to the person, it would already be time for me to die, or I would just have to restart all over again. And so I eventually find a way to get to it, but at the same time, he ended up dying in his place. I was like, fuck it, I don't care. Just keep moving on. And the snake guy, Mr. Yawn, I was found out from Corey and had to fight him, so I avoided his ass entirely. Got poisoned, passed out, woke up missing a kidney, that type of thing. And then end up walking around going through my phases of just trying to keep my composure and not lose my mind. And then I eventually got to the next spot where I was just, kind of just tired running through this. What the hell was the next step after this? I can't fucking remember. After you deal with Yawn, what else was it?
So Yawn's probably one of the last things you do, but in the remake specifically, Yawn will give you the last death mask to go deal with the
death mask. Yeah. So this is when I actually got to test out the grenade launcher. I was just like, I'm not going to use this on anything. I just know whatever the fuck is in that goddamn casket that's just swinging around with blood just gushing out of it. I'm like, there's going to be some fucking creature in that thing. Obviously, it's going to probably have some good ass item, but I'm pretty sure it's going to give me some shit. So I'm just going to, I was like asking Core, what should I use? Should I use a shotgun or use the grenade launcher? And I was like, I'll just fuck it. I'll just use the grenade launcher. So I just waited for that thing to finally fall out, and then I was like, all right. Had that interesting cutscene. He gets out of the box and he's like coming at me, and I just 1, 2, 3 dead. It was pretty funny, but I got his shit, and I was like, okay. Now I've used this grenade launcher. Now I'm gonna just continue on, and I think that was pretty much all I had. I was just you're gonna eventually start seeing my amount of talk dwindle down to just I watched a video because that's pretty much ends up happening later on because I was just so fucking
I mean,
tired of
and
it.
that's fine. When we established the monthly game, we said that was a viable thing to do because it still allows you to comment on how things look and how things play out and stuff like that. It just doesn't allow you to comment on like difficulty or the controls or something like that. So that's fine. Because I would rather people have like I said, I would probably be having a similar experience if I didn't have Tim to help me cut down on the backtracking, which again, as like we alluded to in the last episode, this is the game that sparked the conversation initially about backtracking, since this game is full of it. Because again, it had the good kind of backtracking for me, where it's like if I hit a locked door, I just had to go a different direction to find the key to come back and unlock that locked door later.
Well, and I'm sorry to cut in, but there's also annoying part was if you open a door too many times, it fucking breaks the handle, and then you no longer can use that damn door. So you have to walk all the way around.
That
in the remake.
Unfortunately, that was only the one door.
Yeah, it's just the one
well,
door.
That one door I like to go through. I can't fucking go through that door. So it pissed
Yeah,
me off.
when that happened to me, I was like, "Oh, damn it!"
Barry does eventually fix that for her.
Yeah, Barry. Once you come back from the second act, or you're halfway through the second act, basically, Barry does fix the door.
Thank God the handyman's there.
Yeah. Even though to me, it's just like, if the fucking handle fell off, I could still open the door. It's an old ass house. I'm just gonna kick the fucker open.
Kick it open, exactly.
I have a grenade launcher, for fuck's sake.
Shotgun the fucking handle
leave
off.
it open.
Yeah, fuck the stupid emblem. I'm gonna blow this bitch open.
But all right. So, Corey, how did you find the rest of your medals to get to? Because now again, you have a whole different kind of climax getting to the residence, Act 2, basically. So, how did it go for you finishing up your first romp through the mansion?
I mean, I kind of got to this point pretty quick in like the initial like playthrough, and I start slowing down shortly, but. I had already like gone through any room that I could, found any item that I could, and stockpiled a bunch of stuff. I didn't save the dude, so it was more of I guess the timer thing went up when I was trying to figure it out. And so I don't know if this plays into it in any way, but it's like, oh, well, I don't have the serum. I take his stuff. He doesn't have a cool ass shotgun. But I go in the room, I fight Yawn. He's really easy because I just had acid rounds and I just sprayed him a couple times with the acid rounds, and then he goes away. You grab your last medal or whatever, and then when you leave, Jill's like, "Oh, I'm dizzy," and then passes out. And then you wake up in the cool save room, or the whatever you said, the good save room. And then there's like items in there, just like first aid sprays and some other stuff, and then there's a note from Barry, and he's like, "Oh, I helped you," and then left you at the opposite side of the house that you need to be on, I believe. No, you're right outside of where you need to go, I think.
The good save room is right around the corner from the.
Yeah, you're on the right
courtyard
side of the house. You wake up there, you get the notes, and then you go outside, open up the courtyard, and then move into basically the courtyard pathing. And I knew from a thing, it's like, well, I may as well grab the crank and other stuff that I'm going to need here shortly, because all of those stupid puzzles. But yeah, so, there wasn't really any zombies anywhere because I'd already killed them all. So just to note that I was not conserving my ammo at this point, and there'd be times where I would find stuff and I was like, oh, I need to pick this up, and I would have like 3 rounds left, so I would just fire my gun 3 times so I can load it so I can pick up this other item. So I was just wasting ammo, and it does come back later to bite me in the ass, which is where the struggle bus begins.
Well, like I said, ammo is so precious, and you are playing the version that doesn't have auto aim, so even if like in the remake and the director's cut, wasting bullets is like amounting to like killing stuff you don't need to, because it's really hard to miss sometimes unless it's like a lower enemy that you aim down. The game's just like, no, you didn't hit that sort of thing. Whereas with, it's like when you fucking when you shoot, you're at least hitting something. With your case, not only do you have to worry about wasting ammo to killing something you don't have to, but what if you miss a couple bullets? Those are a couple bullets you're never going to get back. That didn't even go to like actually killing something.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I was recording my like playthrough for the most part until I got like what I think is enough footage to cover this episode. So there's times where I just like, I'm not recording this because it would just be a death every 10 minutes, but that's coming up because of the fact that I don't have any freaking ammo.
If we end up needing more, I'll download the fucking Dream if I can get it on my Game Pass on the PC. I'll do more, but like I said, we're only just getting to Act 2. Anyways, Edwin, how did you finish up your time in the mansion?
So after fighting, well, technically I didn't fight Jan. It wasn't really much of a fight. It was just me getting the death mask and running out of the room, getting poisoned. But after
you can loot that without killing him.
Yeah, you can run right by him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, the actual fight with Jan for Chris is like after you already come back to the mansion the second time.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're playing as Chris.
Yeah. So I was like, I just ran out of the room, grabbed the mask, got poisoned the 2 times, died once, saved the second time. But after that, I went to that little greenhouse and got the death mask after dumping the entire bag of chemical for the plant. And then I had to go all the way back. I got the wooden emblem. While going to the piano room, there were like 2 zombies in this one room. They're like slightly significant because this goes with what's about to come up. So there's like two zombies in one room that's like in the same hallway as the room to the piano room. So I run past them. I didn't bother killing them because I didn't think I had to go back to that hallway anyway. So I didn't kill them. I left them alive. I went to the piano room and then I got everything that I needed to start playing the piano. Then Rebecca comes in and then she takes over. And then I was told that I just had to stand outside the room and then just wait for 3 minutes. I waited for about 20 minutes and she was not fucking ready to finish the fucking song. And then the entire 20 minutes, those 2 zombies that I chose not to kill were just banging on that door, and I was stressing out. It was like they're gonna break down the door and start attacking me. So I'm just like trying not to pay attention while the door's banging from those zombies. And then I was wondering, I was like, I've been waiting here for 20 minutes. How is this not working? And I started walking around, and then eventually I looked online. I was like, oh, you're not supposed to wait 20 or 3 minutes. You're just supposed to go into the dining room and then into the main hallway and then come all the way back to the piano room. And then regardless of the amount of time that went past, then Rebecca's good to go on the piano. So it's just like I wasted so much time. And then all I had to do was just walk 2 rooms away and then come back. And nothing was achieved in between that. So it was completely pointless. So
zombies bang on the door. It's like, come back later.
I don't know. It was really weird. And then after that, I was like, I got the gold emblem. I put it over the fireplace. I got the shield key. I walked all the way to I think it was the statue room. I think it was like a weird like art room, and then I'm not really sure what was there. I don't remember. How many masks was I missing? Oh, it was just the snake mask and then the chemical. It was the art room, yeah. So it was just the chemical one and then the art room one where all the crows are. And those were the only 2 masks that I was missing after the Jan one getting poisoned. And then even like reading the guide, I did not understand that crow art room thing. It didn't make any sense. It was like, how do you know what colors are supposed to be what exactly?
So when you look at the big portrait at the end of the hall, you'll see that her headband is green, her like bracelet is purple, and her wristband is like orange or some shit like that, some combination of it. So when you look at the other portraits, it'll say it's a man doing yada yada. He's wearing a headband. It's a man or woman doing yada yada. She's wearing a wristband. And you have to like there's a button on either side of the portraits, and you have to like color code it depending on what they're wearing to the same color as the color of the thing on the big portrait.
Okay, because I didn't even go to the other side until like the puzzle was already completed, so I guess I just missed that.
When I was watching the YouTube video, when you know what you're doing, you only have to press like 3 buttons and you get the solution. So
Okay, yeah, that was actually the solution. It was like 1, 3, and I guess 5. I don't know. But after that, it was like I was kind of annoyed because after like the portrait goes up and revealing the way to the graveyard, it's just this stupid like death match just sitting on the ground. It was like I could literally see it and I can easily jump this fence, but no, I needed an old key to open it. And it's a rusty old gate. Like just punch it, Chris. You punch it for a living.
Well, so you don't even know you have a punch. You have a grenade launcher. Like that's why I keep coming back.
It doesn't
like,
have a grenade launcher.
Chris don't.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess Chris could just punch it with his gorilla strength and be able to just rip the thing off its hinges.
It just bothered me. It was like, oh, all these other ones are like so convoluted. Meanwhile, this one's just sitting on the ground outside. It was just weird to realize that. But,
I want to talk to Mr. Shinji and exactly why he changed so much for the solution to get to the residence area, because it's almost the same thing in concept. You need 4 different things, just what you do with them is different. I find it weird, and it just seemed like they just added a bunch of stuff rather than. I thought things would be different, but it's just like they added a bunch of different shit in the remake, whereas just like the OG, you had a much like restricted space with more stuff in it. I guess is how I would describe it.
Yeah, I guess he just wanted to be like more elegant in a way, or
I guess I don't know what the issue is. I don't know what the purpose was.
But I guess after getting that last one, I kind of circled back and forth between putting the mask and getting items out because I didn't know exactly how hard the boss would be. I got hit a few times, but not really anything close to death because I just like spammed the shotgun and then eventually killed the prototype Crimson Head. And then I got the stone and metal object, and yeah, that was pretty much it. I had to like just go all the way to the one end of the entire house, and then just place that in the just to like the keyhole to open up the giant metal door to weirdly enough just a shack.
Yeah,
it was an elegant door. Is like it leads to just a tool shack.
Yeah, I question the placement of how this fucking mansion's laid out. It's really strange.
And I did find it funny compared to like everyone playing Jill. Everyone is like getting help from Barry. It was like, oh, here's some stuff. Meanwhile, it's just Wesker just like leaving notes everywhere. It's like I left you some stuff. I was like, oh, what a nice guy.
Wesker leaves notes for you. Chris.
Wesker is Barry. Except he doesn't save you.
You don't see Barry at all.
All right then. All right, well, Tim, how was your final romp through the last bit of the mansion?
Since I kind of squirreled in the beginning, one thing that I thought was kind of weird for probably the OG / director's cut is we don't actually have to get the second part to the sheet music.
You don't have to? Or is that only for Chris?
It might have just been for Chris.
Because he's not the one who actually has to fucking read the shit.
But I basically grabbed that, I handed it to Rebecca, and I ran off and did more stuff in the mansion. So I didn't even sit outside the door or anything. That was one of those first puzzles that I kind of started.
Yeah, you ran. Well, I remember watching you play. Like you like beelined it for Rebecca, then beelined it to the piano room like really early.
So I basically like squirreled all over the mansion, just starting puzzles but not finishing them until I could get the pieces and then put everything together.
Yeah.
The only thing that gave me any issues was I didn't think about running and just grabbing the item, so I fought Yon, and that's where most of my problems probably stemmed from. Wasting my resources.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we covered. Yeah. I mean, like my experience is I found Richard. I managed to save him because I when the map initially pulled up showing where I had to go, I just like studied it for a few seconds to see like the least amount of door transitions I needed to do to get to the serum room. Essentially, I saved Richard. Came back. I saved Richard, and then I just went in and fought Yawn immediately after I saved him. I ended up getting bit. I just brought the shotgun in. I didn't have the grenade launcher at the time, but I only got hit like once, I think. Richard died. I got his shotgun, got the death mask, and then got out. Jill is sick, so I had to go get myself serum. Then I had the last death mask. I went to unlock the prototype again. I had the assault shotgun, so I only had to shoot the guy like 4 times, I think, and he went down. And I was kind of disappointed. Like, after the big snake, you were just kind of nothing. And at this point, I had already seen Crimson Heads. So I was like, oh, it's just a Crimson Head. Whoop-de-doo. Then I got the stone and metal object and then made my way outside. Again, I still had to make it through the hallway with a bunch of fucking zombies I just still refused to deal with, even though I had a bit more ammunition at the time. Just ran out to the courtyard, slotted the thing in, and went forward into the residence. Now that we've had some time, we're done with my quote unquote Act 1, how I set this thing up. But I wanted to take a brief intermission to talk about like the things surrounding the game rather than like the solutions of puzzles and stuff. That surround the core gameplay. Obviously we've said it a few times. The original had the dreaded tank controls where you always have to like turn in the direction you want to go and then move forward, whereas the remake did away with that and we have free movement with the control stick. Obviously I think that's a good improvement because I very rarely hear people like actually like tank controls essentially. Yeah, I said few, you're one person. But I guess I don't like tank controls. They annoy the crap out of me. After playing the game, I think I'll be one of the weird people now, is that I kind of really like the fixed camera angle perspective. I really thought I wouldn't like it, but they set up so many cool shots that just make the game look really gorgeous, and the way they use the camera to like kind of direct you where to go, and like how somehow some of them are really clever in how they can hide enemies or how you can like look around the corner if you're looking carefully enough. Granted, as Corey said earlier, even in the OG, it's still a problem in the remake if you're trying to fight something and you go onto like the transition area between 2 fucking cameras and suddenly you don't know where you're going because you don't know which way to push the fucking controller because you have to like reorient where you're looking is janky, and I took a few hits that way from multiple things when the fucking camera was dicking me over. I do think from like a gameplay perspective, it is better to have just a third-person camera like they've been doing with all like the modern remakes, but I just think you lose something special with the fixed camera angle because it makes it look so good because you have full control over the camera, so you get these really cool cinematic shots. But when it comes to like freedom of gameplay and the fluidity of it, it's better to just have a camera over the shoulder of the character. Let's see. I said it before, but the remake has improved voice acting. Does not mean the voice acting is good. It just means it's not as corny and cheesy and just downright awful like the original one is, but I think I like the originals better because I can at least laugh at it. Because they're even still awkward in the new one when it comes to a lot of things. It just seems like they're just slightly more competent when it comes to reading their lines. Let's see. I said this before, but the door transition, I kind of really wish they did away with that with the remake, or outside of like maybe a few really iconic doors. So you're like, oh, do the thing where you point at the screen, and be like, oh, it's the thing, because they don't need to do that with the remake. Like it was born out of a limitation in the older one, and when you're wandering around looking for where you need to go, fucking seeing those same goddamn doors open a lot is really gets on your fucking nerves. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't mind the limited, like them bringing back like the limited saves thing, because I think there was like one point in the game I only had like 3 ink ribbons left, so I started being a bit more conservative, but ultimately I never like ran out. I do feel like they could have done away with that in the remake, just for the sake of it. Again, I think that was another thing born out of limitations. I don't know if that was a gameplay element that they did or didn't have to do, but
I mean, they specifically brought back like limited saves specifically for hard mode, where you do actually have to use ink ribbons, and regardless of the other modes not having it. But it's like if it's on hard mode and other Resident Evil games, it's either a limited save for you to get the best score for like an achievement or a special item or gun. You need like less than like 25 or 10 saves or whatever. But in some of them, it's just like even it's like it's that, but also included in like new areas, or like it's just an added item everywhere. Is just the ink ribbons again. So it's like you can save as much as you want in the other ones, but in hard mode, you have the ink ribbons regardless if you're going for the least amount of saves in a run for an item or not. So it depends on which game you play, because they're all different in that way.
I think it was RE2 remake had, if you played on hardcore, it brought back the ink ribbons, and I think Resident Evil 7, except it was cassette tapes because you saved at recordings, but it was the same premise. If you played on the harder difficulty, you could have the limited save option where you had to find the save option or item.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't mind it being a part of like a harder difficulty, but I think because I played on normal, I think it would just be like it's just one of those things. I just feel like just have a normal save system. I understand that it might be cheesy and it might take away from the experience, but I think there should just be an option to turn off the ink ribbons thing. But ultimately, it's one of my like my least problems with it, because like I said, I didn't really have a huge issue with ink ribbons.
Well, it's more of a problem in this one because you have significantly less inventory, so it's just a bigger hassle just carrying them around.
Yeah. The music, I think, is fantastic. It's either the music or lack thereof, because sometimes you have a lot of areas where there's just like is no music, and you're just left with like ambient sounds of like the house creaking and like thunder and lightning going off or something. Like, I think the sound design of the game is awesome. Again, I'm all speaking from the remake's perspective. Again, save room music is going to live in my head forever. Some of the music when you're down in like the laboratory-ish areas are pretty good. I just think overall the sound design was amazing. The graphics are fucking gorgeous. I absolutely love how this game looks. It has such great atmosphere, and the lighting is so good. That's helped with the fixed camera angles. Like I was so astonished how old like when I was researching and realized this remake came out in 2002 and the high def came out in 2015, I was shocked at how good the game looked. Like, and I'm more or less talking about the environment itself, because the character models they're passable. They definitely don't look bad, but they do look just the slightest bit aged, but they don't even look that terrible. Just kind of think that what throws it off the most is that they all have like almost zero facial expressions. They all have the same fucking look on their face, no matter what they're doing. But the look of the game was amazing. I think the puzzles the puzzle solving intuitiveness can be questionable sometimes, because I feel like there might have been one or two puzzles like Tim led me to, and I would just kind of was like, all right, I fucking give up. What am I supposed to do, sort of thing. But I think ultimately a lot of them either had a decent hint nearby or was pretty intuitive of how to solve it. Let's see. And I think after seeing the original, I think I'm in the same camp of like, this is like the remake is the definitive way to experience the game, especially learning that basically all the extra areas in the remake are just like additions. Like, they made a lot of improvements over the remake. Which is why I say, I don't mean to bring up Pokemon randomly in Resident Evil, but I can see what people say when they remake Diamond and Pearl, and they're kind of disappointed that it's just Diamond and Pearl, and they didn't actually like add a whole lot to the game, you know? Whereas they added a lot of shit to this game to make like, if you played the original and played this, and you play this for the remake of the first time, it's not going to be the same experience, and you're going to have like a similar but different experience.
Yeah, but
and I feel
they remade the Diamond and Pearl, not Platinum, which was the most popular one.
Yeah, you'd think they would do that, but unfortunately, no. Yeah, and so I think I'm in the camp of like Dead Space. If someone was to ask me like what is the version I should play for Resident Evil, I would direct them towards the remake first before I'd say play the original. It's not that vast of a difference between original Resident Evil and remake compared to Dead Space and the Dead Space remake, but it's still the same kind of thing. Like the remake, I feel like was vastly superior in quality. And I just wanted to have a round robin for anyone who wants to give their 2 cents on any of those kinds of those topics with like surrounding the game rather than like how you went through the game, like how you think the game like looked, sounded, controlled, shit like that. Do you have anything to say on that, Jordan?
I mean, it does look like a really good game. Like I said, I didn't mean to be bashing on this game, but it was just, oh, that was the only big thing for me was just the constant going around left and right, and everything would just eventually get tiresome. But at the same time, there is a very cool background of design that you have through everything. The interiors and stuff that they've done looks phenomenal. It does still look very good. There's really no issues that I would say that there was something missing or something that needed to be done. The characters, again, yes, that would be the only thing that I saw was just that, yeah, the facial expressions were definitely aged. They don't show anything at all when they're talking, but the constant moves, the music that they have in the background and such does give you that pretty dark, creepy vibe to it. But at the same time, they do have that kind of calming sound when you go into that room when you're saving. It basically clears the space. Like you can now rest right now, before you go back out there and deal with the hellish creatures that are outside waiting for you. So, I mean, it is a very, very cool design game with the character designs and the monsters along with the music. It all does fit together. It's just the constant backtracking that just drives you nuts. But if we were to look outside that with just the game itself, it is a pretty damn good game.
Okay. Corey, you got anything to say about the, graphics, sound, stuff like that, controls?
Yeah, I've praised.
I guess and yours is more unique because you were playing the original too.
Yeah, I've praised like the remake and stuff in the past, and like for playing the original one, because like honestly the earliest Resident Evil, and I've played all of them except for the Resident Evil 3 remake. I've played some of the spin-offs too, and so I've kind of really familiar with the franchise. But I didn't play the first one, like the original first one. I've only ever seen the second one on PlayStation because my friend bought it when we were kids, and I was like, "Oh man, this is a really cool game." The graphics, I mean, it's product of its time, and even for pre-rendered backgrounds, it still looks pretty good for like when you hold it up next to other like PS1 games around that time. The quality of life changes though really help it because in the original game, you don't have a quick turn button, so you have to literally turn the hell around and get away from an enemy, which I believe the quick turn button is in the remake. And the other thing that the original doesn't have is damage animations. So I never know what my health is unless I pause the game and check. There's no limping or like holding your shoulder and stuff like that. So there's no visual representation of how hurt your character is. So that also leads to when I just start dying a ton in the game because I don't know if I'm dying. I'm just running away from stuff because I don't have any ammo, and I might have gotten tapped on the shoulder by something, but I didn't realize that almost put me to like critical, and then we end up encountering instant kill enemies. But the mansion itself is a very iconic like level across video games in general, and so it's like fun to get to experience like the original mansion because they really have some solid level design with this game. Regardless of like backtracking and puzzles, it really kind of opens up as you go. And even though it's like a very small puzzle box, it's like the way that it unravels over the couple of hours that it takes to get through the game. You kind of are always exploring like the same area and finding something new as you go, and that really helps with like not only the familiarity of like learning the area, but for having such a small thing that you're in constantly, it keeps it interesting. So the game has a really easy time of remaining like entertaining rather than boring because you're in literally just a house with 2 floors. You know, it's a mansion, but it's just. I mean, there's way larger levels in games now, but like this level is so like compartmentalized with detail that it's better than many like modern game levels now.
Yeah, I would agree to that. It's definitely memorable.
Yeah. You could show a picture of that staircase to almost anybody and they'll know exactly where it came from.
Maybe not Zoomers, but
until this game eventually gets a remake like everything else.
It doesn't really need it. Just fucking remaster it again. Just make it look prettier. Honestly, the only thing they could do to make it look better is just give everyone some fucking facial animation and just recast some bloody fucking voice actors that'll put some goddamn emotion in their voice when they fucking act. God damn it.
Also, because it is the original and I don't think the remake has this, but like I liked it's super funny, but like the cheese of like the live action actors intro.
Oh, dude, I love it. I mean, I was laughing my ass off. I love it.
Yeah, it's just so funny because he's like, Jill, and does that like dramatic hand thing, like he's in an R&B music video.
Yeah.
And the helicopter's leaving. That's where he's like, wait! And then they're like, get to that house. And it's
when he said that when Tim was playing and I saw them, like that had all the same energy of just like, oh my god, they're gonna eat him, and they're gonna eat me.
The dogs, they all sound like dinosaurs.
Like fucking
same like monster sound from '90s that they use in like everything.
Yeah.
Like just that whole intro, and then it does the character spin intros where it's like Chris Redfield, and it's like the guy doing a pose, and I'm like, this is so like, this is just funny to me.
Fucking Wesker with his like slick back hair and
he was literally, I think, doing the Guile thing where he's like combing his hair, and I'm like, that's so funny. And I mean, it is Street Fighter, so like maybe Guile and what's his face are related.
Wesker,
Wesker.
And then the fucking actor who plays Jill's wearing all that shit and doesn't look natural on her at all. Is the most goofy looking guy.
Yeah, I'm like, what kind of police uniform is this? But the other part that was weird is like I remember Rebecca kinda. But like, I don't ever remember seeing her because I never play as Chris. So I was just, who is this?
It's just the fucking Spectre.
Like, who's this character? Maybe she's from one of the spin-off games or something like that. And then like, because she's in that intro as like a live action character, and I don't even know if those live action people are the voice actors too. I think
want
it
them
could
to
just
be so bad.
a completely different, separate cast of people. Like I don't know the history of any of that stuff, but it was just funny.
I think they are different, actually.
It wouldn't surprise me if they were different, but I don't want them to be. I want my headcanon to be they're the same fucking people.
But it's kind of like I like where we're going so far. I mean, the game definitely it starts to steer away from just zombies and like modern, like I guess monster horror, and go sci-fi pretty quick. And this as we get out of the mansion, but so far, like it's been a really nice homage to what is the game that kind of started this franchise? It was like Alone in the Dark or something like that.
Yeah, Alone in the Dark is like the OG like survival horror game.
Yeah,
but there's also that Sweet Home or whatever I think is what directly influenced Resident Evil.
I mean, the setting, you can't say the setting isn't taken from like fucking Night of the Living Dead. Just the movie, you know, just the movie.
Yeah, like. It was like it's surprisingly too. It's just one of like the main zombie games. Like when you think of like retro games and zombies, Resident Evil is the game that you think of.
Oh yeah, that's why I said it's like when you think of like OG survival horror, you're gonna think of Resident Evil. It's like one of the big daddies of the whole era that got survival horror as like a genre people knew about, you know.
Because I wouldn't even I don't really consider like Silent Hill a survival horror, even though they're very similar play styles. I just think of that one as like a psychological horror. Yeah. I mean, it's a similar play style, but like it just feels.
Well, there's no
different.
combat. Like Silent Hill, like it's like you think you're fucking discouraged from combat in Resident Evil. Fucking don't even try it in Silent Hill.
Yeah. Until the like later games where they do that, but you know that's its own thing.
Yeah. Okay. Edwin, do you want to talk about any of the superficial elements to Resident Evil Remake before we continue?
Not really the music, because I think I was stressing so hard that I couldn't even pay attention to it. But it's like I think the voice acting is probably like the better improvement besides the graphics. While the graphics are nice, I feel like the voice acting is like the bigger step up because I've seen videos and like certain lines from the original one, and then it's just so funny and so off-putting that you kind of forget it's a horror game for the moment that they're talking. So it kind of like ruins like the whole feel of the game. With like, oh, it's supposed to be a zombie horror, but like, how can you not laugh during a horror movie or horror game when they have lines like that?
Right.
So it's really funny, but it's like it felt more like a horror game when they remastered all of that. And like the addition
like I
of,
said, it's better voice acting, but it takes away the cheese, and it's better voice acting, but you went from bad to like fine, and fine is boring. At least when it's bad, I can laugh. But I do agree that it technically does take away from the atmosphere, just laughing at the dumbass fucking dialogue.
Yeah, no, I was like, I haven't seen a lot of like the actual gameplay, just the lines of the original, but compared to like what has been said so far, I feel like the additions of the remade puzzles and all that does fit very well. So that is also like a cool addition, and like the fact that he was able to get everyone on board to like actually redo the game in like the original vision that he had is also like a cool thing to know about.
Okay. Just as a quick aside, I can hear thunder outside of my house, so if me and Tim randomly disappear, it's probably because my power went out. So talk amongst yourselves if that happens. I'll try to get back as fast as possible. So Tim, what do you think about Resident Evil and its remake? Do you agree with my sentiment that it's kind of like Dead Space and the fact that the remake's like, if you were gonna if you came to me and say play Resident Evil, would you say play the remake or play the original?
I would definitely say play the remake, and I'm biased towards both games.
You're biased towards every single
one. The little that I've played of it, because of the fact that it's just something that it's almost like a museum piece. It's like,
well, it is
go back and visit it, but I played this one more.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole just like, this is great, but I like this.
Yeah.
All right. And I already said my piece on it. So now that we talked about the good shit, let's continue suffering. Let's re-enter the survival horror. Doesn't it say that in the original when you load back in?
Whenever you reload back in.
Yeah, when you're listening, you're welcome back to the survival
once again
horror.
enter the survival
You once
horror.
again enter the survival
Good luck.
horror. Good luck.
It should have kept track and said you have once again for the blank amount of time
Yeah.
entered, and then that way I know how many times I've freaking died. Yeah, I know it tracks your
That's
saves.
the score screen.
The
Oh,
fucking OG,
yeah.
when you die, you just throws you back to the title screen. It's like, get out, asshole.
I think I died 80 times. I think that was the count.
No,
It's like-
it kicks you out to the menu on the remake too. So I don't think it can keep.
Oh yeah, I don't know that because I didn't die.
I died enough for all of us.
I think I'm probably there with you.
I was
go
gonna
ahead,
press there was an even number.
All right. So, in my self-assigned Act 2, The Residence. Let's see. Unlike Act 1, Act 2 is a series of smaller connected areas rather than one big mansion, and the change of scenery is nice as the hallways of the mansion start to blend together at a certain point, which they kind of do, but the fixed camera angles kind of help with that. It's just like, here's hallway A, here's hallway B, here's hallway C. The rooms themselves are usually unique, but goddamn those fucking hallways. Lots of areas are outside, and some unexpected areas are revealed as Jill dives deeper into the mystery of what's going on. We will return to the mansion before the act is over, but for now, the change is good. So, Jill finds herself in a work shed, as Edwin said. We had to find this complicated-ass key to this door that just leads to, like, the fucking gardener's shed. And finds a few items. Heading to the right, she exits the shed out into the woods, where she finds a wooden signpost. This corresponds to a puzzle she must solve in order to progress this way, needing to turn all the wind chimes in the right direction, corresponding with the wooden signpost directions. Jill receives a call on her radio from presumably Barry. I think, anyways, it's supposed to be Barry. Warning to stay away from the forest outside the mansion, which is exactly where you are anyways, so... Solving the puzzle opens a gate that leads into a small graveyard. The large tombs in the back can be interacted with. This is where you use the wind crest in the remake to give Jill access to more crests, which I think all the rest of these quests are the other medals you used to unlock the door originally, so they moved them all here to get the Magnum.
Yep.
And basically, this isn't much of a puzzle. You just have to pick up all the medals, interact with them to like unlock the key on the back of them, and then just put them in the other tomb in the right order. And which will reveal the revolver, which I think you said is the most powerful weapon in the game. Outside of Barry's revolver. We'll learn that later. Let's see. Following the road, Jill takes a long, winding road towards what seems to be like I think this is supposed to be like a servant house or something, like where the hired help lived on the mansion. Which contained a safe room and a map of the courtyard. Looking around further, Jill finds the crank item, and upon trying to exit the house, hears the door open and spies the tail end of some new monster. The monster, when Jill tries to leave, the monster knocks her out, and for whatever reason, like, knocks Jill out, drags her down the stairs, and then waits for her to wake up before attacking her. I don't understand what this, like, sequence of events was supposed to accomplish, but, waits for her to wake up before actually trying to kill her. Jill must flee as this enemy, who I'm going to be referring to as Shackles for the rest of this breakdown. Because I believe you can hurt the thing, but ultimately it's not going to do anything. Like, if you shoot it enough, will it stun it? Will it stun it, though, if you shoot it enough? No?
Not really.
Okay, so yeah, just run from it. Let's see.
Also, his name is Lisa Trevor.
I have it later, but I'm calling it Shackles because it's funny.
Also, this is entirely only remake.
Oh yeah, so this monster's only in the remake. Shackles is only in the remake.
I do remember
That's weird.
fighting this thing though a long time ago with Jordan over at my house because we were yelling "mother" or whatever when it fell into a pit. But
Yeah, mother.
yeah,
We'll fucking get to that stupid ass sequence. So what's here in the original? Is there anything here? Is it just a house? Or is this even here?
We just walk out to the courtyard.
Oh,
yeah,
so that
this
whole area
isn't
doesn't exist.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, it's
okay.
completely new.
Oh, all right. There you go. Then a whole nother area completely unique to the remake. Blah 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 blah. Where was I? Yeah. So Shackles can't be killed, so you have to hightail it back down the pathway towards the shed area. Now the path is populated by a few zombies and crows. Back in the shed, she heads through the main door into the courtyard area. Jill gets another call on her radio from Brad, who's the helicopter pilot, but doesn't really reveal anything other than he's still just hanging around with the helicopter. And also the fact that the fucking radio's busted. In the garden, Jill has to fight, I think it's 3 to 4 dogs before being allowed to cross to the gate beyond. She is stopped by a large body of water, but this can be drained using the crank on a nearby contraption. So I guess... No, I think I saw it. The crank is in the shed, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, that's where you guys get the crank. Because we get the crank in the non-existent area.
Yep.
Jill can now cross using the ladders to the other side. She follows the pathway that leads to an elevator leading further down into the courtyard. She enters another gate and through a stone hallway where we literally have it's raining snakes.
Yeah,
These snakes can poison you, but typically if you just keep moving, they have a hard time hitting you. Jill reaches the other end and enters that door into the residence. And again, I when I said before, they know when you enter that door through Snake Alley, there's one of the big, the unpickable up blue boxes that, blue herbs there because they're you were probably just poisoned if you weren't expecting that. Let's see. Past the blue herbs to the right is another safe room. Jill pushes a box out of the way and enters the room on the far side of the hall. Jill is ambushed in this room. This is that. I want to say it's a break room almost, I guess, because they have billiards and shit in it. So when you go into this room for the first time, you get a unique camera angle that shows the fucking spider crawling down the wall above you. when I played, I saw that shit and immediately went back into the other room. I was like, fuck that. But you go into this room. There's like 3 or 4 spiders in this room. After dealing with them, Jill obtains the red book key item. The only other thing in this room, they're all puzzle related, but they're not relevant till later in this act, so you don't have to deal with them right now. Blah, blah, blah. Jill exits and goes down the other hallway into another door. She travels to the end of the hall, and before she opens the door, she hears a voice coming from the other side, talking about how a deal with was being maintained and how they don't have to destroy stars. Opening the door, it's revealed that at least one of the voices was Barry, the other speaker being unknown. Barry shrugs off Jill's questions and leaves. Jill finds notes foreshadowing more of the sentient plants being a problem down the road. Looking in the bathroom, in next to the bedroom, because this whole area is like not a hotel, but when I say residence, I guess it's just like one big guest house with a bunch of different like bedrooms in it. She looks in the bathroom in that bedroom. She finds a residence key. Jill leaves and returns to the main part of the residence and opens another bedroom with the key that she found. She morbidly finds a body hanging from the ceiling with a suicide note. Entering the bathroom, she once again drains this nasty-ass tub and finds the control room key. Jill exits the bedroom and backtracks to the room where she found Barry in and moves some bookshelves to reveal a secret ladder leading downwards. Jill finds herself in a laboratory-looking area beneath the residence, blocked by a small body of water. Jill needs to move a few wooden boxes into it to form a bridge to get across. This leads further down to a large metal gate into a flooded chamber. After entering, it's revealed there's zombie sharks in a water in the middle of the forest underneath the ground in a laboratory. I was like, it doesn't get much more B-movie bullshit than this. Jill avoids the sharks and rushes to the other side of the room that opens with the control room key. In here, Jill must solve a puzzle to drain the water, but she is put on a timer as the sharks try and break into the room and the systems begin to malfunction. After bringing the shutters down, Jill is able to drain the water from the chamber. Following the only hallway out, Jill can now enter the drained chamber, littered with the bodies of the sharks who struggle to move and breathe with no water. Jill has to electrocute the largest shark as it's blocking her pathway. It's called Mother Neptune, and you get an achievement for killing it like it was some kind of boss, but I guess, I don't know. It wasn't much of a boss. It was flopping on the ground. And loots a resident key off of the shark. Jill follows the only way out of the lab, climbing ladders until she is back up to the ground floor of the residence. Using the key she just obtained, she opens the door next to the one Barry was in. This area is infested by large bees. Jill only explores briefly when she finds some insecticide. As exploration of the area is greatly hampered by the bees attacking constantly, taking it back out, Jill examines the adjacent wall to the room to find a map of the residence along with a hole to use the insecticide in to kill the bees and clear the area. Okay. I think we'll... hold on. Okay, yeah, never mind. I'll keep going here. Jill can now return to the new area and explore in relative safely now that the bees are dealt with. Examining the now dormant nest, she finds another resident key leading to another bedroom. Examining the bookshelf, Jill finds a chemical solution that will kill the large sentient plant that was alluded to with the other notes that she picked up earlier. Using the red book from earlier, Jill needs to rearrange the books according to their spine art in order to reveal a picture that reveals a door. The door leads to the room containing the large sentient plant. This timeline's Jill decides to take the aggressive route and just brought the grenade launcher with some incendiary shells and just decided to fight the plant, killing it and looting a mansion key, the last one we need, which is the helmet key that will open up the last doors we have in the mansion. And in quotation marks, this skips an entire puzzle to just killing the plant that you can do with Jill to avoid killing the plant, and also inadvertently skips another potential like Jill and Barry cutscene where Barry helps save Jill from the plant. But I'll go back and explain that since I actually did the puzzle. Let's see. And it also invalidates the other puzzle with the break room because that was part of the puzzle with the chemicals. Jill leaves, but upon leaving, runs into Wesker for the first time since being separated at the beginning of the game, which, that's not sketchy at all. Wesker tries to cast shade on Barry and implies that the player needs to return to the mansion now that they have another key. And since now this is where we'll stop, since at this point we're going to be returning to the mansion. So, it was a lot of ground to cover. I mean, it's a lot of ground, but not a lot. It's a lot and not a lot, if that makes any sense, which it doesn't. So we'll talk about this like outside the mansion place before. We'll cover everything that you guys did in the residence before heading back to the mansion, basically going up to how you dealt with the plant. Now, Jordan, you said that this is about the part you fell off on. Do you have any thoughts on this section of the game when you leave the mansion and go to the residence, and especially since you were like watching the remake, how you felt about like Shackles or how they dealt with the plant and anything like that, the puzzles or whatnot?
Well, I actually completed this whole section. It was literally, but it was literally, this is what made me quit, right? Was those goddamn ink ribbons. So, after I left the residence area and I was going through all that, and then I went through that room, killed the spiders, and there was like a little tip about that too. Is when you go up the stairs and you kill the one that's on the side of the wall, if you shoot it and then it makes little spider babies. Apparently, if you were to just walk back out of that room and come back in, those things disappear. So you don't even have to deal with that shit. They just completely go away. But as I went through all those different rooms specifically to get all the acquired keys, and then I dealt with that one weird looking guy that he knocks you out, wakes up, and then, hey, come at me, bro, and then you have to avoid his ass. I went through all those steps and then got to the shark crap where it killed me, and I literally had saved myself a little bit before that point when I had to go redo all that again. So I was like, whatever, I'll fucking just do it. So it was like another 45 minutes to an hour that I lost, but I had to get it back. Again, I was too in a hurry, so I ran through the whole thing, and then I finally got the shark thing to work. But as I got through to that, and I was on my way back outward after the plant thing, they kill the plant, and I'm leaving. My thing crashes. And I lose everything. So I threw in the towel, said fuck it, I'm not doing this again, and just after this point, it's just watching somebody play it after that, because that was like 2 hours of my time gone, and I was like, no, I'm not doing this again. We're good. Towel thrown in, and those are basically it. I mean, I went through all those steps and ended up losing it all, so I was like, I'm done.
Did you do the chemical puzzle, or did you just fight the plant?
We just fought the plant. Yeah, I just killed it. That's why I ran out of all my ammunition. But I did what I could, got rid of it, and then boop. And I was like, okay, fuck this game. I'm done. I'm good. I'm burnt out.
Now, did your save get corrupted, or you just lost all your progress because you weren't able to save because it crashed suddenly?
It got corrupted.
Oh, yeah, then I don't blame you for fucking That's not even the game's fault, but I also don't blame you for not wanting to do all that again either, because if it's corrupted and you just lost everything, fuck that.
Yep.
It left more than 2 hours.
Well, I mean, 2 hours of that time of where I was to stepping back and then redoing it again total out to about 2 hours. And then it's all now gone. Yeah, so that's, it's way more than 2 hours, but it was 2 hours of time at that day that was just gone.
Okay.
All right. Well, anyway, then that question will apply as you move forward. Then, so Corey, since we established that fucking Shackles and the little house on the side is not in the original, is the rest of that in the original?
Yeah, there's you go out in the courtyard and you end up going over to the guardhouse or whatever it's called, where the people live, and you go in the pool room and there's the spiders, and this is like the only place where the spiders are, I think, outside of I think the spiders there's only
they're in the mines, right? Are they in the mines in the original? Because they're in the mines in the remake.
Yeah, I think there's like a boss or something, like the Black Widow boss or whatever is in the mines. But so I killed those spiders. I got to the puzzle where it was like here's a chemistry test. And I was like, yeah, I have fire rounds, so I don't care. And I just ignored that. I went down, I drained the water, so the sharks are just flopping on the ground. I couldn't carry all of the ammo, so I end up having to come back here to get ammo, which is beneficial, but it's kind of this horseshit thing that I end up having to do shortly after this because it's kind of necessary for my last hurrah, because I was almost about to throw the towel in as well, because after completing all this stuff, which wasn't necessarily complicated, also it's the only place with bees, I think. So the bees issue, which I think you can just burn the hive.
No, wait. In the remake, you have one bee in that room. That'll when you're getting the fucking wind crest. Remember, you have one bee.
Yeah.
Because there's a hive, and I think you can burn it, and then it goes away, and then they're gone. But like you just kind of bounce around that room a little bit, but you don't need to come back to this place. I don't think ever. It's specifically the guardhouse. You do have to go back to the courtyard. But it was more or less like I was happy because I was finding a bunch of like rounds for the grenade launcher and stuff, and so I was like, okay, you guys are giving me a lot of grenade rounds. I don't know why this is, but I'm assuming I need it for that boss, but I still have a lot, and I left some behind. Then I go back to the mansion after this part, and when I enter through the mansion door, to get into the mansion for the second time, it plays a really it plays a cutscene in the same style of like the zombie that turns its head, and I believe this is the first time you get a cutscene like this after that initial one.
I think so.
And what it's doing is it's introducing the hunters.
Yeah.
And now the hunters have replaced all of the zombies. There's no more zombies technically in the mansion outside of like the one specific area that you are going to get a key to go into. But and I'll stop here because when I got in there, the good save room is where I had my last ink ribbon, and this is where the game starts to become a fucking nightmare.
Make it count.
Yeah, so I saved my game after this particular part, killed the hunter that's in that room. Thank God this game does no respawns. So when you kill a monster in an area, that monster's dead for good. And I'm so happy for that, because if there was respawns upon re-entering, I would never go through.
We're not playing fucking Metroid where we have to go through the fucking same hallway.
I was
just like, I'm back.
No, thank you, because it's not like you hired new staff and then they got infected. Like, I killed everyone that works here.
Killed everyone that works here.
That's all I got. But yeah, I'll stop here because this is where the game really turns into a death fest.
Yeah, the whole like return
too
to the
much
mansion.
Until I got to about the hunter part because of the whole life. I can't see how much life I have, and they have
the whole
kill
life
moves.
turning into death.
Yeah, well, they have this jump attack where they cut your fucking head off, and they can jump down the hallway, and they purposely like move like 1.5 times faster than the player does, so they're hard to get away from. And if you are in caution, which is about, I don't know, 70 to 40% of your health or some shit, if they jump attack you, they will instantly kill you.
Oh, great.
And they jump all the way down the damn hallway. And here's the best part. Because of the fixed cameras, I don't know if there's one right in the hallway unless I hear it walking around. But if it jumps at me, I can't move. So it's just going to instantly kill me when I enter a room. And that's going to start happening. So I'll pass the mic here.
Let me pass the mic. Because we're just trying to get up to the plant, because the other half of the residence act for me isn't even the fucking residence, where it's going back to the fucking mansion until we're ready to go down into the fucking laboratory. I think I remember when Corey you were saying that, it's like, this is about the time you're starting to lose your fucking mind.
Yeah, I was just sending texts like, you guys, I'm gonna fucking blow up. Not fun.
There's a shotgun next to me, and it's looking tastier by the minute.
Yeah.
So Edwin, how did you deal with the residents leading into the plant fight?
So, like, I was playing the remake, so I had to go through the shack first.
You saw shackles.
The shack on the prairie. I went and got the Magnum from the from the graveyard. I was stressing a little bit because I was trying to do it fast enough so the crows don't fucking get me because they're really aggressive in that graveyard for whatever reason. And then I went up to that little house for shackles, and then I got the crank for it. And then you could it was like when the door opens as her entering, you can see her through the window, but for some reason it just doesn't fucking register in Musclehead's brain. So
it doesn't register in fucking Jill's brain either, because I did the same thing. I like walked up to the little thing, you could see Shackles just moving slightly off screen. I'm like, I don't want to walk through that doorway. I think what I did, I'll get to that when I talk about it, but I'll get to that when I do it. But yeah, it's just like, that's bad, but I'm gonna walk through this doorway anyways.
Well, I saved, and I think I messed up on my little item inventory a moment, so I think I had to redo that part twice. I'm not really sure what I messed up. But it's like I was like, she's like right on the edge, and for some reason, like when your character like goes past that little doorway, it just stops and lets her hit him on the head. It's
a script. Yeah, it's really dumb. It's a stupid script. Like I said, not only is that dumb, it's a scripted sequence where you get knocked out, but she knocks you out, drags you like 5 feet, and then just waits for you to wake up instead of just killing you. Like, I don't understand why that even happens. Is it in the book? It's probably not even in the book, because he said it was part of the remake, so
she's in the book, but it's a little less like scripted. And
yeah, I'm sure in the
you
book
don't
it
actually
probably
go into the shackle.
Oh, okay. So it probably makes more sense in the book. It's just this weird video gamey sequence of events. Like, I'm not gonna wait for you to wake up before I actually try and kill you.
Yeah, just gonna warm you up on the fire real quick.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, I didn't mean to. I bonked you on the head. Here, just sit by the fire and get back up. It's the whole time she's just trying to help you.
Technically, she's in the right. We trespassed into her house.
Yeah, pretty much. Fair enough.
We're the bad guys.
Yeah, I'm the bad guys. I took your crank. I'm very sorry. It was your favorite crank.
And then, like, after that, I just got down, and then I, like, passed a random single zombie on the pathway from the shack to her house, which is really weird. It was like that singular zombie in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
And then went back through the graveyard, avoided all the crows, and then I went all the way to. I like went past the pool. I killed all those dogs. I never got poisoned from the falling snakes, which I'm happy about. That does not go so well the second half coming back, but after going past all the snakes, I think this was a point I had to restart for some reason. I think it's just terrible item management, but I went through that through like all the rooms, getting past the spiders. I did get scared a little bit because the spider was like really overhead. So I really went back through the doorway. I was like, all right, let me collect myself real quick.
They're way louder in the remake too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was I did get poisoned by the spider because it's poison shot does poison you. So I had to go back and then get a blue. I had to mix a blue and a green herb so I don't die from it. And then I saw the pool table on top, but apparently that's only if you didn't save Richard before. But I'll explain that a little bit later because it's coming up anyway. So I did all the stuff. I got the map on the off the wall, and then there's like a hole on the other side. The guide specifically said not to look through the hole, but it didn't say why. So I did anyway because I was curious. And then a bunch of bees just started flying out, and there were like 6 bees chasing me.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Well, I mean, if the guide explained what happens, then it was like, okay, I won't do it, but it didn't, so I got curious. So I was like, so after that,
don't look in the hole. It's like, well, now I gotta look in the fucking hole.
Well, yeah, now it was like, if you didn't mention not to look through it, then I wouldn't think any of it. I was like, oh, I didn't know I could look through the hole, but now I'm curious because you told me.
If you said, hey, you should look through that, then I would be like, no.
No,
I mean, I would believe him.
I dare you.
But I think because I did that, I restarted the save just so I didn't have to deal with the bees. So I just had to go through that spider room again. And then I went back and didn't look through the hole. And I went through all the rooms. I got all the keys. I got the self-defense gun, which only has one bullet, but it instantly kills anything, supposedly anything that it shoots.
I was wondering what the fuck the point of that item was, because I picked it up, put it in the box, and never thought about it again.
Well, it's like it said it was like it can kill almost any enemy, but I used it on the plant, but it didn't really do anything. So I was like, all right, I don't believe you. It's either I missed or it didn't do anything.
False advertising. You can't kill a mutant plant.
I went to, I guess it's called the Aqua Ring, is where the sharks are. It was very weird. I did remember this part because I think I saw someone play it like several years ago. But what I did not know is that once I walked through the door to get there, you just see fucking Richard on the other side, just fearing for his life.
It's like, how the fuck did you get here?
Yeah, and then Chris, it's a whole cutscene, so I'm not in control of it. But he starts walking over the platform, and then a shark goes to the angle of a shark coming towards you, and then Richard's just like, "No, Chris, stop!" And then he pushes you out of the way and gets eaten. So that's all he does.
In both fucking timelines, Chris dies for Jill or Chris dies for Chris by pushing them out of the way for something.
Yeah. So,
or I guess he just dies for being poisoned.
Yeah. And then after he gets eaten, you're just running away from the shark, and you had to do that whole section of defending yourself against the shark and draining the water. And then after you drain the water, you find the assault shotgun on the ground. After Richard's body gets eaten, but if you don't save Richard in the beginning when he's poisoned, then Richard doesn't show up in this section, and you don't get the shotgun at all. So
that's lame.
Yeah.
I guess it is a reward for saving him, kind of, for just to die later.
Oh no, his part is not done yet on how he affects the game. So after all that, you kill Neptune, you get the thing. And then you have to go get to the plant. I had to do this part twice because I thought I messed it up. Because I was like, this is just a freaking camera angle, and I don't know where I'm shooting the plant at. But you do the insecticide, you kill the bees this time while looking through the hole. And then for this part, apparently, if you don't save Richard, Rebecca won't come to the same shack where the plant is, and you won't take over playing her to do all the chemical stuff. And then while you're playing her, you do the chemical stuff. Then you have to go back down to the aqua ring and spray the chemical on the plant's roots. But because you saved Richard and then he got killed by the sharks, Rebecca does not come to help you. And then if you try and if you play as Chris, and you try and mix the chemicals, he's just like, you have no chemical experience, so don't bother with this.
Only women know how to mix chemicals, don't you know?
He punches boulders, not mix chemicals.
Yeah, it's like I smash heads. So
it's weird because if you save Richard, you get the assault shotgun, but then you don't get to do the chemicals to weaken the plant to like half health. So because I saved Richard, I get the shotgun and I have to fight the plant at full power. So it's just a weird sequence. So then I had to do the plant fight twice because I just wasted too much ammo the first time. And I didn't die. I think I just restarted before I did, because I was getting a little pissed. This is the part where I used the self-defense gun against the plant, but it didn't really do anything. So either I missed or I didn't shoot it correctly, where like the bulb is exposed.
It doesn't work because the plant doesn't understand the concept of self-defense.
Well, I mean, I was a little confused because I thought I was like, hey, isn't there like a knife cheese for this? But I don't know if that was for the original game or for this one, so I just skipped it. So I just started just shooting all the shotgun shells that I could until it died, and then it eventually did. And then I left the entire thing. I met up with Rebecca after the fight. That she just shows up. I was like, oh, cool. Wish you were here like 10 minutes ago.
Where the fuck were you, bitch?
And then she immediately goes to the chemical room. I was like, this is what I needed you for before. And then I let her heal me because because with her around, she goes to a safe room and she can heal you up to 3 times. So I let her heal me. I was like, I might as well use you once. And then after I get healed, she immediately goes into a cutscene of just crying. And then that's it. It was like, okay, I don't really understand what the point of that was. And then I just walk out and leave her there. I was like, because nothing was explained. She just starts crying, and then Chris is just like, "It'll be okay." It was like, what was the context of this? Just the whole thing, or because she knows that Richard died?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If I was in her position, I'd probably have a mental breakdown at some point too. You like keep it together for so long in a zombie mansion where you just watched all your friends die.
I mean, it's just weird because that only happened because I asked her to heal me. I was like, do you not want to save me or something? It was just weird. It was like that it happened after she healed me. And then after that, I just had to backtrack all the way back to the shack where Wesker left me another note and then a bunch of random stuff. And then it's funny because in the note, he said, "Hey, here's some extra items. Also, I fixed that door you broke."
You broke. Yeah.
Sorry, I was running for my life.
He's like, Chris, you really gotta, work on that grip of yours. You fucking break doorknobs when you grab onto them too hard.
We should treat other people's things with respect around here. We don't live in this house.
Yeah. No, he's just like, that was my door. I mean, I don't know whose doorknob that is. You should be more respectful.
It was just funny. It was like I can understand like Barry fixing it, but someone like as edgy and suspicious as Wesker, it's just funny. It's like just watching him just fix a doorknob. I was like, all right, now it works. All right, moving on.
Bro, Wesker's a god. Don't question him. He wears sunglasses at night inside a house. Okay.
Probably one of the coolest villains ever made.
Yeah.
Too cool to take off the sunglasses.
Yeah, he's like, I can't see anything.
There's fucking zombies in here?
Yeah.
God, why didn't you say anything?
Walk by everything.
Yeah, like, why'd you say anything? It's like, holy shit, there's fucking zombies in here?
It's like he's wearing the sunglasses
something about
inside.
that.
He's wearing the sunglasses inside. It's just like, if I can't see them, they can't see me.
Yeah.
These are my safety.
He's walking by the zombies. The zombies are just like, oh my god, you see that guy? He's so cool.
Yeah, don't bite him. He's cool as hell.
Yeah. All right, Tim, how did your romp go through on the director's cut in the residence with Chris?
So, the only things that are really of note is I was not expecting the shark room to just because that was the first thing I noticed is how you guys had the aqua ring. Ours was just like the whole entire bottom section's flooded, so you have to walk really slowly while the sharks like come up and try and bite at you.
Yeah.
But you're in a big rectangular room, like it was their tank that they fell out of or something.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
don't
like-
know what that was for.
I don't either. I'm just like, why?
Yeah. I'm questioning why there's sharks in a forest in a lab underground.
Yeah, the last thing I expected to get attacked by in the mountains was
exactly.
a shark.
Exactly. The
Shark
last,
attack.
yeah, shark attack in the little fucking forest. Because it's like, yes, we're developing the zombie virus. What's the perfect fucking subject? It's like, humans, bees, and sharks. It's like, okay.
Oh my.
The spiders were already here.
Yeah, the spiders were already here, and we spilled it on a plant, so we just counted that too.
But yeah, no, with going through that, I did have to reset that room puzzle because I basically pushed the box in a weird way because it's got the same 3-box puzzle.
Yeah.
So I had to reset that one. I did do the chemical thing with Rebecca. And I found that with the bees, they only affect you if you run in the room to grab because there's basically like a table underneath their hive
Yeah.
to grab the residence key that you need there. Once you grab that, you reset them. They don't really come back and bother you, so I never really messed with trying to deal with them. But for the most part, it's kind of the same as everyone else's, except for the fact that I had Rebecca come save me in the middle of the plant grabbing you because basically you're running there. Then you still have to fight him, but he's weakened.
Yeah.
Which at this point, I think the biggest thing was I gotta find some ink ribbons because I have no ink ribbons and I don't want to reset here.
Yeah.
So I spent most of the residents on danger, looking for ink ribbons and health items. So as I found them, I was like, I'm gonna heal now. And when I found the ink ribbon, I immediately ran all the way back to the save room. I was like, all right, we're good.
Yeah, it's like, all right, safe.
Otherwise, it was uneventful.
Okay. For me, this is where I start getting a lot better memories of the game, at least more memorable things, because I meet Shackles, and of course, as soon as I heard someone open the door when I was in the little servant house and saw Shackles, like, shambling off screen, I immediately ran to the back where the little hole was, because I was just, like, gonna wait there, because I thought it was coming for me. I just kind of sat there with my gun pointed at the fucking hole in the wall. And realizing that it wasn't actually coming for me, I'm like, great, I have to walk outside the fucking thing and it's gonna attack me in some scripted bullshit. And sure enough, that's what happens. And then when it waits for me to wake up, I already knew, because I knew Resident Evil has the thing where, like, these really unique creatures really can't be killed outside of, like, the last boss or some kind of special scripted event. So I already knew I couldn't hurt it, so I just ran past it. I think it just got one solid whack at me. But then I ran by the zombie on the road, and I think this was the first time that I ran up to him and I missed my shot and he just walks up to me and vomits on me. I think that was the first time the zombie vomited on me, and I was like, dude, fucking rude. That's nasty.
Offended instead of scared.
Yeah, he just walks up and he's like, oh, hello, my name's I'm just like, ugh, go away. So then I go back in the courtyard, fight like the 100 dogs that are there, use the crank, get past that, and as soon as I was walking down that alleyway and snakes start falling, I'm like, fucking drop snakes, what the fuck? And I start just booking it the other side. I was like, fucking snakes, literally snake, it's raining snakes! Like, what the fuck? And I run all the way to the other side to get to the residence, and I push all the boxes and get into and like I said, I go into the break room with the spiders, and the camera, I just see the first, like, 2 legs of the spider enter the frame, and I was like, nope, and I fucking walked out of the fucking room. I was like, nope, no, I'm not dealing with that, nope, no way. And, I leave, and it's funny because when you leave and you go back, that spider's not on top of you anymore. It's like off in front of you to the right. So I just, like, canceled the whole scripted sequence where you see the spider for the first time. Dealt with the spiders, and I spent more time in this room than I needed to, because I understood, I'm like, all right, there's something with the billiards, there's something with the lamps. I lit all the lamps with the lighter, but I'm like, I'm not seeing what the puzzle is, so I'm assuming I have to come back later for whatever the fuck this shit is. So I left it alone. I went and saw Barry, and obviously, obviously going into this game, I knew Wesker was evil, so it's not like I thought Barry was in on it. I thought he might be some sort of unwilling accomplice, but anyway, so I see Barry, I look around the room, I move the bookshelves, and I go downstairs into the water area, and as soon as you get down there, you have, like, that POV shot of the sharks in the water, and I was like, God damn it, because I have, like, really bad thalassophobia. I hate water and I hate sharks. So I was like, are you fucking kidding me? There's sharks in this game? Again, what Corey says, like, this is the last place I expect to be attacked by sharks. So, of course, I go all the way to the other side, realize I don't have the control room key, get bit walking all the way back out again, because I figured shooting the sharks was pointless. I leave there, and then I find the map on the wall, and like Edwin, I interacted again, and the bees crawled out. I was like, fucking bees! And I fucking run. And I run out of there, explore the other side of the residence to find the control room key. And then I go all the way back, and I had to go back and forth through that hallway a few times, and every time you go back, there's just bees waiting for you, so I have to run past the bees every time. Fortunately, they have a really hard time hitting you if you just book it. I go back down, have to go past the sharks again. I always got bit at least once, so I was burning healing items here. I just barely did the fucking control room, like the little puzzle you have to do to, like, shut the shutters and drain the water. I was on, like, 98% or some shit like that. Like, I was just about to die, and I managed to just guess my way through the puzzle. I get down, I kill Neptune. I get the other key, get all the way back up again. go in the other room, find the pesticide. And I thought, because I knew from the way the map looked, I knew that the beehive was like behind that wall. So I just tried to go up to the beehive and use the insecticide, but no, you have to go all the way around to the hole and then use the insecticide. I'm like, I'm standing right next to the fucking thing, Jill. Just use the damn fucking insect spray, goddammit. But I used the insect spray, got all the notes about the plant killing stuff, and I found the room with the plant chemicals, and then it clicked in my head when I saw the keypad that that's what I needed the billiards and the fucking lights to. So I figured out that puzzle, got in there, I actually liked that whole sequence of the whole like chemical puzzle. That was a good like little brain think right there. Did that, got the chemicals, went down, poisoned the roots, went back up, which allowed me to skip the boss battle, but they were still like a cutscene because the plant was dead. But when Jill walks into the room, the plant like has like a second, like a second life, final breath or whatever, and grabs Jill. But then Barry comes in the room with the fucking flamethrower and just torches the plant and rescues Jill. And then you get the helmet key from the plant, and I'm like, all right, I got the key, so I guess I'm done here. So now it's time to head back into the mansion. And like Corey alluded to, I go back to the mansion, and then as soon as you're about to go back in, you get like a POV cutscene of this fucking crazy fast predator or whatever chasing you. And Tim's just like, all right, this is called a hunter. This is why we save the acid shells. So yeah, now we'll get into that part. This is the other half of Act 2, which is the return to the mansion. Alright, let's follow imaginary Jill now. Jill leaves to return to the mansion and gets a call from Brad, but they're still unable to communicate. Jill backtracks all the way to the mansion, but before getting to enter it proper, we are treated to a POV cutscene of something chasing her, and she is ambushed by a new enemy known as a hunter. Fast and powerful, they are a bitch to kill without using the grenade launcher. I don't know how many shotgun blasts it takes. All I know is that typically one acid round kills them.
More than one.
Sometimes they do take two, but I felt like some of them died from one. They now spawn in various areas of the map, adding to the elements the player needs to be wary of. And from the sounds of it, it's like they basically replaced the enemy table for you guys in the originals. Jill makes her way back to the first safe room she found and heads upstairs from there, fighting a few hunters along the way. Taking a left at the top of the stairs, she enters a room near the end of the hallway that can now be opened with the helmet key. This room is a puzzle involving sliding walls and using a statue to slot into a wall in order to reveal a secret room. Didn't you say this was a remake room? Okay, so the sliding wall puzzle is a remake room. Okay. Let's see. Reveals a secret room. This contains the last book. Is the last books and the medals a remake thing then too, or
no?
No. Okay. This contains the last book, Volume 1. Examining it gives you the Medal of Eagle item, a tomb which a switch leads. What the fuck did I write here? A tomb with a switch leads Jill down further into a laboratory-like sub-level, crawling with giant spiders. Navigating past the spider, Jill travels to another hallway beyond and turns a fuse box back on that is guarded by two zombies. The room past that opens into a kitchen-like area where the door on the far wall leads back to the other side of the mansion from where the hole leading down initially was. Jill, now on the other side of the mansion, backtracks to the safe room beneath the stairs and heads to the second floor, all while fighting off the new hunter enemies. She opens a previously locked door to a room full of taxidermies. Taxidermied animals, taxidermies, I don't know. She needs to solve the puzzle in the room consisting of tricking a statue that tracks her movements and locks the reward she needs in place. She exits the room with both the yellow and red gemstone. Now, didn't you say that was this a remake puzzle too?
It's slightly different.
Yeah,
but yeah,
because it's the tiger eye, and it's a blue and red gemstone for us.
Where it's blue and yellow for you guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because the red gemstone is used in a jewelry box.
Yeah.
So she has the yellow and red gemstone. Jill returns to the room nearby with the tiger statue that holds the blue gemstone from earlier and slots in the yellow gemstone, netting her the MO disc. Backtracking to the first floor entryway, Jill opens another door that was locked previously using her new helmet key Inside leads to a small room where the camera tricks the player and shows a mirror reflection and a zombie coming for Jill. I just wanted to point it out because it was a cool shot, because the fixed camera angle makes it look like the zombie's in front of you, but the camera's looking at the mirror, which means the zombie's coming from like the direction the camera's facing. I just thought that was a really cool shot. After the zombie is dispatched, she finds the jewelry box key item. Using the red gemstone she found earlier, she combines it with the box and unlocks parts of it, leading to another puzzle of fitting in various pieces that fell off into a well-fitting shape. This can be aggravating as the placement of it is really finicky. I remember Tim saw me trying it. I could sit in the same spot and just keep mashing A over and over again until it finally worked. Finally unlocking the box to reveal a brooch that turns into another key. Jill returns to the hallway outside the first safe room she found to use this new brooch key, granting her access to a small office where she finds the metal object. The name of the game now is to make the metal object match the stone and metal object. I hate the names of these, by the way. Can't just be like emblem and like second emblem or something like that. And to that end, Jill returns to the kitchen-like area in the depths of the mansion and taking an elevator she had powered on earlier up. This leads her to a hallway with a small storage room nearby where she loots the battery key item. Exiting the room, Jill then backtracks to the room where the spinning Spike Knight statues were to open a door past the key puzzle that leads to a library area. Here she looks around until she is soon ambushed by Yawn, the gigantic snake from earlier. This leads to another boss fight with the creature, having the player fight him in a similar manner as before until this time. But before this time, unlike last time, Jill puts the creature down for good. In its death throes, Yawn knocks a book off the wall that is shown to the player in a brief cutscene. Jill loots the last book, Volume 2, and examines it like the last one. Inside, she finds the wolf metal key item. Jill circles all the way back out into the courtyard area, leading back to the residence, placing the battery item in a slot that powers a nearby elevator, now allowing her to bypass the water crossing and snake alleyway. With this, she uses the crank item again to reverse the water flow and fill the water crossing. But now taking the elevator bypass, it reveals that the waterfall that draining it had caused was blocking an entrance to a ladder that leads below ground. Jill descends the ladder into what looks almost like an underground mine shaft and a safe room area around the corner. Jill then goes into a nearby door, following the mine shaft deeper in. After following the tunnel a short while, Jill comes across another STARS member, Enrico, who reveals that someone among the STARS is a traitor and set them up. Enrico is promptly killed by a gunshot. Jill does not even attempt to turn around to look at who the fuck shot him, like, at all, just stares at him.
Whoever shot this man was 5 feet behind me.
Yeah, exactly. She knows that, but she just doesn't care.
Oh no, his heart exploded.
Yeah, his heart exploded.
Somebody must have shot him from behind.
Yeah, from behind. He was in the wall. And dies. Jill looks over Enrico's body to loot another crank item, this one having a slightly different design. How much more of this one? Okay, never mind. We're almost there. I'll just finish this. Backtracking through the tunnel, Jill finds a spot to use this new crank, which turns like the entire earth and allows her to access the door on the far side of it. I have no idea what the purpose of that would be, just like rotating a mine shaft tunnel. But
yeah, for where the boulders chase you like Indiana Jones.
Well, it's like you're rotating like the earth, like you are underground. Like, what the fuck?
It's just an advanced Minecraft tunnel.
It's just redstone. You don't understand. Jill goes inside and follows the tunnel, finding it to be blocked by a giant boulder. As Jill goes to find another way around the boulder rolls forward and tries to crush her Indiana Jones style. Jill manages to get out of the way, and the boulder crashes into the opposite wall, opening a new path to a large double door. This leads her to a room covered in spider webs and an exceptionally large spider boss, the Black Tiger. Which, again, I think the name is silly, but I guess I could see how it applies to a spider, kind of. Jill fights and kills the creature and cleans up a few of the regular giant spiders. Jill finds a knife nearby and cuts strands of webbing away from a door on the other side of the room and goes through into another tunnel Again, when you leave here, there's conveniently like the big pot of blue herbs because they figured you'd probably get poisoned in that boss fight. Following the tunnel, she finds another spot where the crank is used to create a new pathway by rotating solid rock. Doing this dislodges another giant boulder that Jill needs to dodge before proceeding onward to a room with the puzzle needing to be solved, this one using a series of contraptions to push a large statue into the right spot of the room. Doing this opens a portion of the wall where she finds the cylinder key item. Jill backtracks the tunnels that she was in previously, interacting with a control panel near an elevator shaft to loot the shaft key item. She combines this with the cylinder item and replaces it in the power box and has to enter a code she had gotten from examining the item to cause the nearby elevator to rise to her floor. Jill prepares to take the elevator down before Barry shows up and joins her to travel to the bottom of the mines. Once at the bottom, the two of them hear a nearby moaning, setting them on edge, and Barry to guard the lift while Jill checks it out. Very brave, Barry, thank you. Jill then enters into a circular mine shaft where she encounters Shackles again. That had ambushed, it's the same entity that ambushed her in the small servant house when exploring the residence. The creature is still unkillable, but is slow, so Jill needs to maneuver around her to search the nearby tunnels to solve their puzzles. In one, sending a box on a lift ride to another section of the tunnel where she left Barry, but then she returns to Barry. He suddenly abandons Jill and rides the lift upwards, leaving her trapped. Jill, with no other options, goes to where the lift stopped and pushes the box she had on it to a nearby compactor, turning it on and revealing the broken flamethrower key item. Having this, Jill returns to the circular tunnel with the monster into a door that is unlocked by hanging the broken flamethrower onto a nearby mount. I don't understand why this is logical in any way to unlock a fucking door. But, like, he's like, Phil, I gotta get into the fucking laboratory. It's like, you got the flamethrower to put on the wall?
That was very weird.
Like, yeah, I talked to the boss. I'm petitioning for just regular keys. I don't understand why we have to do this. This opens into a ritualistic looking room with dolls everywhere. I'm going to assume that this room is a remake exclusive since it leads back to the servant house.
Yeah.
Okay. This opens into a ritualistic looking room with dolls everywhere. Jill searches past here into a flooded tunnel where she's ambushed by more snakes. Avoiding them, Jill reaches the end of the tunnel into a section similar to the first, into this weird, like, homely room, which I think this is where you get, like, more lore on the fucking Shackles, I think.
Yeah.
Here, where she loots another jewelry box, examining it, she finds that it opens and loots the stone ring key item, the thing that she needs to combine with the metal object to open the way to the Act 3 at the end of the game. A convenient ladder sits nearby, which Jill ascends since the elevator is gone, and emerges in the servant house nearby the residence she had been ambushed in previously. And this is where I cut off Act 2. So, we'll go around and talk about our experiences back in the mansion, and from the mansion into the mines, and then until the point where we have the stone and metal object to open up the gateway back at the entryway. So, since you fell off at this point, Jordan, do you have any thoughts on this section from what you watched?
I would probably say that I would probably die a whole lot more because it's like, yeah, I left the place to go back into the house and now there's hunters. I thought hunters were only for the original, but the fact that the remake gets them too, that just sounds horrible. And I have to fight the snake again. This is a lot of crazy shit. I would just like to know how that whole fucking place was operational during the time beforehand because it's like you're talking about cranks that rotate the world. I have to fucking put a fake shotgun up in place or get a new shotgun or get crushed by a wall. Just all these weird contraptions. I'm just like, what the fuck was the point of all of this? It's ridiculous. And then there's falling snakes and all that shit along the way. It's like Tomb Raider style. It's just like everything is waiting for a fucking issue event that's gonna kill you if you fuck up. And so I'm just like, I get it. Like, wants to keep you on your toes, but I'm just like, a lot of this shit doesn't make any sense. I'm like, I just want to get to where I need to go. Why do I have to do all this crazy shit? I mean, it probably is just to lengthen the game, but to me, I would probably say that the further point of this, I don't know if I would continue even if my shit wasn't corrupted because this just sounds horrible. It just sounds like it would just make me blow my brains out, basically.
Yeah, I feel like I think this was probably the most annoying because the mines were a bit weird for me. I think, like I said, the one that broke me was the fucking because you have to pull a lever to activate the wall mount and put a flamethrower on the wall mount to unlock the door, and I'm just like, how are you supposed to get into this normally? Like, I wouldn't mind if there was some like fucking key card reader nearby that was just like broken or some shit like that, but it's just like, oh yes, don't forget, if you go into the laboratory, bring your flamethrower to put on the wall, otherwise you can't get in.
Series of events we have to do to get in.
Well, it's just funny because because the beginning of how this all sounds like is like fucking Lord of the Rings. It's like the fucking keys that rules them all. Like the only way I'm gonna get away from this fucking place is, it sounds like in the beginning everybody had a key and then everybody's fucking spread out and then they all died and now I gotta find all these fucking keys to get through this house. If I just had one key to get in, it would be so much more easier. But because everybody has a fucking different key, I can't get anywhere and it pisses you off.
But it's funny because it's just like, imagine working here, because it's just like, all right, guys, we've established our security protocols. Let's see, fucking, John, Billy, and Jim, they have the sword key, the armor key, and the helmet key. So if you need to get in those doors, you got to find those guys. It's like one guy raises his hand. He's like, well, what if we can't find those guys? Like, no, you just go talk to them and they'll open the doors for you. It's like, yeah, what if we all had?
What if John called in sick? Then I can't get in. John called in sick today. I can't. It's at his house. Fuck.
Yeah,
he's on vacation for 2 weeks. What are we supposed to do? Also, we lost 2 landscapers because of the snakes falling into trees.
Yeah, it's like we had the flying snakes come down again. It's like God had like a fucking salt shaker filled with snakes and just sprinkled them on the world for us. And it's just, and he just looks at him and he's like, sorry, it wasn't the budget. We were having too much fun building flamethrower contraption doors, so we couldn't afford regular keys.
Oh, by the way, I need 3 sharks and 1 giant ring delivered
they're wheeling in the sharks behind him.
Yeah, I was gonna add another room, but I spent it all on fucking Neptune.
Yeah. I need those sharks by Tuesday, don't forget.
Yeah, but we can't afford keys, not in the budget, sorry. We have 1 key per door. Yeah. This is the game. This is probably the most padding-ish feeling part of the game. At least it felt like it for me. So yeah. All right. So, well, now that I know a good amount of that stuff, again, was remake exclusive, Corey, how was the original when you came back to the mansion and filled with hunters?
So this is the part where I had no ink ribbons, and I had very limited. I haven't used any healing items, so basically what I had to do was like throw on some Metallica in the old save room, hype myself up, grab all of the ammo I can, all the health items I can, throw every key item out, because I'm about to clear this freaking mansion. Because I died. Because I'm getting gameplay recording, and this is where everything kind of hits the fan. I recorded, and I deleted this because I was like, I'm not using this in the footage. 2 hours of footage where I was dying every 10 minutes. And it was just like, and it wasn't the same way every time. It would just be like, I'm getting freaking stun locked because the hunter jumped down the hallway and he's doing like a little foot swipe thing. But I'm like, ugh. And then I back into a wall and I keep bouncing off it. And then he'll just keep doing it until I die. Another hunter will jump and cut my head off. There's so many hunters. It takes 4 shotgun rounds to shoot them. You can't shoot them when they're on the ground and getting up, so you have to wait till they stand. But if they stand and you don't pull the trigger immediately, the animation where they jump at you will trigger, and you can't shoot them when they're in the air. So I'll just get my head cut off. I backtracked so many damn times. I just said, fuck doing the Magnum puzzle, because that's how you get the Magnum, is doing the Tiger Eye puzzle. I had all the items I needed. So I was like, well, what do I got to do? Where am I supposed to go directly without doing anything extra? I was like, okay, I loaded up all my shit. I killed like 3 hunters on the way there. I went and I fought the giant snake. And in the original, the snake comes in and he puts a hole in the ground. And you go up to a piano and you play it or whatever, because piano's in this game, I guess. And then it's like, oh shit, he's back. And then you fight him. I use basically every explosive round I have. Snake dies. There's a big ass hole. Barry comes in. And he's like, Jill, you should climb down there, and throws a rope. You go down, the rope breaks, and then he's like, Jill, wait. This is the part of the game where this moment triggers the good ending, or part of the good ending. I died a bunch of times trying to do this shit. So I was like, I do not care what ending I get. So when you go down in the hole, Barry's like, "I'm so stupid. Hold on, I'll be right back." And then there's like a opening that you find. So if you find the opening, you can just take the ladder instead of waiting for Barry. If you wait for Barry, you come up and he gives you a passcode to a room, where you get the was it the MO dot thing or whatever the CD
Demo
is?
disc.
Yeah, the MO disc. So I was like, fuck that, I'm just gonna go. So you go into the ladder, you drop down, and that's where it leads you down into the area where you go to the kitchen and stuff. And then it gives you a cutscene where a zombie's like falling down the stairs, and he's like, "Oh, it's me, a zombie." And then so you get access to a part of the mansion that you didn't have before. I was like, I did all of this. I'm like, maybe I should try and get that Magnum. Died. Then I'm like, fuck all that. So then I'm like, because every time I die, I have to start this whole process over again because there's no ink ribbons. And then like you find the area where you see a helicopter pad. You're like, oh, maybe out there, that's where we can go. There's some foreshadowing. So I end up just jumping in the hole, killing all these zombies, taking the stupid elevator, grabbing the MO discs, doing whatever I can, get the crank.
So wait, you grab all the MO discs before you go in the laboratory in the original?
Well, there's an MO disc that you get from pushing a statue onto a thing, which slides a bookcase out of the way, and that's one of them. Which, when I first found it, I was like, do I want... I was having an internal battle. This is like when I was fighting the Elite Four. I was like, I'm going to go find an item box, and I'm going to come back and get this disc. Died. And then I'm like, and so I was like, that's it. So I went and did this whole thing again, and I was like, I'm not bringing this extra item because I don't give a shit. And then I picked up the disc, picked up the battery, and then the battery thing, it's also, I think there's grenade rounds in that room. I was like, I don't need them. I don't care. I'm just going to leave. The battery is the only item in the game that also has an event. When you pick it up, in the original at least, Jill goes, that elevator that needed a battery, this could go there. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, so the game will randomly remind you things, I guess. Because one, yes, I would never know the serum thing. And I think the game's like, you're close enough to the ending. Just go put the battery in the elevator that needed a fucking battery. So I was like, all right. I made my way out to the courtyard, ran past the falling snakes, I did the thing, I crank, put the battery in, blah, 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 got down into the catacombs. I went and saw the dude. He got shot. I was like, how did you not like turn around to see the guy? Whatever. I found the generator. There's hunters down here now. And I'm like, shit, I have no healing items. I have no ammo. And I have the stupid crank. And then I was like, okay, I dodge everything. I get in there, blah, blah, blah. Boulder kills me. Have to do this all over again. Rinse, repeat the entire story of everything all the way through that. I get past the boulder and all this shit. And then I finally find ink ribbons, and I go, fuck yes, I can save it. I have to go back to a save. So then I walk through the double doors, and it's a giant goddamn spider. It's a freaking spider boss. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then it just killed me immediately. And then I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So then I was like, dude, do I even want to beat this game? And I went and I read the strategy guide to see how close I am, and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to not play this for like 2-3 days, and then I'm going to come back. And so I do everything again, beat the stupid spider boss, find a save room, save it, and then I'm like, okay, I have now entered the last fucking area of this game, and I don't need to go back anywhere. And till I have like a inner monologue with myself for the later part of the the third act, I guess, where I'm like, do I go back and get that Magnum? But spoiler alert, I say fuck that shit, because I'm so close. I'm like, I can do it with what I have now. There's no way I need that. And that's basically that whole part. That part of the game took me 3 times longer than the part leading up to that part. So in my playtime, it took literally, like, not that it was recorded, because obviously when you save it, it keeps track of your time. But I swear I spent like maybe 6-7 hours in this one section of revisiting the mansion just to get to the last area, because I was getting killed by bullshit constantly. Because there's no auto aim. The hunters take 2 acid rounds or 1 explosive round, I think, and then 4 shotgun rounds. I mean, I fought them enough, so I think I would know. The handgun doesn't fucking matter, because if you're using a handgun on the hunters, they're just going to fucking kill you. And the other part is because of the fixed camera angles and the no aim assist and everything, that there's parts of the game where you can see a hunter standing around the corner, and I'm like, I can't actually shoot him. I have to trigger him jumping out so that I can shoot him. But they move so fast and they run in these weird arcs for their animation for like whatever the pathfinding is in the game, that like when he jumps out, he's already behind me and I don't have a quick turnaround button. So I'm just like, God damn it, he's going to kill me, isn't he? Unless I can beat him to the doorway. And then I open a door and there's a hunter there.
Yeah, it's the fucking meme where it's just like, Omewa, Ushinderu.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if I just had like a suicide option, it would have made it so much faster, because like I could just be like, nope, I'm going to just kill myself here. There's no way in hell. Because that's all it really was, is the hunters would just keep killing me over and over and over again. There's a hallway that has 2 of them, but you can't tell. And it's the first hallway in the game where you meet the zombie that turns his head. Because I killed one, and I was like, oh, thank God. And then the other one jumps through the camera and cuts my head off. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I didn't even know you were there, because I can't hear you since you're far enough away. And the only footsteps I heard was the other one, because there's no aim down sights or anything. So, like, I don't know. Like, I understand that's how it works, but, like, that was really... Because, like, the zombies are fine, and it's the exact same placement and the exact same way that you handle zombies. But because of the way that the hunters function, like in Resident Evil 2 has lickers, it's just like putting more than one in that specific area, knowing how much ammo they consume and how much items that you can carry at one point. It's less about like strategy and more of like a fuck you to the player.
That's probably why they toned down them. Because when I was watching you play, I was baffled at you went through, you got back from that fucking section, and you were murked by like more hunters than I saw in the entirety of my time in the second part of the match.
I was live streaming it, and I was like, "Watch this!"
Yeah,
and I was just trying to run by everything. I was like, "I got to get to this room, but I got to do it either this way or this way or this way." And I was just showing you all these different ways I was getting killed. And in the remake, there's only 3 hunters in the mansion.
It was more than 3, but there's definitely a fuck ton less than what you dealt with, because it's just like...
I think it might be 3 in that side of the mansion, because there's 8 in that side of the mansion for me. Because as soon as you go upstairs from the safe room, there's 2 in the hallway. Then down over by where the tiger puzzle is, there's 2 in the hallway. And then there's 2 at the other safe room at the other side of the stairs. There's 2 walking around above the dining area where you push the statue puzzle. There's 1 in the like U-turn hallway where the smoke puzzle was on the right side of the second floor. And it's just like, and there's 1 randomly in a fucking bedroom. When I walked in, I was like, are you kidding? I don't even give a shit what's in here. I just turned around and left. It's like, this is wild to me, that like, because this enemy is so dog shit, because they're just way fast at attacking. They don't need to grab you or anything, and they just punch you. And like anything else, the spiders, not a problem. Snakes, I don't care. The zombies, they got smoked. But the hunters are just aggravating.
Yeah, it's like 1 hunter, no problem. 2 hunter, no problem. 3 hunter, no problem. It's like 57. It's like, all right.
Why did you keep making these? Did you forget you made one?
Someone left the printer on.
Yeah. He's like, oh God, I hope I don't get fired. I'm just not going to say anything.
Copy, paste, copy, paste.
But once that leg of the game was completed, because like I was right there with Jordan, I was just like, I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit the monthly game. And I didn't want to do it. I was like, I could fucking do it. Because I almost did it with Pokemon. But once I finally saved it after all of that nonsense, I was like, all right, here we go. I got my spirits back. I'm in the laboratory, and I'm ready to see what the rest of this is.
I swear to God,
because I beat the remake originally.
I swear to God, the next monthly's game is gonna be fucking like Kirby's Epic Yarn or something like that.
It's something fucking easy. Yeah.
All right.
Tetris.
Yeah, Tetris. I'm still gonna get mad at that. All right, yeah. So that was entertaining for everyone else that wasn't you.
Yeah.
So we said that. So, like, how does the end of the mine shaft work then? If the little area where you get the metal or the stone ring at, what's at the end? Like, how do you get it in the original?
I didn't make it there.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to you then. Do you remember, Corey, how you got the stone ring to use with the metal object?
We didn't have the metal
I don't even
object.
know what.
Oh, you don't have the metal
that's-
object?
No.
Are you talking about
So how do you
It's a
open the
medallion.
gate?
the medallions? The two.
Oh,
two
that's
medallions
right,
to
because
go
you
down?
guys didn't have the first one to open up to the courtyard originally. You had the other metals. So how do you open up the
Yeah.
gate in the
We
back?
had an eagle medal and we get a wolf medal from 2 books, and one of the books you find in a room.
Oh,
and then
so that opens the
yeah,
gate.
because when you're fighting the snake, the way that you fight the snake in the remake is different than the way I fought the snake. Because the snake lets me down into the basement, but
Yeah.
it doesn't drop a book. But when you fight the snake, it knocks that book off the shelf.
Okay, I get it
So it
now.
changes that entire like that entire section is completely different than what I did.
Yeah.
Because once I get the 2 medals and I lower, was it you put them in the fountain or whatever, and it drains the fountain, and you go down into the laboratory that way.
Yeah.
Well, the question is that because we also had to collect the eagle and the wolf one, but before we can get to that area, we had to collect the metal and stone. We had to collect 2 metal and stone medallions and to put in the gate behind the stairway in the main hall.
No, there's nothing behind the.
Yeah, there's nothing
there's
like
no
that,
gate
Chris.
in that hallway.
Okay.
You can
So
get behind the stairs.
what did you
but
get
there's
in the
nothing
mine
there.
shaft? That's where you found the eagle and the wolf medal then?
Well, the mine shaft I didn't finish, but when you get back to the mansion, because that's basically the step that's different for us.
Yeah.
It's basically we're doing the going straight into the basement after we fight Jan.
Oh, okay.
Whereas you guys had to.
So the whole underground area is. Well, no, because.
Yeah, because
so to paint a picture,
the shackles doesn't exist for us. So
Well,
that
yes, but
entire
didn't you say you had to
underground
go
portion-
down to the mines anyways, or did I misread? Did I mishear that?
you go to the basement before you go to the mines.
Yeah,
No, he's asking
So
what
what's
the
in
point
the
of going
mines
to
for you,
mines
then?
for.
Yeah. So what's in the mines for you guys then?
just that
That's my
story
question.
element, I suppose. And
So
then,
do you need to go to the mines or not?
I think so. I think that we have to go there specifically to get
The Eagle book, I think.
Yeah, the book that has the eagle in it.
Okay, so the mines have one of the metals you need.
Yeah, because we only need 2 pieces to drain the fountain or whatever, and it's in the whatever the books are called.
So to clear up the confusion, the OG games, we don't have the those metal object which you guys have to go through all those extra steps, and your Jan fight is in a different place than our Jan fight.
Okay.
So we don't have that puzzle that you have that lets you down into the basement. So we basically just go straight down to the basement after we fight Jan.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
'cause-
That's
So
where I'm getting.
when we fight Jan, if you stayed and waited for Barry and he gives you a code, that code goes to a door on the left second floor of the mansion, and that leads you into the same place where you get the MO disc or whatever. But
Okay.
if you ignore that and you just go down into the basement, you can eventually take the elevator up and go into that portion anyways, because the elevator won't go to the first floor.
Okay. All right. I get it now. All right. So, Edwin, in the remake, now that we've established all this crap about the original, let's talk about something completely different, apparently, and talk about the remake again. So, how was your experience going back to the mansion and dealing with the mines?
So going back to the mansion, the snake raining placement changed to the pool area, where the entire path to the pool was just filled with snakes. So I got poisoned extremely easily, maybe a few times. And then I was like, I just used the blue planter past the pool. And then after that, I had to go get the other 2 gems to use on the tiger statue, so I can get the MO disc. And then I had to go to the hunter's room where like the animal heads are to get the gems. Well, I had to go get I had to go to the animal head room to get the gems that I needed. That part was pretty interesting because like the eagle that's always watching you, and if it sees you trying to grab the gem, it'll lock the gem in place so you can't grab it. So you gotta like trick it. So like after that, then you can get the ammo disc from the tiger head, and then you have to get the jewelry box from the from like a different art room.
You're in the
like
it's that room with
mirror.
the big ass mirror in it. It's you have the jewelry box in there and use the red gem on it.
Yeah, and then for some reason there's like just a singular zombie in there.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it was just for a cool shot because it's supposed to fuck with your head for a second because the fixed camera's looking at that big mirror and you see the reflection of the zombie in the mirror and the zombie's like coming from where the camera is, so you have to like aim towards the camera to aim at the zombie.
Okay, this part's a little finicky in my head, so I might skip like a path or two.
Yeah.
But after that, I was like, you use the red gem to open the jewelry box. You get the brooch. You turn it into a key because that's what everything turns into in this fucking mansion.
Yeah.
And then you go. Oh, you have to go use the key to open the office next to the gallery room. Yep. And then once you enter through the door, you immediately need to stop because you hear Rebecca screaming, and she's on the floor right above you, being attacked by a hunter. And if you're not fast enough, she will die in that section.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. To get this is very funny because it is a time thing, and you have to save her for like the good ending. But apparently, when I saved her, I got a rare achievement on Xbox, which means that less than 10% of people who played this game actually did save her. So it's just
probably just has to do with most people just don't play as Chris.
Well, it's weird because like all the achievements after that are not rare achievements, so that means people like intentionally or mistakenly missed that achievement. So
they probably didn't know
Rebecca dies a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like I don't know how long it takes. I already knew the way, so I got up to her pretty quickly. I was like, I was afraid because it was like a really narrow room, and she was on one end and I was on the other, and the hunter was right in the middle. So I was very afraid because I thought I'd shoot her dead instead. So I was afraid. I was like, oh, thank God I didn't hit her. Then after that, she just goes away. Then I have to go back down to the office and grab the metal object. And then I have to make my way to a small library. And then I finally get to fight Jan. It was a somewhat difficult fight because I could not understand because I was just following the freaking guide, and it said to circle around the bookshelf and then just shoot the tail. But I couldn't understand what the aiming was because I shot straight forward, but it wasn't hitting the tail. And then when I pointed down, it wasn't shooting the tail either. But it was because it was relative to the distance that it was from me, that if it's too far, I can't aim down to shoot it, and and the angle wasn't right if I shot straight forward. So I had to like quickly get right to the tail and immediately get my gun out, point down, and shoot, which was harder than it actually seemed.
Yeah,
it's a bit for me.
Yeah,
yeah, but it's like I got bitten a few times, but the poison works extremely slower than I expected. It took a lot longer, and then eventually it died, and I finally got the wolf medal. Then after that, I had to make my way all the way to the kitchen basement, and then like after that, it's like a puzzle where the walls are closing in on you, and then you have to use a statue to try so that way it doesn't squish you. But then also you have to go back to the you have to go behind the wall that's trying to crush you to reset it, and then you have to quickly go back into the middle to like put the statue in place. Mm-hmm. And then eventually it'll open up a hole under that area. And then apparently this is where the owner of the mansion died, even though I didn't see a dead body anywhere. It like left a note saying that he was stuck here forever and he died of hunger. And it, I think, slightly transformed. But there's still no body, so I have no idea how he got out or where he died. But there was a book for the Eagle Medallion. And then then it opened up a hole leading to the basement. And then that's where you make your way all around to get the battery and all that. I think I had to go back down there twice because I ran out of space and there were a bunch of ammo that I wanted to get. And then after that, I have to put the battery in, then activate the elevator, and then fill up the pool again so the waterfall opens, and then go through there so I can go to the tunnels. There, I got slightly lost in the beginning because I forgot which room I went to. Because I went through, I immediately went to the door on the side, and it led me to a completely different area. And then I got a little concerned. It was like, this is way too big. And then so I went back up and then went to the safe area right in front of me. Then I had to go back. I saw Enrico get shot. Then I had to get the hex crank from his body, and then I turned the entire tunnel like around that weird section. I thought the exact same thing. None of it made sense, and it's funny that I had to do it multiple times.
Like, as much as some of the shit didn't make any sense in this game, the mines are the most nonsensical thing.
Yeah. And then it was like, oh, cool. It was like I went through the door and I was like, oh, look, a flamethrower. And then the guy had said, like, don't use this because it has extremely low ammo, and like you might need it for later. But it never told me when to use it. So like throughout this entire section, I never used it. So it's like, well, you didn't really explain that very well. So I went to fight the black tiger and then just shot it dead. I had to go grab the knife, even though I already had one, to open up the door. And then that whole section with shackles, it's like kind of it wasn't exactly a pain in the ass, but she was like faster than what I initially thought. So, and a lot trickier. So apparently, depending on which direction you choose, because it's like a fork that just loops around, depending on which direction you choose to go first, she'll immediately spawn in that direction, regardless of which one it is. So you just have to like bait her in one direction and you go the other. So that part was a little annoying. But after all that, just get the box to put in the crusher, and then get the broken flamethrower, and then I had to go back to that area with shackles, and then I had to pull the switch like 3 times because I didn't realize that there was a timer. So I kept messing it up because she's always behind me. And I finally got that to work, and I made it all the way to like that little, like her little room, and then that part just actually made me a little bit sad. So it's like, oh, this is a nice little room. So she's still like human. All she wants is like her mother. So I felt a little bad. I felt like
it's a shame that involves bashing my skull in with her fucking shackles.
I mean, it was like because I read all the notes from like the parents and her, so so I actually felt bad for her. But it was like, I can't really like put you out of your misery because you're fucking invincible. So so I was like, I can't really do anything for you. I do feel bad for you. But I grabbed the metal objects, and I did all that. I put the metal objects together, and I opened that door. And I just found it weird. It was like that this whole thing is just to get like 2 of those same metals, and then these 2 to open up a fucking fountain for a secret entrance to a giant test facility under the mansion.
I was just baffled that I had to fucking I slotted those 2 things in. It's like Tim's like, no, you're missing something. I looked, it's like stone and metal object and just metal object. I'm like, are you shitting me? I have to make this stone and metal object somehow. It's fucking stupid.
It was like that whole thing. It was like all this entire adventure is just to eventually get those 2 medallions.
Once again, this is like just a regular iron fence. I have a grenade launcher. Like, I feel like I could blow this thing off its hinges.
Chris doesn't, so that's a real benefit.
Yeah. Chris will just fucking eat the bars. He would just bite them in half.
But like,
all right.
By the end of all that, I almost ran out of all of my shotgun shells because I was just using nothing but the shotgun for the residence and the mansion part 2.
All right, then. So, Tim, you alluded to this is the part where you fell off. So, how did the return to the mansion and the slightly nerfed tunnels for you go?
So my part 2 to the mansion was a lot like Corey's. I had the save in the save room, but that was my last ink ribbon. So I was like, okay, well, goes upstairs, gets murdered by the hunters, goes back up there, kills all the hunters in the upstairs part, goes and accidentally walks into the yawn fight, because I was expecting it to be on the other side of the mansion. Dies. Okay, well, maybe if I try and do this, goes back in, gets to that fight, dies again. I was like, okay, well, let me go explore the rest of the mansion, because I've got the other keys. And like Ori said, everything is now hunters.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting here running low on ammo. I'm low on health. I'm like, I think I went through this whole part in caution. I decided, wait, I remember looking up that we could use the red gemstone to go get the Magnum. So I struggle bust to the other side and got the Magnum. The Magnum one-shots the hunters. So I basically was like, well, I have some extra ammo in the box. I'll just go shoot all the hunters. There won't be any hunters to deal with. So that got me through the mansion. Got me through the yawn fight. I even had like 5 extra shots left in the Magnum for the yawn fight, which I decided to use because I only had 1 green herb mixed with the blue, and I had 1 other green herb, which I had used both during the fight. Otherwise, I was going to die. I didn't have any interaction with Rebecca at this point since the residence. So I was like, okay, well, now that I know about that other stuff, maybe she's supposed to show up at some point, but whatever. So I jump down the hole, and I go through the basement, at this point, basically in danger health, low on ammo, and I'm just like, okay, well, hopefully I can find health or saving or something. And managed to get through the basement with minimal efforts. Get upstairs, finally found some healing items. And go through, like Corey said, going through the our version of the library is where we get the ammo disc and the battery. It's completely different. It's just like zombies in there. So go through grab that, get into the underground, which I basically was like, okay, I gotta run past the dogs. I can't fight the dogs. So all my dogs were still alive in that section, so I had to run through them. I put the battery in, go back up, go back around, use the crank, run all the way back around, go take the elevator back down. All right, we're in the mines. And for the most part, it was uneventful until we get to the Enrico scene, and I didn't realize, because I didn't have the Magnum on me, that they were going to be hunters. And I was in danger. And I instantly died. I was like, yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to.
And I'm done.
I think I'll watch the rest of the playthrough from here.
Yeah. Just perfectly acceptable. You were not required. I only said if you wanted to. You were invited on for your inherent knowledge of it. So instead of beating your head against a wall, it's perfectly fine not having to go through that.
I do want to go back and do a better playthrough of it, but
yeah, but for now, no.
Hunters suck.
On my time, because thanks to you, I was well equipped when the hunters show up, and not to mention that in the remake, there's not nearly as many of them. So I just had the grenade launcher on me the entire time on the way back to the mansion. Every time I fucking ran across one, I just murked them with some acid rounds. I didn't even get hit that much. I think one of the funny times that one spawned, I knew I wasn't going to have to come back to this room, and I run to, like, unlock a door, and he jumps up, and he's, like, in midair about to slash me, and I unlocked the door, which froze him in place. I'm like, haha, I beat you! But it just froze it saying I unlocked the door, and then as soon as it stopped, he came out and smacked me before I was able to get in the door. I was like, God damn it. Yeah, I went and fought Yawn. that wasn't too eventful. I just brought the assault shotgun in there, and I didn't get hit that time, and got one of the medals, and went back to the courtyard. Did the whole crank thing. I figured out that, I was just like, Tim was like, we have to go here, but figure out where we got to go. And I figured that I had to, video game logic, I made a waterfall, there's something behind it, so let's uncrank this. And sure enough, that led down in the mines. I was in the mines for a while because I had to backtrack a few times with the fucking cylinder and the shaft thing, wondering what the fuck I was supposed to do with that. Otherwise, my experience was largely the same as even the imaginary Jill we're following. It wasn't, honestly, not a whole lot to say about it other than the sometimes less than logical puzzles of the fucking boulder not moving until you touch it and turn around, and suddenly it just fucking moves and tries to kill you like it's sentient. But other than that, not a whole lot. It's this last section of the game that I have a lot of memories of because this is how it played out. So, we'll go ahead and get into Act 3 here, which is the laboratory, which is the shortest, but I felt like had enough content that it could be talked about in and of itself. So, back to Imaginary Jill. With both metal and stone objects in hand, Jill returns all the way to the first floor entryway to the fence in the back behind the stairs. Something the player will have probably ran into a few times by now, and slots both of them into their indentations made for them and opens the gates. Horrible moans venture up from below, foreshadowing bad things to come. This front area acts as a safe room, allowing Jill to prepare for some of the final trials of the game. Following the path, Jill is led further underground until she reaches a ladder that descends into a room with a large tomb, and Barry standing next to it. Barry is on the defensive as he knows Jill saw him abandon her and hides his gun behind his back. He tries to hold Jill at gunpoint, but she disarms him and holds him at gunpoint instead and demands that he starts talking. He claims he did not want to do it and can't explain, but Jill demands that he does not lie to her before they're interrupted by Shackles coming into the small room. Barry says there's no time to talk and demands Jill to give him the gun back. At this point, the player can choose to give him his gun back or withhold it from him. This does affect how the rest of the story plays out. My own experiences greatly differ from the rest of Jill's decisions here, but I'll go over that when I get to mine. This Jill decided to give Barry his gun back. And since we already know Shackles doesn't exist in the OG, I'm assuming this whole sequence is wholly different if it even exists at all in the original. This point, the boss fight against, at this point, her name is Lisa Trevor, but I'm still going to call her Shackles, is to push all the statues in the square area down into the bottomless pit for some reason that's here, and will open the tomb in the center of the chamber. Barry will help distract Shackles if still alive. The player will be left to do this solo if he is killed. With the tomb open, Shackles claims the skull of their mother and dives off the ledge into a pit. This is the end of Shackles for the game, as this is supposed to be its death, although it is conveyed very poorly, because when that happened, I was for sure thinking it was going to come back later in the game, but you're like, no, it's dead now, or it's gone. I'm just like, oh, okay, it's just gone, I guess. That's the end of that. It looked like because it didn't look like it was like throwing itself off a ledge to kill itself. It just looked like it was going to jump down and be completely fine. Like, I don't know, it just looked like it was jumping down to go to another ledge or something. But very kind of anticlimactic point for Shackles, but I don't know, it was very poorly conveyed that was just the end of him or her. See, Jill confronts Barry again, but all that is all that is conveyed is that Barry does not believe the creature is dead and tells Jill to go on ahead. She doesn't question him about anything now that they have time to talk about it, and she just ignores it and keeps walking into the fucking laboratory, which is the stupidest thing in the world after she was holding the man at gunpoint, demanding him that he tell her what's going on. It's stupid. So anyways, no questioning, no nothing is asked, and Jill just goes along with it. Jill takes the elevator from the now open far side of the room and takes it up into another courtyard area with a large fountain. Here is where Jill uses the wolf and eagle medals on the fountain in order to open a staircase inside that leads downwards into another elevator leading into the depths. Jill finds herself in the laboratory proper now, descending a staircase further down and into a safe room. Jill follows the hallways, encountering zombies in lab outfits, and descends a set of stairs into more hallways. Taking a right, she enters a door and then enters the first door on her left, which leads to a room used to examine X-rays. She finds notes with clues on how to solve the puzzle of this room and the codes for something later. Jill leaves for now and returns to the main square hallway, fighting a few more zombies as she follows the hallway down and to the left to another room, one full of computers, and she accesses the only one turned on with the username and password she had learned in the room prior. This allows her to unlock a door, but another is behind a second password, which this password is gained by solving the puzzle of the X-ray room in the previous area. Of matching the patient's names and organs in certain orders is the solution and allows Jill to open the second door. Jill leaves and returns to the hallway outside the X-ray room and enters another door further down the hall where she finds the slide filter key item. Further in the room, she finds a machine she is able to use the MO disc on that she had found behind the tiger statue back in the mansion. This unlocks one of the 3 door locks that is preventing her from reaching part of the lab. Jill returns upstairs and opens the door she had unlocked with the computer. She finds the second MO disc outside the door at the end of the hall. Inside the door, she finds another MO disc inside and a slide projector. Using it, Jill observes a slideshow where the various enemies she has encountered are looked at as research projects, including one of them that she has not seen yet. Also, it is revealed that Wesker was a traitor. Shocking, I know.
The only scientist with sunglasses.
Yeah, he's in the fucking group picture with all the fucking nerds. Yeah, he's inside with sunglasses on with all the fucking nerds, and he's Chad haircut. And he's pictured with the laboratory staff in the slides. The slide filter is then used on a barcode at the end to reveal the code Jill needs to open a nearby door, obtaining the laboratory key. In here, you can also observe Kenneth's film that you had obtained at the very beginning of the game, but you don't have to, and it's just for flavor to see how he died. Quite frankly, I have no idea why they even added it. It was so pointless. It's like, wow, he got killed by a zombie? I didn't know that.
There's no way I could know.
Yeah. Jill leaves and returns to the square hallway and uses the key she had found to unlock the 2 other doors there. Across from the smaller doors, another safe room, Jill returns to the square hallway and goes into the double doors she had unlocked with the laboratory key. This places her in some kind of refrigeration unit where we meet one of the last enemy types, this strange bug zombie hybrid thing. Do these things have a name?
They're called chimeras.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, or at least that's
Are they in the first one? I thought you said they were a remake thing.
They're in there too. I thought they were a remake thing.
Oh, okay.
But I watched the rest of my playthrough.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll call them chimeras then. All right. So, one of the last enemy types, the chimeras. They are tanky, fast, and there's a lot of them. She navigates. Yeah, she navigates through some air ducts to the back of the unit where she's able to use the MO disc on a machine identical to the one she used earlier and unlocks another lock. Jill leaves and returns to the hallway outside of the safe room. Dispatching of the 2 zombies, Jill goes down to the double doors south of the safe room, a boiler type area crawling with the chimeras. She obtains the empty capsule key item. Jill circles back to the room where she used the first MO disc and fills the empty capsule with fuel. The player must now transport this without running back to the boiler room area, and I think you also said without getting hit.
That's a remake thing.
Okay. And slot it into place in order to power some of the facility. When reaching the console with the fuel, Jill places it inside and is now free of its burden. Jill then proceeds further into the boiler room, finding more of the chimeras, but also the last device for the last MO disc lock. Proceeding even further in, Jill finds another console now powered by the fuel and fires it up. This allows her to use an elevator located outside the safe room in the hallway. Jill then backtracks to do just that. As she waits for the elevator, Barry catches up to her and comes with as they ride the elevator up and enter a high-tech door into a laboratory. Jill finds Wesker there, and as Jill now knows the truth, calls out to him accusingly, but she is swiftly put in the sights of Barry's gum, to who Wesker thanks, revealing Barry is something of an accomplice to Wesker, but under duress as Barry's family is being used as leverage. Jill and Wesker have a back and forth about how Wesker and Umbrella are evil. At the end, Wesker tells Barry to leave and seems to want to end Jill himself. In revealing to Jill he's doing things for his personal interests, not Umbrella's, and like any good supervillain, wants to show Jill his prized monster before killing her. But before he can do that, Barry returns and shoots Wesker, disarming him. Jill and Barry have a reconciliation, but Wesker is not dead and then releases the monster, the Tyrant, as foreshadowed by the slideshow. Tyrant wakes up and breaks the containment, swatting both Wesker and Barry out of the picture, leaving Jill to deal with the situation by herself. Jill incapacitates the Tyrant and goes to check on Barry, who is still alive, but Wesker seems to have escaped. Jill finds the door lock mechanism and frees both her and Barry, who leave and go to ride the elevator back down. However, Wesker seems to have activated a self-destruct mode, and the player is put on a timer, even though I thought it was this at this point you're put on a timer. I find out later it's more towards the end the timer actually starts. Jill and Barry flee, being assailed by the Chimeras, but Jill takes a detour to unlock the door that was previously locked by the MO discs. Going down, she finds a cell where Chris Redfield is being held. Chris and Jill flee together out of the laboratory. They both meet Barry at the lab entrance. They are contacted by Brad, informing them that he is running low on fuel and that they only have one more chance. Jill finds a fuse unit and slots into a nearby elevator. I have no idea why this is here, because it's so pointless, because you pick it up and 5 feet away you slot it back in. Why not just have the elevator be working?
Yeah.
I think it's because you need like a separate slot for the signal rockets, I think. I don't know. Anyways. When Chris and Barry hear the sounds of pursuit behind them, both Barry and Chris turn to deal with the threat while Jill leaves to signal Brad. Now the player is put on a 3-minute timer to escape, because it's just constantly in your upper left-hand corner at this point.
The only
Jill
time
uses...
EY is on the screen.
Yeah. Jill uses the signal rockets to signal Brad to land on the helipad. Behind, the elevator comes up with both Chris and Barry, but shortly after, the Tyrant bursts from the ground, clearly not dead. It knocks Chris out, leaving Jill and Barry to deal with the monster. This is the last boss fight, and the Tyrant is extremely fast and deals a lot of damage. After fighting the creature for a while, Brad throws down a rocket launcher to finish it off. The rocket launcher blows the Tyrant into pieces, finally finishing the beast. Brad then lands shortly after and whisks the survivors away while the mansion explodes into fire behind them. The helicopter flies into the dawn, all of them tired and taking a well-earned breather. And that basically reaches Imaginary Jill's end of her story in this imaginary playthrough. So the laboratory itself isn't super long, unless you're backtracking like I did a few times trying to figure out how the fucking fuel canister worked. But yeah, we'll go around again. Jordan, after you had watched it, did you have any thoughts on the laboratory segment?
My side, I watched that ending part like I was supposed to, but the memories that I have the most of is when I was watching Corey play his, even though it was like the OG thing. It was just the amount of imagination that was coming about when we were like
Yeah.
dealing with the constant deaths that he was enduring, that we just started coming with backstories with Barry, like he had an imaginary family and Wesker's lying to him the whole time, and we talked about maybe there was like some alien abduction and these aliens abducted his semen and made imaginary family of his or something that he doesn't know about. And they were talking about like Jill Knight, a science guy and shit. Like
Oh, yeah.
all kinds of
Jill
weird
Knight is
shit.
okay.
Yeah, and then every zombie that was coming after him was based on an orgy that was happened long ago.
Yeah, because there was naked zombies in the basement, so yeah, it was just like, oh, you're here for the zombie orgy or whatever, and then they all got killed, and
Just
they're
bare
like
ass.
wandering around without their clothes on.
Just
They're like,
going
why
at
are there
it.
only dudes here?
So it's just a random shit like that. That was the only thing, because I was basically just losing our minds at this point, because it's just he was enjoying so much. I was already done with my side, so I was like, "Fuck it, why not? Let's watch him suffer." We were just laughing about it the whole time because that's all you could do
Yeah,
with the amount
it's
of deaths.
basically yeah. Jordan was just watching me beat the game. It was like 1 a.m. live streaming just nonsensical like banter, which was really funny and helped with the
pain.
constant death. Yeah, we were just because it was just funny at that point, so I didn't care that I died a bunch for this last section because I didn't have heals again, and I did have an ink ribbon, but I was like, I have to wait until like the right time to use it.
I just love that he was going through the rooms, and then right after like the fourth or fifth attempt being chased by hunters, he comes across the room. He's like, "What the fuck is this?" And he's like, "Oh no! I hope I don't die because I'm never gonna find this room again." It's just like I stumbled upon this by accident. He's like trying to figure shit out, and then these fucking hunters are just coming after him. He's like, "No!" The whole time just trying to avoid being his head cut off. But I was like,
yeah. The chimeras and stuff, I was just running by them, the little jackasses with like arms on their back and stuff, and I guess that we can roll it right into me, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I didn't say you could go yet.
Yeah, mine's pretty much done.
The funny part about this is I do remember when I played the remake the first time, because I didn't have to fight the tyrant. I just left, and I left everybody there. and it was just Jill. And so it's like, what happened? Is that it? And then the credits started rolling. I was like, well, I guess I beat the game. Like, because I was in the lab and I found the fire thing or the fireworks, and I went and launched him out at the helipad, and he came and picked me up, and we left. I was like, okay. But in the remake, or not the remake, the original, I was like, all right, I'm going to try to save Chris. So I went and I had all the discs. I ran around, did all this stupid shit, and I was getting killed by the little guys. And I started doing like a beeline where I was just like, I'm just going to run through this. I know the layout. I'm just going to do this thing, grab this item, grab this thing, turn here. And then I get to the part where I have very limited ammo, and I was fighting the tyrant. And because there's no auto aim, and that room is really weird, I kept like having to stop. Like, at least you can see the tyrant walking behind like the glass modules in the centerpiece, because that room has the most accidental camera swaps because they're in the corners, so you can't be that far away. But the tyrant will kind of like walk at you fast and then hit you. So it came down to this point where I had like, I think 2 rounds left, and I was like, oh my god, it's either you or me. And I was just pulling the trigger, and I hit him and he died. And I was like, oh, thank God. And he died right in front of me. And then I was like, cool. So I ran over to the computer, which I thought maybe I can use the computer and then I'll unlock the door and I can escape from here. But she's like, there's no time. But the only thing I had to do was say, open the door. And so after I knocked him out or whatever, and then I opened the door, I'm like, all right, well, I guess there was time because it wasn't that complicated. And then, I run out. There's the monster still in the hallway, and I was like, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. And then, I get to Chris. I let him out, and that scene was kind of funny because Chris is like, we got to get out of here. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I'm here. And then, he doesn't help you fight anything. He just, runs ahead of you everywhere. And then I was like, I have no bullets. I have no bullets, and I know I have to fight this tyrant. So the option is to run around for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then the helicopter will throw a rocket launcher out, and then you get a one-shot kill, as long as you can survive the tyrant for running around. So I was like, all right, I get out there, I do the battery thing, I get the fireworks or whatever, and I summon the helicopter in, and then he lands, and he picks me and Chris up, and we leave. And I was like, oh, I guess I don't have to fight the tyrant. I was waiting for him to jump out or do something, but I didn't even have to fight him. Like, Barry obviously didn't make it, and then Wesker gets, killed because the tyrant walks at Jill and then turns and kills him first. And then she's like, oh, we can't control it.
Well, wait,
yeah,
hold
no
on.
shit.
So how does Barry die in your playthrough then?
He just disappears, and he doesn't get hit by the tyrant or anything. He walks away ashamed because she's like, Barry. He's like, I'm sorry. He's got my kids, and he leaves, and I never see him again. And then, so I get Chris, and we go out to the helipad, and the helicopter picks me and him up, and it plays a live action cutscene. And he's just like, Chris is looking very mad, and then Jill's just tired, and there's no one else. I think I don't remember if Rebecca's in it, if you pick Jill at all, but she might have been there, but I don't remember. I just know Barry wasn't there, so I didn't have to fight the last boss. Barry didn't die on camera, and that was it. And that was it for me.
All right, Barry, I guess shot himself out of guilt, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't fucking know.
So he just went and used it.
All right, that's awkward. Edwin, how did your finale go between Shackles and the laboratory?
So Shackles wasn't that big of an issue because it's just Wesker shooting in the back. Like, I got this, and it's just shooting her constantly. It's like nothing's happening.
Oh, so Wesker helped you when you're Chris then? Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, you don't see Barry at all. So it's just it's just Wesker and Rebecca.
Just an imaginary creature when it comes to Chris. Okay.
So it's just Wesker shooting Lisa, and then I'm just pushing all the statues out of the way for some apparent reason. And then she grabs the mother's skull and just goes, "Mother," and just jumps off the edge. So I thought that was a super weird ending to that character. So
I didn't even read it. Like I said, I didn't even read it as an ending. I just thought that I was going to run into her later somewhere. It was really strange.
Yeah, it's just like it was like, is she dead? Does she just disappear into the void underground? Who knows?
Apparently, some say she's still falling.
I mean, she's invincible. I doubt the fall would kill her if a gun can't, but I don't know.
She went into the Doctor Strange dimension where you just fall forever.
So it's like I got stuck on this part for a little bit because I didn't realize that the code from the X-ray was the code to open the second area that's locked out for the slide slide room. And I was like, so I finally got that open, and that was probably the part I got stuck on the most. And then I went into the room to play the videotape for Kenneth, and it's just him dying. I was like, cool, I'm glad I held on to that old game. And so I walked out. And I got all the codes that I needed. Then I got to the part for the boiler room where you have to collect like the nitro explosion that you can't even run. You can barely shoot because there's like different percentages that it'll instantly kill you while you're carrying it. So, and then those chimeras would constantly show up no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But I got lucky on there. So I didn't die on that part. I didn't even have to shoot anything. Then I got through all that. Then freaking Rebecca shows up again to help me with like the short tyrant fight after Wesker goes on his monologue and dies. But it's funny because like before the fight for Tyrant starts, Wesker shoots Rebecca and then she falls to the ground and then it's just unconscious the entire time.
She's bullet resistant, okay?
I mean, she got shot, and then her bullet vest got it, and then but for some reason she's knocked out the whole fight while I'm just shooting the magnum at this tyrant. I don't know. But like once the tyrant goes down, it just got quiet and nothing happened. It was like, Rebecca, are you gonna get up, or are you actually dead? And you got to like interact with her, so she actually gets up. I was like, oh, okay, she's alive. And then I spent like a couple of minutes trying to figure out because I didn't get like any objective. I was like, how do I open this door? Because when I went to the control panel on the other side, I didn't get a prompt or anything. So I just started like rubbing against the wall, just smashing A till something happens. And I was like, oh, cool. The thing I was looking at actually did open the door. It just didn't tell me. So like immediately after that, Rebecca, no, she doesn't start immediately. I think it gives you like a few seconds till Rebecca runs off, and then she starts the countdown for self-destruction. And then I have to quickly go and get Jill because I got all the MO discs. And it was like, I knew you'd come back for me. So I was like, yeah. I was like, I fucking told you. Now let's fucking go. There's no time for this. Yeah, because you only got like 4 minutes or something till it explodes. So I was like, I don't know where to go, so let's cut the conversation and leave.
Yeah, start moving.
And then, like right when you get to that point where you get to the elevator, for some reason they both run off back into the facility while I take the elevator alone. And then when I get to the top of the elevator to the helipad, then they show up. So it's like I don't know what the point of that was. They said they were like, we'll cover you. I was like, from what? There's nothing. I killed everything. And then I shoot the flare up. Tyrant shows up, and then that fight was not super difficult, but it was absolutely hilarious for me because Jill is out of the fight, and then Rebecca is just getting her ass beat by the Tyrant while I'm just shooting it. And then it does like a jumping attack while Rebecca's already on the ground, so he's like stepping all over her. And then he does a combo against me that sends Chris flying like a cartoon character. And it was just super funny. And then I start shooting a few times, and then the guy in the helicopter drops the rocket launcher, but it's right in front of the Tyrant.
He was giving it to the Tyrant, and he didn't like Chris.
Yeah. I was like, so then I get punched a few more times so I can actually grab the rocket launcher. And then I just shoot it, and thank God it doesn't kill me. And then that was like the end of it. It was like we all get on the helicopter. Jill, Rebecca, and Chris are all alive. Wesker, not dead, obviously.
then the helicopter gets far away and the mansion explodes. And that was the end of it.
It sounds like you probably got the good ending for Chris. All right then. So, Tim, how does anything differ in the director's cut in the finale for Chris?
Not really. It's kind of pretty similar to what Edwin went through.
Okay.
It's you get up there.
But so you cut it. So the shackles part obviously isn't there. So you just go straight from that gate to the laboratory. Essentially, that part just doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, basically, once you get through the other elevator and you go through the fountain and you get through the mine shaft, you're basically just going to the fountain to unlock the laboratory, and then you're going to the laboratory.
Okay.
The laboratory, the only things of note compared to the remake from me watching it was a lot of it is a lot more open, and it's all samey, like with the colors and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, it literally was just like watching.
But that fuel
remake.
canister thing wasn't part of the original?
No.
So,
that's the only thing that seemed really different.
Oh, okay. All right. So my experience was very unique because I apparently, even according to Tim, I found an ending that was kind of similar to what Corey just said with how he did it, but just a little bit different. Because this will probably live in my memory rent free forever. Is one of my favorite gaming memories. But so I get to the part with Shackles, and I know in my mind Barry isn't the bad guy. I know Wesker is. But then Barry pulled a gun on me, and then Jill disarmed him and pulls the gun on him. And then Shackles comes in the room, and Barry's like, "Quick, Jill, give me back my gun." I was like, "Fuck you, dude. You pulled a gun on me. I'm not giving you back your gun. What's stopping you from just shooting me and then dealing with that thing?" So I didn't give Barry back his gun, which just leads to Shackles basically pushing him off the ledge and killing him. And I had to deal with Shackles by myself, which really wasn't that much of an issue. I was overflowing with healing items, so I just got hit like once and just pushed everything off the ledge. And Shackles apparently offs herself, fucking grabbing her mother's skull and jumping off the ledge. And then the thing is, when Barry dies, he drops his Magnum, which is just called Barry's Magnum, which is like a unique item. And a unique enough item that I learned later that it has 6 shots, and that's the only shots it has. You can't reload it with Magnum rounds. And then you have like a picture of Barry and his family being like, "I miss you, Daddy." I'm like, "Yeah, your dad pulled a gun on me. He made a mistake." So I keep going past into the laboratory. And I do all the little puzzles there with the computer and the x-rays and stuff and get all that going. I only really start getting pissed off when it came to the fucking chimeras, because those things were such a drain on my ammunition and health supplies, because of how this is the one time the camera really dicked me over, because in the refrigeration unit, when you jump into one of the fucking ventilation shafts, the camera's like directly on top of you, like pointing down at Jill's head, and there's like tons of chimeras off screen throwing shit at you and fucking stabbing you and shit. I burned through so much ammunition trying to shoot them off screen that I wasn't actually hitting anything. It was just pissing me off to high heaven. I hate those fucking things. They're just so fast, do damage, and fucking like they're tanky as shit, man. So the chimeras are really pissing me off. And I get through the refrigeration unit, and then I go to that boiler room area, and I just fucking turn to the Terminator, because I had been storing every single incendiary shell in the entire game so far, and I just ran in there with the fucking grenade launcher and cleaned the entire house of fucking chimeras, because I was so goddamn sick of them. Annihilated all the chimeras, burned through all my grenade launcher ammo, finally figured out the fuel canister after a few tries around and got that slotted in to power the elevator. So Jill goes up the elevator by herself because I fucking killed Barry. I think before I went up, I did actually see Chris, but you have to go up and confront Wesker to like unlock his door, because even though you unlock the gate with the MO discs, his actual cell gate doesn't unlock until you confront Wesker and unlock it through the computer. So you go up. Wesker, his dialogue obviously changes slightly, because when you have Barry just shoots him, and it's kind of obvious how he lived. But when Jill goes up by himself, he's monologuing in front of the Tyrant. The Tyrant just shatters the glass and like stabs him through the abdomen with his spike arm, and just basically guts the fucker and throws him to the side. And again, I knew what the Tyrant was, and I also knew that this wasn't the final confrontation with the Tyrant, so I did bring Barry's Magnum and the regular Magnum, because I'm just like, if I have to incapacitate it for a few seconds, I'll use this. So I'm in the room, and I try to open the doors without actually incapacitating it, which I think you actually have to, but at one point, I didn't realize there was like a little center way through the area where you can cross across the room, and he got a smacking on me, which did a fuck ton of damage. So I healed myself, and I pulled out Barry's Magnum, and I aim it at him, and I shoot once, and it just drops dead immediately. One shot, and he's on the ground. And I was like, huh. Well, that was anticlimactic. It just died in one bullet. I was like, all right, cool. Well, I know it'll come back later, so whatever. And that was the point where I realized I couldn't reload the Magnum with Magnum rounds because Barry's Magnum was special. So I unlock the door, go down, and I get Chris, and I go to leave, and then we go upstairs. And because of this, Wesker's still like bleeding out on the floor. Like he hasn't moved because he's fucking dead. Like he got gutted. He has like half his internal organs are on the floor, and so there's no like self-destruct playing. I just grab Chris and we start to leave. And Chris hears some people behind us and he's like, I was like, I'll take care of him, Jill. And Jill's like, no, come on, let's go. He's like, let me have my moments. And so he goes to deal with it, and Jill goes up the elevator. I set up the fucking flares and shit like that. And then the elevator comes up, and I'm like, oh boy, here it comes. And Chris steps out. I'm like, okay, Chris is still alive, but where's the Tyrant? Here it comes. And Chris is like, all right, Jill, I'm here. And Jill's like, you're okay. He's like, yeah, let's get out of here. And then the helicopter came, and I got on it, and I left. The Tyrant didn't show up. I just left. The mansion doesn't explode. The Tyrant doesn't show up. Wesker was dying on the ground, and we just fucking leave. So in my headcanon, the ultimate life form just got murked by one Magnum bullet and just died there on the floor and did nothing. I was like, wow, some ultimate life form Wesker, it died like a bitch. I just found it so funny. There was no boss battle, no nothing. Everything was done.
I just realized something.
What?
The first zombie that Barry shoots took 6 rounds
Yeah.
of Magnum, but it killed the Tyrant in one
Yeah,
shot.
the first regular zombie has to unload the Magnum, but the Tyrant dies in one bullet.
That's probably why all of them got
Right.
murdered, is because that one zombie probably was like the boss, and then fucking Barry murdered
Yeah,
him.
that was the real Tyrant the whole time, was the first zombie.
Yeah,
But
I guess we got to give credit to Kenneth for living as long as he did against the actual final boss.
Yeah, the actual final boss versus that zombie. Yeah, I just found it so funny because, like I said, just how the events played out. The final boss died in one bullet, and then nothing happened, and I just left. Like the mansion's still there. Wesker's dying on the floor, and as far as I know, the Tyrant's still dead on the floor. So I'm like, yeah, I did it, I guess. I just found the whole fucking like ending so damn funny. I was just like, I like that ending. I know that's not the canon ending, but I think that's so fucking funny. I love it. I was laughing for like an hour. It was so damn funny. But yeah, and Jill, Chris get on the helicopter. Chris is pissed. Jill's tired, and they fly off into the sunset. Mansion standing, and everyone else is dead. I get like an extra little cutscene that shows like a bloody eye opening up. I'm assuming it's just Wesker, because obviously, what else the fuck would it be?
Yes, Wesker going.
Yeah, Wesker turning into full zombie or whatever. But yeah, that's the end of Resident Evil. The end of the survival. You survive the survival horror. So I guess we'll go around and have some final thoughts now. Jordan, aside from your personal pains with the game, what do you think about Resident Evil?
Well, there's a lot of things going on. Again, it's a puzzle-based game in my eyes. It's a lot of that. It is all well done, and I guess like how we had discussed about the Zelda series Ocarina of Time. If it would have been that I've had somebody there walking me through what was expected or how to progress forward in an easier sense, where I was not constantly retracing myself multiple times to ad nauseum, this would probably be a better experience. I just so happened to get the bad experience, so I can't really say that it's the game's fault. It's probably based on me for just not reading all the telltale signs or figuring things out a little bit better. If I was again running through it in a better way, I probably would say a lot of things. It's very creative. It's got a very good atmosphere of music as well as background for the leveling design. Again, it is a lot of doors, which is a little bit too much for me. Sorry. But at the same deal, you're not stuck in a house all day. Because I really thought the original Resident Evil was just in the mansion, so there was a lot of other things to go around with, which was nice. So it was definitely a good change of scenery. The creatures and such. Again, as I would be like to say, why the fuck is there a shark here? There's a plant. There's a fucking dogs and all this shit. Well, I guess I would say that if I was just fighting just zombies, just regular zombie guys walking up and down the hall, I'd probably be bored. I'd probably be tired of it. So them doing that kind of again makes things a little bit better, and I don't end up getting tired so much of that. It's just again the puzzles and such that I have to keep constantly running through the infinite amount of doors. It just drains me. But again, I would think that if I was to done this all in a better way, the game I would probably say is like an 8 out of 10 for me.
I'm sorry. Everything you said is totally true and viable. It's just like everything prior to that. It's like, God, I hate this. 8 out of 10.
I'm gonna keep my bitching and moaning off the side because again, a lot of other people say a whole lot different things, and again, it's just like you said, I suck at these games, so that I can't blame that on the game. I'm just gonna blame that on myself. So if everything was included with design, everything, I would say it's scored pretty well.
All right. Well, Corey, how do you feel about the OG Resident Evil? Like, how do you feel about the OG Resident Evil? Whether or not the remake you think is, like scores better for you, and how you would score like the OG compared to the remake?
Yeah. I mean, the game itself, around the games that it came out with on PlayStation 1, like it was a very unique type of game, which is kind of cool. And it's kind of hard to find that kind of stuff nowadays because everything now is influenced by games like this. So when you play Resident Evil like for the first time in the mindset of like these are the other PS1 games, like, oh, this is very unique. And yes, the game is hard, but a lot of older games are hard in general because they, people were buying like 1 or 2 games a year. They weren't buying, there wasn't major releases every single month kind of thing. This was like the game you got for Christmas, and like level design, atmosphere, theme. I think they really did like an awesome job, like setting it all up. I mean, the difficulty part aside is just the frustrations of dealing with save points and, me wasting ammo because I'm trying to make room in my inventory and not kind of, I'm trying to play the game by my own rules and kind of ignoring what the game is setting me up for. Some of those limitations are aggravating, but it is a part of the design because if it let me carry everything, then obviously the game would be completely a walkthrough, because if I can carry any item I wanted, then there wouldn't be an item management system and there wouldn't be a purpose for you to go backtracking and things like that. So I think overall the game itself is pretty solid. It's spawned an entire franchise. The first game has 2 remakes, and the mansion is very notorious. The franchise itself has an entire movie genre, spin-off games, and it all starts from this one, which is super cheesy, but it's so 90s it's not even funny. So I would say that like the original Resident Evil controls and all that stuff aside, which those are just personal gripes, I'd give it about a 9. It's a pretty solid game. It's a solid game. It's corny writing aside, like it has a lot of good things going for it that like I really enjoy, especially with the remake itself, like the atmosphere. It's like visually the remake is way better looking than many like newer games, I suppose. Like the horror element of it is just so good compared to how like horror games nowadays are just made specifically for just screaming reactions on like Twitch and stuff like that. Because you really get immersed in like the level that you're, or like this house, like I was saying earlier, if it's a very dense experience. It's kind of, well, the other side of it is I like escape rooms, and this is like playing an escape room. So like that's really awesome, and it would be really cool, I guess, if there was an actual like Resident Evil escape room.
Well,
I think
it's
there was
like
real quick. I think there was a long time ago somebody did like a mansion-sized like Resident Evil experience, which is kind of crazy.
In regards to the graphics, like when I played the game, I didn't even when I was researching like when the remaster came or the remake came out. Not only did I was baffled to learn that it was a GameCube game, but the high def remaster came out in 2015. We're 1 year away from it being 10 fucking years old, and I was just playing it this month. I was still baffled about how fucking good the game looked. Like it still looks fabulous. Again, despite from the character models, I'm mostly talking about the environment, but god damn,
Yeah.
it really sets the mood. And even then, the character models aren't bad, but they are slightly dated. But yeah, it's fabulous. Edwin, how do you feel about the Resident Evil remake?
God, I'd feel so much worse if I didn't use a guide, but that's exactly why I did. Compared to like everyone else's experience, it just I like it. It's just like it. The first time playing it, you might as well use one, and then like the second time, it was like it'll probably be easier without using one because you already know where everything goes. But the lack of objective is just absolutely terrible. Where it's just like because a lot of backtracking and all that was like you would have to deal with like so much because of that, so much time wasted and so many crimson heads just around every corner. I mean, I definitely would have had a much worse experience, probably closer to Jordan and Corey. So there's like I would probably give it a lot less score if it wasn't for that. But like the graphics are actually very very good. The voice acting is obviously better than the original, but I know that a lot of people would prefer the original just because of how funny it is and kind of ruins the whole horror aspect of it because of how cheesy it is. The combat is not as bad as I expected. Definitely, if it was tank controls, I'd question the whole thing. The fights are not as hard, even the boss ones. I mean, this is the first time that I've ever played a game like this, but I do very much prefer like Resident Evil 4 onwards. I just prefer that kind of play style because that's what I've been playing this entire time. Like the camera angles weren't terrible, but there were like some sections where it's like obviously trying to hide a zombie behind it, which is obviously a cheap shot. But when you're like running away from something, it's really hard because like especially using the analog stick rather than the D-pad for the tank controls, where if you move it even slightly, it will change direction to the correct direction when you change camera angles. So if you're not holding it super carefully, you're going to turn right back into the enemy and get hit. So that did happen a few times, but it was a more interesting experience than what I initially expected. So I'd probably put it in like a 7.5, where it was like I'm at least glad that I played it once, but if I ever had to play a game like it, I would not play that one.
Alrighty then. And Tim, I already know you love Resident Evil remake, OG, whatever. But like, how about you go into like, because I know you're like kind of a super fan of Resident Evil. You like reading all the books. You like all the spin-offs, all this other crap. I don't think I've ever heard you say a foul word about Resident Evil. Why do you like the series so much? Like, what about it do you enjoy the most? And what do you think the OG really like exemplifies that you like about it?
So I think for me, I really honestly, I like the horror genre just as in general, but I think it's a lot of the just how it almost feels like reading like it's kind of like Corey said, it's a puzzle game, but it's a horror puzzle game, but it's also got so many other like just atmosphere to like draw you in. And then of course, with the rest of the spin-offs and the stories that come off from it, it's like continuing the story, seeing what happens next, because when you watch a horror movie, they're going to come out with another one and then another one and then another one, and it's like, okay, well, you got me, I've got to keep going. But as because like I said, I love survival horror games in general. What I like that this game brings out that a lot of other similar games bring out is the fact that it's like you use everything to get through it. So it's like resource management, doing puzzles, it works your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Combat, avoiding enemies uses your muscles because you've got to get used to the awkward, janky controls of the tank controls if you're playing one of those types of game. And it's skill based, but also it makes you think, and all that comes together. And that's just things that I like in a video game in general.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that was my major draw to it. And then also on top of that, I like speedrunning.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these games are extremely speedrunner accessible.
Like I said, the imaginary Joe I took from when you fucking know what you're doing, you run through this game in 4 fucking hours.
Yeah, no, if I would have actually finished my run, I feel like I probably could have finished it in like 4 hours or maybe even 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I'd have to restart to set myself up better, I think.
Yeah.
But all in all, like, going back to play it in the OG version and trying it at least, because like I said, of all the RE games I have experience with, besides RE3 and RE2, I never technically finished the original one, but I had it on the N64.
Mm-hmm.
The tank controls and the classic ones I played the least.
Mm-hmm.
So I got sucked into Remake and getting to come back into it. I've bought this game for the Xbox 360. I bought it for the Xbox One. I bought it for the Switch so I could play it on my Switch. So, and I think I have a copy of it on the computer too. So I have like 4 copies of this game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little biased when I say I like this game a lot. But I know it's a game that, like Jordan kind of experienced, it's not for everyone.
Yeah.
So you either really like it, or if you don't, sometimes watching somebody play through this type of game is better than experiencing it.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you would you want to give the director's cut or the remaster a number score?
For the remake, I would give it a 9. For the director's cut, primarily based on the hunters and how hard they are, I'm gonna give it like a 7.5.
Okay.
Because those definitely made the run. Like, I knew hunters were gonna be bad, but when Corey made the comment about RE2 with the lickers, even playing the classic RE2 on the N64,
yeah,
the lickers still went down way faster than those hunters.
Uh-huh. All right.
That's absurd.
Yeah. For my end, like I said, this was my first time actually playing a Resident Evil game. Again, I had a better experience because Tim was beside me the whole time to help with reducing backtracking, obviously, making sure I saved my acid shells for the hunters, helping out if I asked on puzzles, but he always let me try and do it myself first, and I always try to push myself in case I ever get stumped. I think it had pretty good puzzles. There was only a few that A, I needed help, or B, just seemed completely nonsensical. So I think the puzzles were really good. And going back to like the question that Edwin originally asked me with like Legend of Zelda, it's like, do you think you could do this by yourself? I'm like, oh yeah, I could do this by myself. But like also Edwin just said with, this, I'd probably come at it with a lot worse like opinion of it, getting pissed off trying to figure shit out, but I would figure it out. The combat is a lot better than I had thought it was going to be. I mean, it's nothing high-octane action or anything like that, but because I was worried about how the fuck it was going to work with the fixed camera angle, when Tim told me that there was auto-aim, as long as they're near you, you just point at them, and, like, aiming isn't really a huge issue outside of, like, a few times you have to aim down, sort of. I was like, okay, so that kind of alleviated that issue. Like I said, I was scared of the fixed camera angle. I ended up actually really kind of liking that style because of how cool it made the game look. It obviously has its drawbacks when it comes to like traversal and sometimes the transitioning fucking you over and getting you hit when you should have taken a hit. That being said, I'm probably going to try and track down an original copy of RE2 to play the next one, because I know the RE remake is in third person, as I've tried already, just out of curiosity. And it's not bad. It's still much better in service of like smooth gameplay, but like I'm kind of liking the fixed camera angles, how cool it makes the game look in every shot. Obviously, I gushed over the graphics. I think it's one of the most gorgeous games I've played in a long time, and I've played Ragnarok recently. Story leaves a lot to be desired. I think the story's corny and nonsensical, but yeah, it's like, but enough to make me laugh at least. But let's be real, and like if I read the book, it'd probably read better, just the way the Halo books read more like a story than the actual games do. But if I'm just taking it at face value from the game, I think the story kind of sucks. It's kind of nonsensical. It has the atmosphere, don't get me wrong, but still at the end of the game, I'm still just sitting there being like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. So I have to take some points away from it having it tried to give you a story, and it was enough to keep you engaged, but at the end of it you still don't know what the fuck's going on. I didn't really think about it till Jordan said it, but yeah, I do actually appreciate the enemy variety. It wasn't just all zombies. There was different things to look at. It changed it up as you went through. Even it's silly when bees and sharks come at you. Let's see. Music, again, I thought the music was great. Let's see. Like Edwin said, the bosses weren't a whole lot of anything, and I loved the ending that I got, despite it not being canon. I might even play the game again in the future, if not as Chris, as Jill again, to see if I can do better by myself now that I know how everything fits into everything else. I think it has got me interested into looking further into the series. Now, it's funny that it's the survival horror, but not one of us has mentioned about the game actually being scary, and I think it's because, a few times I might have got taken by surprise by a zombie, but of course everyone's going to jump at that, and it's more just like, oh, fuck moment kind of thing. It's like, I wasn't expecting that, and I'm more concerned that I'm going to lose some health or lose a defensive item than actually scaring me. In a dark room by yourself, I could probably see it again. Someone was there with me the entire time, but I'm just kind of desensitized to a lot of horror stuff now, but I don't really hold that against the game. It's hard to scare people a lot of times nowadays.
I probably get more scared in playing Resident Evil 4, which is my favorite, because when a zombie is sneaking up on you, they yell in a silent room, so it actually scares me because it's either a yell in Spanish, or it's just a chainsaw revving. I was like, that actually scares me.
Yeah. And the game itself, with the sound, the sound editing, the sound quality, and the atmosphere, it kept me in it. But of course, yeah, again, it's I'm not scared. I'm not I'm on edge because I'm what's around the corner sort of thing, not because it's gonna give me nightmares or anything. Overall, I think the game, like I said, puzzle's great. Combat was better than I thought it was. Game looks great. Story's complete dog shit. So I'd probably give it a 7 out of 10. A bit harder to please, but to me, a 7's really good. That's above average. It has its drawbacks. Again, there's so many things they could have done with the remake from the OG that they could have improved on. They just chose not to for nostalgia's sake. Like the ink ribbons, like the door opening. What?
Speaking of which, I took looking it up. With the door skip mod that you have on PC, it saves a total of 30 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Just for skipping that animation.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, so there you go. Like I said, I wouldn't mind if they included it maybe the first door or the last door, just a few iconic doors you'd get the animation, but god damn it, that wastes so much fucking time.
I mean, that'd be cool if it was just you're opening that door for the first time.
Right, or, yeah, once for every door. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad either. Or just give me an option to turn it off. That would also just be an option. Like I said, it's just, as you just said, it's a mod away from just fucking removing it.
It almost lends itself perfectly to a jump scare moment of you open it and then a zombie busts through it, and now you got to fight a zombie in the room randomly. But
there's actually a scene in RE2 OG where you go to walk into the door, and then when you go to walk out, it opens up and there's a horde of zombies coming into the building that you're in.
Yeah, it seems like a missed opportunity in the first one not to have at least like one door where like a zombie
they
jumps out
only
at you or
do it
something.
in the main entrance of.
Yeah, with the dog.
Yeah, that's the only time.
Yeah. So they could have done other things like that, like the ink ribbons, the doors, and having a button, just one button that automatically opens up the map, so I don't have to keep pulling up the fucking menu and going to the map to get to the fucking map. That would have really helped my agitation with that. But yeah, ultimately, it's something on my so it lands on my top 5,000 list of games ever somewhere. So,
I do have a comment about the camera angle thing because the camera angle is just like everywhere, so it just makes me think that this mansion is just riddled with security cameras.
It's really paranoid.
Guys just watching.
Yeah, they're fucking everywhere.
Five Nights at Freddy's security guard is like, God, this is the hardest job I've ever had.
Yeah. I flipped a camera 612. Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, like Ocarina of Time, it's just like, it's one of those famous games that I had not gotten around to playing until we've started doing this series, and I really appreciate that it gives me a chance to play these, like, games that I have a more or less guarantee that are at least going to be memorable, if not, great games. So I'm happy that I played it, and I'm probably going to look into more of the Resident Evils later. Not immediately, but I want to try and track down an original copy of 2 to play that. But,
The good one is Code Veronica X.
No, okay. And trust me, I have the Resident Evil expert living next door, so I can always consult him whenever I need to. Which, by the way, thank you for coming on and hanging out with us and talking Resident Evil. I know that was a big burden on you.
It was a huge burden.
But yeah, so Jordan, you want to take us out? Because I think we're done here.
Yep, sure. Okay. Well, I guess we'll be wrapping it up. Again, I want to thank our guest Tim on joining us today for a special episode of Resident Evil and his expertise on the series. It was pretty fun. I also wanted to thank Udon today for running this special and the breakdown through the Resident Evil. Again, it was a really good experience, as well as it was painful for me going through this game. But again, I was happy to be walked through as much detail as it was. So again, thank you for that. And just be sure.
Hey, this is Corey, and thanks for checking out Mediocre Rumble Brothers. If you liked the video, please drop a like, and if you didn't, that's fine too. If you'd like us to talk about any specific games, drop a comment below, or feel free to discuss your experience with the games that we've mentioned in the episode. You can also listen to our episodes prior to YouTube on our Spotify. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you again soon.